It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Prologue and Chapter 1. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Prologue. I asked Letitia about her hypothesis. Letitia de Meteor is a woman I met on my way to the city of Fort Port. She had long, shimmering golden hair and a graceful green dress. Her well-groomed appearance makes her look like a secluded young lady, but in reality, she is a strong-willed young lady who fights evil with her fist. She is also the reincarnation of one of the calamities, the brilliant and arrogant dragon. However, Letitia does not intend to destroy the world but rather to use her power as a calamity to help others, traveling from place to place. The purpose of her journey seems to be to find her younger brother, the gleaming greedy dragon. But Letitia looked up at me with her blue eyes and told me, I, Kakazuka, am the gleaming greedy dragon. Are you serious? I asked, feeling surprised inside. You are not joking, are you? Yes, I am serious. The symbol on your item box, your out of the ordinary growth and success, your noble greed to save everyone and everything, it's all circumstantial evidence. But I'm certain that Kusama is the gleaming greedy dragon. Letitia's eyes were filled with strong conviction as she said this. We were at the observatory next to the inn. The full moon was floating in the night sky, silently illuminating us. https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/000121.jpg. The greedy dragon was originally supposed to be summoned as a calamity that would bring death and destruction to this world, but there was no way that gentle child would accept it. He must have activated Awakening in order to defy the role he was given. Awakening. It is a unique ability of the greedy dragon that transcends the boundaries of common sense and causes unorthodox changes, evolution, and growth. The result is that the child completely rejected his role as a calamity by being reborn as a human named Kakazuka in a completely different world. Then, by some chance or of his own volition, he became a transmigrator, and came to this world. That's what I think. I see. Letitia's hypothesis is forced in some areas, but that does not mean that there is no clear evidence to deny it. Assuming that I am the greedy dragon would explain a lot of my non-standard power. Kusama seems to believe that you are just a human being, but eventually, your memory will return, and you will understand everything clearly. That we are sister and brother. Letitia gave a gentle, compassionate smile, and when she took a step closer to me, she reached out her right hand and touched my cheek. If this were an anime or manga, it would be something like the moment where I regain my past memories by feeling the warmth of my sister Letitia. But unfortunately, no such change occurred in my mind. I wonder what is really going on. I wonder if it is true that I had a previous life and that I am Letitia's younger brother. If Full Assist was working properly, it might have told me the truth. But it had been in safe mode ever since the volcano was extinguished. All I could hear in my head were the minimum necessary announcements, such as the level up. In my mind, I asked myself, am I really the greedy dragon? But I still did not get an answer. Now, what should I do? I am in no hurry. Just like me, when the time comes for you to remember, you will remember it naturally. Letitia's expression was soft, as if she was trying to wrap her arms around me. An older sister? Huh? I am an only child, and to be honest, I long to have an older sister. For now, I'm going to treat you as one of my friends, the same way I've always treated you until you regain your memory. You don't like it when I'm being pushy, do you? Well, yes, I figured. Letitia put her right hand over her mouth and giggled. If it's about my precious brother, I understand it perfectly. So, you know what I'm going to do? Chapter 1. I consulted with everyone about it. So I might be a reincarnation of the calamity, just like Letitia. The next morning, I gathered everyone in my room and briefly explained my conversation with Letitia last night. Of course, Letitia was present, but she rolled her eyes at my actions. I didn't expect you to reveal it to everyone here so casually. I had no reason to keep the information to myself, especially in this particular case. I know all too well the importance of information sharing. When I was a working professional in Japan, I led a team to solve a case that had gone up under fire, and more than once, I was saved by the openness among the team members. I mean, Letitia would have been the same as me. You told me you were a calamity when we first met. That's true, isn't it? Iris nodded at my right side. In that sense, Ku and Letitia are very much like siblings. aren't they? The reason why I revealed my identity in the first place is because there is not much point in keeping it hidden. In other words, there is no advantage in keeping such information hidden. You're very much alike, after all. Iris pointed this out and then giggled. Her expression was the same as usual, and the casual glances she gave me were as warm as they were yesterday. Even though Iris-sama knows that Kusama might be a calamity, you are unaffected, aren't you? Because, well, you know, Ku is still Ku, right? So regarding whether he's a calamity or not, it doesn't matter to me. When Iris said this, she slightly rested her left shoulder against me. It was just a small movement, but it was enough to let me know how she felt. I leaned toward Iris a little bit and silently replied. While I was immersed in a warm feeling for a while, Zurara, who was sitting on the sofa across from me, came over to my lap. I'm on Master San's side too. Foo-fa-foo. Slur slur. Zurara rubbed his cheek against my right arm, and then he said, "Oh, I've got an idea." What on earth did he come up with? I think the reason I was able to get out of the underground city was because of Master's awakening. I can't say for sure about that. Originally, the Helper Slimes were restricted from leaving the underground city. By rewriting the system of the underground city, Zurara came to be treated as an exception, but now that I look back on it, it was too convenient of a development. Perhaps I had subconsciously triggered awakening, and prompted a change in the underground city's system. As I thought about this, I suddenly realized that Lily, sitting directly across from me, had been silent for a long time. I wondered if she was shocked to learn that I might be a calamity. "Lily, are you okay?" "Sorry, I was just thinking a little." After saying that, Lily turned her gaze toward me. I knew from their foresight before that Kusan was not from this world. "But you mean you had never thought about the possibility of me being a reincarnation of the calamity?" "Yes. Let me tell you a little bit about it." "Of course, this relates to you too, Kusan." "Yes, of course." "Please tell me." "Thank you." Lily sat down and bowed her head, and opened her mouth again. "I'm a priest of the God of War religion, as you may know." The God of War religion, as the name implies, believes in the God of War, Warden. It is said that in the distant past, the God of War, Warden, fought to protect this world from calamity. "You mean that the God of War and the calamity are adversaries?" "That's right." "So if Kusan is a calamity, then that makes you an enemy of the God of War Warden, and by extension, of the God of War religion." "Wait a minute." Iris spoke up to interrupt. "If Ku is an enemy of the God of War, then how can he handle the sacred weapon? Isn't that strange?" "It is indeed true. The sacred weapon is a weapon that contains the power of the God of War Warden, and there are 3 weapons, the magic sword Gram, the Yggdrasil bow, and the unmarked holy spear. The holy spear has been reborn as a different spear through creation, but I have overcome many fierce battles with Gram, and Yggdrasil's bow has also helped me in the battles against the gluttonous dragon and in the extinguishing of the volcano." Speaking of which, Letitia muttered, "I heard Lily-sama say that Kusama might be the successor of the God of War." "Yes, I did say that." Lily nodded her head and continued the conversation. "If we assume, as Letitia-san thinks, that the greedy dragon rejected its role as a calamity and reincarnated as a human, then it is not surprising that Kusan can handle sacred weapons and is chosen to be the successor to the God of War. However, perhaps, for some reason, Lily keeps her mouth shut in mid-sentence and just shuts down. "Is there something you have a hard time saying?" "Kusan, you have obtained their spatial domination of the gluttonous dragon and made it your own, right? Isn't it possible that, similarly, you just made the power of the greedy dragon your own?" "I can't deny that. And in that case, I am not Letitia's brother." "I see." The reason Lily seemed reluctant to say what she thought was probably because she was concerned about Letitia. Indeed, Lily-sama has some valid points. Letitia did not seem to be offended and nodded with a calm expression on her face. "Kusama's good-natured and benevolent nature is just like my brother's, but it could also be a coincidence." Letitia's hypothesis, namely, that the greedy dragon was reborn as a human in Japan and then summoned to this world as a transmigrator, seems a bit forced, but, nevertheless, it is not clear to put aside the fact that my personality and that of the greedy dragon are very similar as a coincidence. Well, let's not jump to conclusions. As we continue our journey, we may obtain new information. For now, Let's just say that it is enough that we were able to share information with each other. As we were about to finish our conversation, Lily opened her mouth. Even if Letitia's opinion is correct and Kusan is a reincarnation of a calamity, it is certain that he has saved a lot of people so far. If the God of War or the God of War religion is at odds with Kusan in the future, I will do my best to persuade them. So, that. Please don't worry about it. Thank you, Lily. I think she was following up in her own way since the topic of God of War and Calamity our adversaries came up earlier. I patted Lily's head with a warm feeling. When the conversation came to an end, we left the inn. We are currently traveling to the royal capital, but due to the recent pirate trouble, the ships leaving from Fort Port have been stopped. If we want to go to the capital, we need to cross the sea by ourselves. I have the Exceed cruiser on hand, but it is unsuitable for long-distance voyages. Then, what should I do? What will be useful here is the ancient super battleship Orichalcum Rocks, which I took from the pirates the other day. The ship was broken here and there because of my and Letitia's rampage, but that's not a problem. I'm going to use creation now to rebuild it into a more powerful ship. So we headed down the hill to the harbor. In the western corner, there is a battleship docked there that resembles a huge fortress. This is the Orichalcum Rocks. 5 young adventurers stand nearby with serious expressions on their faces. They were there because it would be a disaster if the ancient weapon fell into the wrong hands, and Jess, the branch manager of the Adventurers Guild Fort Port branch, had arranged for them to stand guard. I'm grateful for that. As we approached Orichalcum Rocks, one of the adventurers called out to me. Excuse me, this area is off limits to unauthorized persons. Dragon Slayer-san? Yes, that's right. Just to make sure, I'm a related person, aren't I? Oh, of course. Please come on through. And may I shake your hand? I'm actually a fan. I see. I replied bluntly and held out my right hand. Iris said mischievously as we finished shaking hands and came very close to the Orichalcum Rocks. You were embarrassed just now. Well, yeah. Is it bad? I think it's cute. Iris put her hand over her mouth and giggled. Don't tease me too much. Foo. I'm sorry. Are you still embarrassed? No comment. I felt awkward and looked away from Iris. I just noticed that Letitia, Lily, and Zurara, 2 people and 1 creature, were looking at us from a short distance away. Their gazes were unusually warm. Why are you all so far away? Don't worry about it. I am just looking at you 2 in your own world as if I were the wall or the floor. You are the same too, aren't you, Lily-san? Yes. Don't worry about us. I am the wall, Zurara said, and his round body became a slightly longer length. It was more of a pillar than a wall. Well, that's okay. Let's get on with the creation of the ship for now. I reached out with my right hand and touched the Orichalcum Rocks. Then a recipe popped into my mind. There were 2 kinds of materials, Orichalcum Rocks and a large amount of Orichalcum ore that we obtained on Maharaz Island. By combining these, it seemed that a flying ship could be created. I concentrated my consciousness and activated creation. A golden flash of light spread around the Orichalcum Rocks. Then a new flying boat appeared, with large bird-like wings on either side. Airship Blazner, a large airship created by Kakazuka with his creation. It is not only a comfortable ride as a luxury cruise ship but also has combat capabilities for self-defense and can safely deliver passengers to their destinations no matter what kind of trouble they may encounter. Granted effects: Flying S plus Permanent Engine S plus Space Distortion X Super Slime Summoning X. The form of the airship was curvaceous and gracefully beautiful. Iris and the others watched in silence for a while as well as me, as they admired the sight. Oops. Don't dawdle. Let's check the performance. The Blazner has been given Flying S plus, which allows the hull to float in the air. Currently, it is hovering at about 10 meters above sea level, but it is said that if it wanted to, it could rise to an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters. It is about half the size of the Orichalcum Rocks from which it was made and about 100 meters long. However, due to the effect of spatial distortion X, its interior space is more than 5 times larger than it appears. Another noteworthy effect is Shelper Slime Summoning X. By twisting space, the Blazner can be connected to the underground city of Un, and Helper Slime can be summoned as the ship's crew. Traveling in the sky surrounded by Helper Slimes, it will surely be a time of complete comfort. I'm looking forward to it. When I looked around, everyone else was looking up at Blazner with stunned expressions. It's floating, Iris muttered, rolling her eyes. Maybe this thing flies. Yeah, it seems so. As usual, everything makes is out of the ordinary. I don't know of any other ship that flies. I love the bird-like wings. It stimulates my artistic side. Letitia sighed, took out a pen and sketchbook from her storage, and began sketching the Blazner. At her feet, Zurara was frolicking around, singing, "Torai-san no fume parta parta dot Kusan." I noticed that Lily had come close by. "What is the name of this ship?" "According to the appraisal, it is called Airship Blazner." I figured. "What's wrong?" When I asked her that, Lily looked up at me with a serious expression. "According to the God of War legends, the God of War Warden owned a floating ship in the sky named Blazner, but it was lost in a battle against a calamity." "Does this mean that I have recreated the ship that Warden had owned through creation?" "Maybe." "Then, I heard that Blazner had the power to fold space. Have you any idea what that might be?" "I might have an idea. The granted effect of Blazner Space Distortion X. This is exactly what it is called, the power to fold space." When I explained this to Lily, she further explained. "I heard that the God of War, Warden, was deeply wounded in a battle against a calamity long ago. He is now in a long slumber, waiting for his successor to emerge. Kusan has not only the sacred weapons but also Gtlehorn, which is used to invoke the souls of brave warriors, and Blazner, the ship that floats in the sky. One day, perhaps, we will come face to face with the God of War, Warden. I am curious about the God of War, but we will meet him when the time is right. There's no end to it if you start worrying about the future." I decided to take everyone with me to look around the interior of Blazner. The port of Fort Port was once thoroughly destroyed by pirates. After that, I restored it by creation, and I used deviltry and root as a material, which gave it a useful effect called Ramp Formation X. "Then, let's get inside the Blazner." In response to my comment, deviltry and roots grew out from under our feet and formed a staircase leading to the deck of the Blazner. Seeing this, Iris said, "It's so convenient that they build the stairs to fit the ship, isn't it?" Local fishermen say that they can even help you carry your cargo. According to the local fishermen, the roots of the deviltry ant were shaped like the arms of a crane and helped them carry heavy loads. Deviltry ant, which used to be a threat to people's lives, is now being useful to someone through creation. It's kind of interesting when you think about it. Incidentally, the fisherman who told me this story said, "Here's a thank you for making my job easier. Keep it," and left me a bottle of Fort Port's specialty Dune wine. I heard that his wife's family is a grape farmer. I hope to find time to taste it one of these days. We walked up the stairs to the deck of the Blazner and stepped into the ship. The corridors are wide, with fluffy carpets everywhere. The rooms were all suites, and the ship's facilities included a restaurant, a bar, and even a casino. "It's really gorgeous," Iris muttered to herself. "Ever since I met Ku, he's been giving me all kinds of luxuries. I don't think I can ever go back to my old life." "You don't have to go back to your old life, do you?" "Maybe." Iris nodded with a smile on her face at my words. "I don't really care." But a little further away, Letitia glanced at me and said, "It's wonderful that you get along so well with each other." Kabadan, etc., she muttered. "What's a Kabadan?" As I was tilting my head, Lily called out to me, Kusan. "May I ask you one question?" "Of course." "What's the matter?" "If we are going to move such a big ship, I think we will need a good number of crew members. Are you going to recruit someone from Fort Port?" "No, not in the slightest." Because the Blazner has been granted some useful effects. While answering Lily's question, I headed for the command center in the middle of the ship. It was a place about the size of a school classroom, and like the Orichalcon rocks, it was lined with shiny monitors and devices with intricately shaped levers and buttons attached to the walls. Linkage to the main system of Blazner was established. Soon after, a voice echoed in my mind. It was from Full Assist, but its tone was indifferent, as it was still currently in safe mode. It had the feel of a system message, and as for me, I couldn't help but feel a touch of loneliness. Blazner Spatial Distortion X is operating normally. Do you want to use Helper Slime Summoning X? This is the way to solve the crew's problem. Helper Slime Summoning X. Normally, the Helper Slime cannot go outside the underground city. However, by using this effect, it is possible to summon them as an exception. The principle seems to be a slight application of Spatial Distortion X, connecting the underground city and the interior of Blazner and treating it as if the inside of the ship is also a part of the underground city. That's quite a strong skill. Well, let's actually try it anyway. The next moment, smoke popped everywhere in the command center. Then, out of the smoke, round, squishy creatures jumped out. https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2022/00021.jpg. We're here. We jumped out because we were called. No need to explain anymore. They are the helper slimes, magical creatures created by an ancient civilization. Wow. It's been a while, everyone. Zurara shouted with joy and headed for the other helper slimes. I'm so glad to see you. We are too. Yay, yay, yay. Thanks to Master San. Zurara and the other helper slimes are happy to see each other again, their bodies pressed against each other. It's quite a peaceful scene. The helper slimes were summoned not only to the command center in Blazner. They appeared in all sorts of places in the ship and began working as ship's staff. I'll clean the cabins. Squeeze, squeeze. I'm going to cook in the kitchen. I'm going to start working as a dealer in the casino. Master San, come and play with us. Before I knew it, the interior of the Blazner ship was bustling with activity. Everywhere you looked, there were slimes happily working, flying, and jumping about. I didn't know there were so many helper slimes, Lily muttered with a twinkle in her eye. Well, that's a natural reaction. The only helper slime that Lily has seen so far is Zurara, and she seems to like Zurara very much and frequently holds him on her lap. Lily must be in a dreamlike environment since Blazner is currently full of helper slimes in every direction. As I was thinking about this, several helper slimes gathered at Lily's place. Lilia-nichan, nice to meet you. Zurara is always in your care. Be good to us, too. Yes, Lily replied happily, and the helper slimes jumped on her with great joy. As Lily was being jostled by the many helper slimes, she had a blissful expression on her face. Lilia-nichan, I want you to let me join you. Oh, it's Zurara. Rolling on the floor, Zurara gives a little nudge and then leaps into Lily's arms. Foo-foo. This is my place. It certainly feels like Zurara's place, doesn't it? As I was satisfied with this, a slime jumped up and down at my feet. Master San, it's been a while. I want you to pat me. Is this okay? Pat, pat. Yay. Thank you. Me too, Master San. Another helper slime shouted. Oh, I love it. I want you to stroke me, too. I would rather be the one to stroke you, Master San. Master San is a hard worker, you know. Oh, wow. I found myself surrounded by many helper slimes. You're so popular, aren't you? Iris, who was nearby, giggled. Iris-nichan, you're being careless. All right, circle, circle. It's squishy. Thus, for a while, Iris, Lily, and I were to be pampered by the helper slimes. After a while, when the fascinating fun time was over, I suddenly realized. Where did Letitia go? I asked the slimes around me, and they told me that Letitia was apparently at a cafe on the ship. The cafe is located at the top of the ship and has a good view. Okay, let's go there and check it out. So I headed for the cafe with Iris, Lily, and Zurara. There, a helper slime with a fake mustache was wiping glasses. I guess he was pretending to be the master of the cafe. Helper slimes are always eager to take the role of the master of the shop, aren't they? The store's interior is made of glass and offers a panoramic view of the ocean, which glistens in the sun. Letitia is. There she is. She was gracefully sipping a cup of coffee and talking to a lone helper slime. When Letitia noticed our presence, she gave a small wave of her right hand. What's wrong, Kusama? I noticed you were gone. So we came looking for you. I'm sorry, I was just exploring the ship. Just now I was talking to this child, Letitia said and turned her attention to the helper slime sitting on the sofa across from her. That helper slime is wearing round glasses. It looks familiar. Could it be the glasses slime? That's right. I'm glad you remember me, Master San. The glasses slime was originally in charge of the sealed deep realm of the underground city of On. He taught me about the existence of the Black Dragon and even guided me to the ancient vaults. Thanks to him, I was able to obtain Grammon the Dragon God's shield, and as a result, I was able to save On from a crisis. In that sense, he was a behind-the-scenes force, or rather, a behind-the-scenes contributor. Letitia, what were you talking about with the glasses slime? I was talking about your achievements in On, Kusama. I had heard rumors that you had defeated the Black Dragon, but it sounds like it was quite a hard battle. Well, yes. I also heard that the city's entire population was evacuated to the underground. You were trying to save all those innocent lives, weren't you? Truly, you are always Kusama, no matter where you go, aren't you? He certainly has that quality about him, doesn't he? Iris nodded next to me with her arms folded. You could be called a perfectionist. It's admirable that you've done it so well. I'm just trying to protect what I could within my power. The fact that you are protecting the whole city is a great achievement. You obviously have big hands, Master-san. Following Lily, Zurara said with a look of innocence. Big hands, huh? I suddenly looked at my own hands. When I was in Japan, my hands could do nothing more than tap on a computer keyboard. Now, however, I can do many things with my hands. I can hold a sword and defeat monsters and calamities. I can restore a port with creation. I can calm a volcano on the verge of erupting and turn it into a mine. I have acquired a great deal of power. I must be careful not to misuse it. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Chapter 2. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 2. I reunited with an old partner. Lunch was to be served in the ship's restaurant. The menu was quite lavish, thick corn cream soup with croutons floating in it, hot vegetables grilled with melted cheese, fluffy baguettes, and a pile of roast beef. Huh? Iris and I both said at the same time and looked at each other. We've had this before, haven't we? I thought the same thing. I wonder when it was. Wait a minute. I remember now. And I went back to my memory. I don't remember much about eating alone, but I do remember what I ate with Iris. I remembered. It was when I was repairing the Dragon God's shield. Ah, Iris also seemed to remember and clapped her hands. It's nostalgic, isn't it? Was it after I revealed that I was there, Dragon God's Shrine Maiden? I guess so. You're right. A helper slime peeked out from the kitchen and said that I was the one cooking at that time. I've decided to serve you the same menu as before. Oh, what? I was a little surprised at this unexpected turn of events. Iris rolled her eyes, probably feeling the same way. The two of you have many stories that we don't know about, don't you? Letitia smiled with Fufu and said, I envy you a little. Don't you think so, too? Lily-sama? That's right. Lily nodded her head. I joined Kusan on his journey from Tataseria. I know it was the guidance of the god of war, but what would have happened if I had joined him at An? That would have been a lively affair. If everyone here had been together in An from the beginning and partied together, it would have been quite fun, although it's not likely that would have happened. After finishing the meal, I heard from the helper slimes that Blazner was ready to sail soon. However, we had to make preparations as well. We decided to leave for the capital the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. See you later, Master-san. I'll be waiting for you inside the ship. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you. As we walked back down the Devil Treant stairway to the harbor, we were greeted by a crowd of people. Hey, what in the world is going on? I asked an adventurer who was nearby. Apparently, people had heard that a floating ship had suddenly appeared in the harbor and had come to catch a glimpse of it. I feel like I'm being watched. Hey, look. That's the Dragon Slayer, isn't it? Does that mean he built this ship after all? I'm sure he did. I've never seen such a magnificent ship. The people whispered such things to each other and glanced at Blazner and me. I was a little embarrassed. But just as I was about to leave, a woman came through the crowd. It was Milia. She had a slightly childish face and the same smiling face as usual. Hello, Kusan. It looks like you have made something amazing. Oh, yes. I'm going to take this ship to the royal capital. Do you want to take a ride too, Milia? Is that okay? Of course. The reason Iris and I started traveling in the first place was to attend the award ceremony in the royal capital for the subjugation of the Black Dragon. The award ceremony was sponsored by the Adventurers Guild, and Milia was scheduled to attend. It's not like we don't know each other, and it would be fine if we rode together. Thank you, Kusan. When is your departure? I'm planning to leave the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. But I can make arrangements, so please don't hesitate to tell me. Oh, that's fine. I will make preparations. By the way, could you come to the Adventurers Guild for a moment? Is there a problem? Yes. It's a very big deal. Kusan's devoted fans have been chasing you all the way to Fort Port. Milia winked her right eye with a flash and said so with a big smile on her face. We headed for the Fort Port branch of the Adventurers Guild, accompanied by Milia, After a few minutes or sitting on the sofa in the common room on the second floor, there was a knock at the door. It was a thin, slender man with glasses who appeared. In his right hand, he was carrying a worn-out leather bag. Kusan. It's been a while. Oh, how nice to see you. I'm so glad. https://nikestranslation-hum.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/00022.jpg. His name is Relic D. Hubert. He is the third son of a duke and an archaeologist at the Royal Academy. He ran up to me and continued to talk like a puppy. I finally caught up with you. I really wanted to meet up with you in Syria, but I had to go south on urgent business. We asked him about the details, and it seems that Relic had arrived in Syria at a later time than we did. It seems that he arrived in Fort Port after stopping in a town called Lyon in the south. Iris-san, it's been a while since I've seen you. Relic looked at Zurara and shouted loudly, "Help us, Lime." Isn't that help us, Lime? I thought it was supposed to be impossible to leave the ruins. But it's out. It's out. Kusan. What did you do this time? Why are you asking me all of a sudden? Because you're the one who's out of the ordinary, Kusan. Relic said with confidence. Well, that's for sure. Iris chuckled and said, you just created a flying ship, so you can't argue with it, can you? A flying ship. Kusan, you created such a thing? That's amazing, amazing. I want to go see it. Alright, calm down. After quieting Relic, who was about to run outside in excitement, it was time for self-introductions. Iris, and Relic knew each other, but the others did not. Lily, Letitia, and of course, Zurara were meeting Relic for the first time. I've heard about Relic Unison from the other helper slimes, Zurara said, jumping up and down on the sofa. I'm Zurara. I'm a helper slime, but I'm also a companion slime. Thanks to Master San, I can now go out of the underground city. I see. Relic nodded in agreement and glanced at me. I knew Kusan had something to do with it. Well, yeah. Can other helper slimes be active outside the underground city like Zurara-san? No, as a rule, they are still not allowed to go outside the underground city. After I prefaced this, I told him that helper slime could be summoned from the underground city, although it is limited to inside the flying ship Blazner's ship, which is docked at the port of Fort Port. So the helper slime is working inside the ship? Yes. We are supposed to be getting ready to leave the day after tomorrow. Do you want to join us too, Relic? By all means. Relic answered with a snort. I like the place where the helper slime works, you know. I feel close to them. The way they work so hard, hopping around so fast. I see. If you ask me, Relic is a bit like helper slime. He is a hard worker with a high level of tension. Oops. Come to think of it, we were in the middle of self-introduction time. Lily is sitting right next to Zurara. When I signaled to her with a glance, she nodded and got up from the sofa. My name is Lily Lunaria. I am a priestess of the God of War religion. After Kusan saved me from a dangerous situation into, I decided to travel with him for various reasons. Fume. Relic suddenly took on a serious expression, crossed his arms, and groaned. Lily-san, do you by any chance have a skill called God of War's Shrine Maiden? Lily looked at me. She is probably wondering if she should talk about the fact that she is a God of War's Shrine Maiden. I nodded and spoke for Lily. Yeah, that's right. Lily is a God of War's Shrine Maiden. How did you know that? In the first place, how did Relic know about the existence of the God of War's Shrine Maiden skill? It was quite puzzling. As I was tilting my head, Relic said, the God of War religion has a long history, you know. It is one of the subjects of archaeological research, and I have studied it to a certain extent. Also, His Majesty the King of our country is very knowledgeable about the God of War religion, even though he is not a believer. Come to think of it, Relic is close to the king of this country, isn't he? I remember hearing that they exchange personal letters. I know a fair amount about their God of War's Shrine Maiden. Because of that, I think it is something to do with the 3 sacred weapons brought to Earth by the God of War, Warden, doesn't it? Yes. Lily nodded. You know a lot about it, don't you? I didn't look it up myself, but His Majesty the King told me about it a long time ago. Relic replied with a smile. Going back to the topic, one of the sacred weapons, the Dragon Slayer Sword Gram, is in possession of Kusan, isn't it? If that's the case, then there's a good chance that Lily-san, The priestess of the God of War religion who is traveling with you, is a God of War's shrine maiden, isn't she? That's right. After clapping his hands, Relic turned to me and said, "The other day, His Majesty the King told me in a letter that, according to royal family law, a spear that contains the power of the God of War Warden, or in other words, one of the sacred weapons, is lying near Fort Port. Why don't you look for it for a moment? If it's a spear, I've already got it." Iris, show the spear to Relic. Okay. Iris nodded and got up from the sofa. Iris walked to a place a little distance away and reached for the pouch on her waist. This pouch is one of her magic tools, a pseudo-item box. From there, she pulled out a large spear with a bluish-white tip. That one? Relic muttered as he stared at the spearhead. Isn't this spear engraved with the emblem of the dragon god? The sacred weapon is supposed to be a weapon that contains the power of the God of War, isn't it? How did you notice that? After I answered, I explained the spear to Relic. One of the sacred weapons, the unmarked holy spear, was lying in a shattered state in the underground ruins of Maharaz Island. It was difficult to carry it out as it was. But I created a new spear with creation, using the shattered spear and Iris's dragon god's shield as materials. That is this spear, the Holy Dragon Spear Fimbule. Then, maybe. Relic's voice was trembling with surprise. Iris Sand's spear is not only the God of War, but it also possesses the power of the dragon god. Well, that's what it is. Please don't just brush it off so casually. It's an outrageous thing, you know. Also, there are not only swords and spears here but also the sacred weapon known as the bow. I said that and took out the Yggdrasil bow from my item box. Relic's reaction, however, was that he was no longer completely speechless. He must have been so surprised that his thoughts and emotions froze. A few minutes later, Relic finally came to his senses. Something so unexpected happened that I was a bit in a daze. I'm sorry. It's fine. Are you all right now? Yeah, I've calmed down. Well, it's my turn now, isn't it? Letitia said and slowly got up from the sofa. I'm Letitia Demetia, a ranked adventurer, just like Iris-sama. Letitia Demetia, Relic muttered in a whisper and asked Letitia, could it be that you are the second Princess Letitia of the Kingdom of Northia? Ara, you know me very well. I'm a member of the Duke's family myself. I have a pretty good grasp of the surrounding countries. Or rather, you are traveling with 2 shrine maidens and a princess, Kusan. You have a very impressive group of people. If you ask me, that is indeed true. Letitia was originally royalty, but when her own brother nearly poisoned her, she regained her powers and memory as a calamity and survived. Should we tell Relic about that as well? No. Not at this time. If we tell him that the person in front of him is actually the reincarnation of the calamity, he might faint from shock. Besides, you never know where or who might be listening. If I were to tell him, it would be best to do so after we get on the Blazner. After Letitia's self-introduction, Relic introduced himself once again, and the introduction time came to an end. By the way, Kusan, there's actually something I'd like you to look at. Relic opened his leather bag and pulled out a round object wrapped in several layers of cloth. He hands it to me as it is. When I opened the package, I found a purple crystal ball inside. The size of the crystal ball is about the same as the size of my palm. It's pretty small. What is this? As I mentioned earlier, after I left Seria, I stopped at a town called Leon. According to Relic's explanation, there are ruins of an ancient civilization near Leon, and this crystal ball was newly excavated there. I think it is probably a kind of magic tool. Kusan, do you know anything about it? Why are you asking me? When it comes to ancient civilizations, you're the one to talk about it. I kind of heard the same line earlier. Was it something about me being out of the ordinary? That's an overestimation, I think, I replied, looking at the crystal ball carefully. The crystal ball reminds me of the events that took place in the underground city of Arn. The Black Dragon was shown in the Deep Realm, and it seems that a similar crystal ball was placed in that place as well. Thinking about this, I activate appraisal. Relic, I figured it out. As expected of you, Kusan. You did it. You did it. Relic leaned toward me. As an archaeologist, it can't be helped that he can't contain his excitement, but his face is a little too close to mine. So, what kind of magic tool is it? The name is a recording crystal, a device that can record audio and visual images. But it seems to be malfunctioning. probably due to poor storage conditions. So you mean it's just a crystal ball now? Relic's shoulders slumped. The expression on his face is like that of an abandoned puppy. Master-san, I want you to wait a minute. Zurara shouted cheerfully. I might be able to fix the recording crystal. Really? Relic shouted in surprise. Cuckoo-san, for the sake of archaeology's future, please, please, please. Of course. There was no reason to refuse. I might be able to get some information about the calamity, just like the crystal ball in the deep realm. So I decided to ask Zurara to repair the recording crystal. Yay, Master-san gave me a job. Zurara was so happy that in addition to jumping up and down, he was humming some sort of a song. So, how are you going to fix it? Let's see. Flap, 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 twist, twist, twist. Like that? Zurara explained to me with gestures. I don't understand at all. Flap, 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 twist, twist. The action is similar to pounding rice cakes. I wonder if the crystal ball is shattered and then reconstituted. The mystery only deepens. I'll have the other slimes help me, so I'll go back to Blazner. I don't mind that, but I'm not sure I want to let Zurara walk the streets alone. I thought about it for a while and then decided to have Letitia, Lily, and Relic head to Blazner together. With this group of people, I should be the one to lead the way. I will take care of them. Letitia-san, please take care of us. Oh, not only will I get the crystal ball fixed, but I get to go on the flying ship. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Kusan, thank you so much. I will never forget this favor. No problem. Then, take care of it. So here we split up. Letitia and the others were leaving the common room in droves, leaving Iris and me behind. What about us? We're going to prepare for our departure the day after tomorrow. First, we're going to go greet branch manager Jess. Jess was just about to be free, and we were able to meet with him right away. I've already heard from Milia-san about what you have to say. Holding the bridge of his silver-rimmed glasses with his right hand, Jess said, I understand you are leaving Fort Port the day after tomorrow. Yes, we've got transportation now. When I answered, he turned his eyes behind me. The walls are made of glass, and you can see the whole view of the sea of Fort Port. Naturally, he could also see the Blazner floating near the harbor. I thought flying ships only existed in fairy tales. You are truly out of the ordinary in every way, including turning a volcano into a mine. Then, as he approached me, branch manager Jess said, Kusan, you not only defeated the pirates but also extinguished the volcano and saved Fort Port from danger twice. I am truly grateful. If you have any problems, please feel free to contact me anytime. I will do my best to help you. After finishing our greeting to branch manager Jess, Iris and I left the branch manager's office. We went down the stairs to the guild lobby, and Milia, who was near the counter, called out to us. Kusan, Kusan. Does everyone have any plans this evening? Nothing in particular. Right? I called out to Iris, who was standing next to me as if to confirm. The only thing I can think of is that Zurara-chan is repairing the recording crystal. Basically, we should be free. I'm glad to hear that. Milia smiles and holds out a cute envelope with an illustration of a cat on it. What's this? It's an invitation. I told the people at the Fort Port branch that Kusan would be leaving the day after tomorrow, and they wanted to thank you for saving the city. I accept the envelope and check the letter inside. Apparently, the Fort Port branch staff is holding a farewell party for me. I appreciate that. I responded, feeling a warmth rise in my chest. I understand the story. I'll be there. What about Iris? Well, I can go too, right? Of course, you can. You are more than welcome. Milia answered in a cheerful voice. We've reserved the restaurant for a private party, so you're all welcome to come. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, I headed to Blazner with Iris. Hiya, Kusan. What kind of technology is this ship using to float? It's full of helper slime. It's paradise. It's wonderful. Relic was running around the ship with his eyes sparkling like a little boy. Several helper slimes were chasing after him. We are attendant slimes. We'll follow you. Relicanism will be your cushion when you're about to fall. We'll guard you when you're about to hit a wall. That's very generous of them. Relic indeed faces a lot of dangers, so he needs the slime that comes along with him. Various facilities such as casinos and bars exist on board the Blazner, but to my surprise, there is even a laboratory set up. It seems that the recording crystal was brought there. When I went to the laboratory and asked Zurara about the progress of the repair, he replied that it would be done in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Then, The repairs will be finished by the time we leave Fort Port, right? Yes. We're working hard to fix it. Behind Zurara, the glasses slime was lifting up the recording crystal with both hands and muttering a prayer. Fix it, fix it. This seems to be a preparation for the flap flap, twist ceremony. Ancient civilizations are really full of wonders. After that, I asked a nearby helper slime to call Letitia, Lily, and Relic to the lab. This was to tell them about tonight's farewell party. So, me and Iris are going to participate. How about you guys? Yay, a party! Zurara shouted brightly and jumped up and down on the spot. I want to go. Since we were invited, I'll be happy to join it. I'm going, too. Letitia and Lily will be attending. And next is Relic. He seems somewhat lost, but I wonder what is wrong. The reason for this is that when I asked him, he replied, I'm not involved in the extermination of pirates or the extinguishing of volcanoes, and I feel out of place. But Zurara told him, I'll miss my friend. You should come with us, Relicanism. With tears in his eyes, he easily fell into the trap. So we all decided to head to the farewell party together. In the evening, we left Blazner and headed for a restaurant along the harbor. The restaurant's name was Sea of Hope Restaurant, and this was the venue for the farewell party. The restaurant was listed in a May guidebook as a top choice, and fresh seafood was said to be its specialty. Not only the staff of the Adventurers Guild but also many adventurers had gathered at the venue. Dragon Slayer, we are so grateful to you. Thank you for protecting our city. I will never forget this favor. Someday, I will surely be of help to you. The farewell party was a great success. Noisy but lively and enjoyable. I was really lucky to be sent off like this. We spent the next day relaxing at the inn, and in the early afternoon of the second day after that, we left the inn where we were staying. When we went to the port, it was crowded with people seeing us off. Have a good trip, Dragon Slayer-san. Take care. Please look at me. What is that? They treated me as if I were an idol. When I was puzzled, Milia said, we have a fan club in Fort Port, and showed me her membership card. Milia, you're a member too? That's for sure. You are the talk of the town, you know. I've been appointed an honorary member for helping Kusan debut as an adventurer. By the way, is that an achievement? I don't understand this world. I'd like to be a member too, Milia and Ain. Hooray, hooray, Master-san. Then I'd like to join, too, by all means. Zurara and Relic were talking like that, and Letitia started to make fun of me, suggesting that they should all join together. Lily seriously considered it. Now, the next stop was the royal capital. It seems to be quite prosperous, so I'm looking forward to going there. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Chapter 3. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 3. I talked about Japan. A normal ship would take 5 days to reach the royal capital from Fort Port, but with Blazner's speed, it was expected to arrive by noon tomorrow. That's very fast. But when I went out on the deck, I found that the wind was not that strong. When I looked closely, I saw that the ship was surrounded by what looked like a faint blue barrier. This was probably to block the effect of the wind. Looking at the view from the rear of the deck, Fort Port was already getting smaller. Oh! I involuntarily raised my voice. What's wrong? Iris, who was standing next to me, looking at the view, called out to me. Did you forget something? Speaking of forgetting something, I guess I did. There was a large casino in Fort Port that offered not only basic games such as cards and roulette but also athletic games with prizes, a huge maze that took up an entire floor, a mystery-solving event where you try to escape from the basement, and many other things. If I were to use an analogy, it would be the otherworldly version of a comprehensive amusement facility. My original plan was to go there for fun, but I was caught up in a pirate ruckus as soon as I arrived in the city. And when I went to investigate Maharez Island, we came across a volcano that was on the verge of erupting. I should have gone out to play at least once. Well, why don't we stop by on the way back from the royal capital? That would be fine too. This trip was not a one-way ticket to go away and never return. After the awards ceremony, I planned to head back to Arn, and on the way there, we could stop at the casino in Fort Port. I want to go back to the hot springs in Syria as well. And I'd love a meat sandwich. That sounds good. The meat sandwich is one of To's specialties. It is a sandwich consisting of a beef hamburger steak sandwich between 2 pieces of beef steaks. It is not a sandwich in the strict sense of the word because it does not use bread, but I like it because it was an exquisite menu item that flooded me with the flavor of the meat. Then, on the way back from the royal capital, shall we retrace our route in reverse? I'm all for it. It had been a bit of a hectic trip, so I'd like to take it easy on the way back. I agree. Well, first, we have to arrive safely in the royal capital. Iris and I were alone, watching the scenery flow by for a while. Eventually, back on board, we ran into Milia. Kusan, Iris-san. Excuse me for interrupting your date. We weren't really on a date. Well, since it was Milia, I guess she was trying to make a light joke. I smiled and asked her, letting her go through with it. What's the matter? Do you need something? Zurara-san said he wanted you to come to the lab to discuss something. Can you come now? Of course. Iris is okay with that, right? Yes. The repair of the recording crystal should have been finished this morning, right? Maybe we will talk about the contents of the recording crystal. So I took Iris and Milia to the ship's laboratory. There, not only Zurara, but also Letitia, Relic, and Lily are all there. Sorry, did I keep you waiting? It's alright. I just came in a few minutes ago. Oh, I'm so curious about the contents of the recording crystal. I'm looking forward to it. Relic couldn't seem to hide his excitement and was sniffling wildly. Lily, on the other hand, was scurrying around the lab for some reason. Are you looking for something? Where did Glasses Slime-san go? Come to think of it, I don't see him. The Glasses Slime was working on repairing the recording crystal with Zurara. Certainly, he should have been here, but where did he go? If it's Glasses Slime, he's sleeping in his room. It was Zurara who answered my question. I think he's a little tired from all the detailed work we had to do on the repairs. Zurara asked, should I go wake him up? But I shook my head. No, let him sleep. Is he all right? Yeah, but I'm going to bed early today. Then, let's get started. Saying this, Zurara held up the recording crystal above his head. Light was emitted from the crystal ball, and images floated in the air. The images were all still pictures, with text written in white letters on a black background. Of course, it was all in an ancient language. Important passages were highlighted in red, bold, or underlined. Let me see. I have seen something similar in Japan. Isn't this some kind of presentation material? Ancient civilizations have many similarities with modern Japan, but I never imagined that they shared the same concept of presentation. Frankly, I am surprised. Putting aside my personal impressions, let's move on to the contents of the presentation material. It seems that the people of ancient civilizations made various preparations to fight against calamities. One of them was a plan to summon Transmigrator, and the document reported on the progress of this plan. There were 3 types of Transmigrator, or natural enemies of calamity: the hero, the demon king, and the sage. One of them would be summoned from another world and asked to save the world. That was the general framework of the Transmigrator summoning plan. What can I say? I thought that this was a common setting in fantasy anime and games. Perhaps if there were other modern Japanese here, they would have had the same impression as I did. But unfortunately, the plan seems to have failed. A very large-scale ritual was required to open the door to connect to another world and summon a Transmigrator. During the ceremony, an accidental outburst of magic power occurred, and more than 300 magicians who were present at the ceremony fell into a coma. In addition, the facility, the number 0 underground city, which was used to support the summoned Transmigrator, was destroyed by a monster attack, and even rebuilding it was impossible. The document ended with the following words: considering the current situation, we have no choice but to cancel the Transmigrator summoning plan. The situation is hopeless, but we must not give up. As I said earlier, all the documents are written in an ancient language. Only Zurara, who was created around the time of the ancient civilization, and I, whose Transmigrator title provided a translation function, could decipher them. For the time being, I translated the documents and explained them to everyone. After we finished talking, Relic muttered thoughtfully, Kusan, the number 0 underground city mentioned in the documents refers to the underground city of Un, doesn't it? Yes, that should be it. I nodded and looked at Zurara for confirmation. Master-san is right. The official name of the underground city where I lived is the number 0 underground city. According to the documents, it was destroyed and can no longer be rebuilt. That's a contradiction, isn't it? Relic says, the underground city of Un has not been destroyed at all and is still functioning perfectly. When the Black Dragon returned, It was a tremendous help to the residents as a place of refuge. Strange, isn't it? The situation we know about the underground city and the contents of the documents are completely different. What is the meaning of this? There are other questions as well. According to the documents, their transmigrator summoning plan has been cancelled. Then why am I here? When I said this, everyone's reaction was divided into two. Iris, Lily, Letitia, and Zurara, who knew that I was a transmigrator, seemed to be wondering the same thing, nodding their heads in agreement. On the other hand, Relic and Milia, who knew nothing about the situation, had puzzled looks on their faces. These two are trustworthy people, and it's okay to reveal things to them. I've got this skill called transmigrator that was mentioned in the documents. I'm from a completely different world where magic and monsters don't exist. Thou who art from a faraway land, empty thy vessel if thou wilt challenge the dragon. It was Milia who muttered those words. The faraway land written in the spirit ring. Does it mean another world? That is what it means. I'm sorry I didn't tell you until now. It's all right. Milia puts on a warm, enveloping smile. It doesn't matter to me. I understand that you are a good person, no matter where you were born. Please tell me the story of where you lived next time. It's not that interesting a place. I'm interested in it, even if it is. So are you too, right, Relic-san? Relic-san? Relic did not reply. His mouth tightened into a single line, and he turned his gaze toward me. Furthermore, he was trembling and shaking for some reason. Cuckoo-san. What is it? If this is a world without magic, then magic tools don't exist either, right? Then how on earth did you establish your civilization? Wow, I want to know. I want to know. Relic was not only an archaeologist but also an inventor of magic tools. If he was told that a civilization developed without magic tools, it would be natural for him to be curious. I wouldn't mind telling him about Japan, but that can wait until later. So, we decided to continue our examination of the documents. I have one thing on my mind. Iris raised her hand in a small gesture. According to the documents, either the hero, the Demon King, or the Sage, was supposed to be summoned, right? So which one of them does Ka fall under? It's a delicate question. I would say none of them apply to me, but also all of them apply to me. What do you mean? Iris tilted her head, and I began to explain. The first is that Letitia had taught me this before, based on her knowledge as a calamity. There are three natural enemies of calamities. The first is the hero who possesses their dexterity, the second is the sage who possesses their magic ingenuity, and the last is the Demon King who possesses their calamity summoning. I have the dexterity, and their calamity summoning, and my full assist also has the magic ingenuity. In other words, I alone possess the power of a hero, a Demon King, and a sage. In addition to that, I also have the power of creation, which is a big difference from the way their transmigrator was originally supposed to be summoned. It's truly an out-to-this-world existence. After listening to my story, Iris muttered to herself. After all, Master-san is an amazing person. In addition, Zurara shouted innocently. Wait a minute. I suddenly recall the first time I visited the underground city of Arn. There was a vast space there, and the person who became the master, that is, me, was supposed to build the city using their building instructions skill. But the announcement I heard in my mind at that time was as follows. If you fall under the category of hero, Demon King, or Sage, building instructions will be added to your skills. Only when you do not fall under any of these categories and possess creation, the function of creation will be extended as a special exception. In other words, the underground city system was designed with the possibility of the holder of creation becoming a master. But on the other hand, what about the helper slimes? They were extremely surprised that I have creation, even though they are supposed to work closely with the underground city system. How could there be such a discrepancy? I decided to ask Zurara. Surely, it doesn't seem right. Zurara raised his eyebrows thoughtfully and nodded his head, forming a shape in his mouth. We, the helper slimes, are supposed to support the master, so we should know more about creation, shouldn't we? Lily opened her mouth while muttering, this may be unrelated, but this document doesn't mention creation at all. That also bothers me a little. I'm just guessing. Letitia, who had been silent all this time, opened her mouth. The original plan to summon their transmigrator was to summon either the hero, the Demon King, or the Sage, without considering creation at all. It was probably at this time that Zurara-sama and the other helper slimes were created. So you are saying that this is why Zurara and the others don't know much about creation? Yes. The documents say that the plan was cancelled, but it makes sense to think that the plan was resumed afterward in consideration of creation. I see. If we adopt Letitia's hypothesis, it would explain the existence of the underground city, which was supposed to be destroyed by monsters, and the fact that its system would be compatible with the creation owner. However, I don't understand why Kusama was summoned now and not 4,000 years ago. It's strange, isn't it? Iris agrees. If Ku had been summoned 4,000 years ago, the ancient civilization would not have been destroyed. I doubt it. The reason I was able to defeat the Black Dragon and the Gluttonous Dragon was because Iris and Lily lent me a hand. What's more, it seems that at that time, 4,000 years ago, multiple calamities were appearing at the same time. For example, if a Black Dragon and a Gluttonous Dragon had appeared at the same time, I don't think I could have won. Conversely, it may have been a mechanism whereby their transmigrator was summoned at a time when it would be possible to defeat each one individually. It is possible. The ancient civilization had magical technology that we can't even imagine today, so it would not be impossible for them to establish a ritual separated by the mind-boggling time of 4,000 years. After that, we continued to examine the documents for a while, but we concluded that their transmigrator summoning plan must have been resumed at some point in time. I felt that the information on the ancient civilization, which had been only in fragments until then, was finally beginning to form a picture. According to Relic's story, several unread ancient documents were stored at the academy in the royal capital. If we decipher them, we may be able to find out a lot more. By the time we left the lab, it was already dusk. We were told that dinner was ready, so we all headed straight for the ship's restaurant. Welcome, Master-san. A slime wearing a chef's hat welcomed us. I was so excited to cook that I overdid it. Please eat whatever you like, as much as you like. Looking around the restaurant, we see a large table in the center of the room with a variety of dishes on it. Salads, soups, breads, pastas, pizzas, fish dishes, meat dishes, fruits, cakes, and so on. It looked like a buffet, where you take what you like and eat it on your plate. Whoa. It's like a dinner party in the castle. Relic was the first to speak up. We're the only guests, aren't we? We don't have to greet the other nobles or engage in an endless boring conversation, do we? Yay. Relic must have had a hard time. Well, I'm a member of the Duke's family too. When you're in the royal palace, I will indeed behave as I should. But because of that, I always miss out on the food I want to eat, which stresses me out. I understand exactly how you feel, Relic-sama. It was Letitia who nodded her head. When I was in my home country, I used to smile fondly and give a friendly nod as I watched the delicious-looking cakes being snatched away by the other nobles. It seems that royalty and nobility are in a rather troublesome position. Both of you, please don't hesitate to eat tonight. Of course. Thank you, Kusan. I thank you as well. Fufu. Now, shall we start with the food? After finishing the conversation, Relic began to secure meat dishes with a plate in his hand at a furious pace. He is probably trying to make amends for his past disappointments at the royal banquet. On the other hand, Letitia was looking around with empty dishes in hand. She seemed to have decided to enjoy the food with her eyes first. The way people move at a buffet varies rather a lot from person to person, doesn't it? Zurara, for example, plated up various dishes a little at a time. Maybe he intended to taste all the menu options. Iris and Lily were walking around together, both taking larger plates of food. When they return to the table, they may be planning to share more with each other. Kusan, Kusan. I turned around slowly when I heard a voice call out from behind me. The voice was Milia. What's the matter? Is there something you need? I thought I hadn't thanked you properly yet. Milia smiled brightly and bowed her head. Thank you so much for not only giving me a ride on your ship this time but also for treating me to such a wonderful meal. I don't mind. When I was in An, Miria took good care of me too. Was I of any help to you? Of course. I nodded and looked back at my memories. I remember the first time I went to the Adventurers Guild. Milia answered me at the counter, didn't she? Eh? Milia raised her voice as if puzzled. That's normal, isn't it? But the clerk at the other counter said, I have a chronic disease. and ran away. At the time, I was wearing armor with the head of an armored bear on my left shoulder, so it's not hard to understand why the clerk would want to run away. When I told this to Milia, she giggled. Come to think of it, Kusan was pretty wild that time. Wasn't Milia scared? Milia put the index finger of her right hand to her mouth and thought for a moment before answering. I didn't have that impression. I could tell from your face that you are not a bad person. That is very kind of you to say. I knew that you were not an ordinary person, but I was surprised to know that you were from another world. By the way, you said you would tell me about your hometown later, didn't you? I'm really looking forward to it. Please don't forget. I understand. Well, let's talk about it after dinner. Shall we? Yes, by all means. When I returned to the table after taking the food, everyone was already seated. The special white grape juice from the underground city of Un had been prepared, and we poured it into each other's glasses. Cheers to a safe journey to the royal capital. Cheers. The 7 of us, including me, echoed through the restaurant, and the meal began in a lively atmosphere. Kusan, what's the matter, Relic? This corn soup is so creamy. I love it. I love it. I'm going to get some more. Don't fall down. The bread, it's all so soft and fluffy. I could eat as many as I want. The cheese gratin is so good and melty. Really? Lily-chan is right. Why don't you try some too, Ku? If Iris says so, I'll have some. Yes, here you go. Thank you. Delicious. I'm in the mood for pizza today. Crunch, crunch, munch, munch, crunch, crunch, munch. Munch. Zurara-san, you're going to choke if you eat so fast. It's alright, Milia and Ain. Cough. Let me rub your back. Thank you. Corn soup is so good. It's so good. I'm getting the 3rd bowl. Relic-sama, you must really like corn soup. Please fetch me a bowl of corn soup as well. Sure thing. Here you go. The cheese fondue is delicious. Hey, Letitia, can I have some of that bread? Of course. You're going to put the cheese on it, aren't you? You're right. Oh. Can I have some for Ku? Fufu, you two are really getting along, aren't you? Yay! Thanks for eating so much. Please come again. After finishing our meal, we left the restaurant, being escorted out by a chef Cap Helper Slime. We were all here, but it would have been tasteless to leave things as they were. So we decided to go to the bar at the rear of the ship. Welcome. At the counter, there was a bartender in a shirt and vest. However, he was not a human but a helper slime. His body was about 2 times larger than the others, and he had a dandy mustache around his mouth. I wondered if helper slimes could grow beards. No, Master-san. Zurara shouted at my feet. That's a fake mustache. I bet he's dressed up to match the mood of the bar. Zurara-san, you'll ruin the mood if you say that. The fake bearded slime muttered with a troubled expression on his face. Master-san, you can call me the bearded slime. The place is vacant, so please feel free to sit anywhere. I understand. Thank you. I nodded and stepped into the back of the bar. It's an adult world. Lily was looking around the store with a twinkle in her eye. It must be the first time for her to come to this kind of place. Well, that's understandable. Whenever we went out for a drink in Fort Port, it was always just Iris and me, and Lily always went back to the inn with Letitia. Kusan, where would you like to sit? Right. I'm the type of person who usually sits at the counter, but this time there were many people. Oh, how about the tables over there? Sofas are placed around the table in a U shape, and it looks like there is plenty of room for 7 people. The nearby wall is made of glass, so we can look out over the starry sky and the sea at night. All right, let's go over there. Yes. Lily seemed to be more excited than ever and made a short run for the table. Zurara followed behind her, jumping up and down. Yay! It's a bar. I'm an adult slime. Lily-san and Zurara-san are both so cute and innocent. Milia muttered with a smiling face. Kusan is a strong drinker, isn't he? I don't think so. Well, just a little bit stronger than others. Not so much a heavy drinker. Probably. By the way, I have never had a hangover since I came to this world. One of the effects of being a transmigrator is to nullify abnormalities, and I'm sure this is the reason for that. The bar had a full range of alcoholic beverages, including wine. It seemed that fresh fruits were brought from the underground city, and fruit cocktails were also available. I ordered something refreshing and dessert-like from the bearded slime and was served a frozen strawberry cocktail. 2 small strawberries were displayed on the rim of the glass. It's kind of stylish, isn't it? Said Iris, sitting next to me on my left. holding up her glass. She ordered the same thing as I did. I am also matching with you. Lily also has a frozen strawberry cocktail in her hand, but this one is non-alcoholic. She is only 15 years old. Still, it seems to be enough to make her feel like an adult, and Lily seems happy. I've never been to a bar before in my life. https://nikestranslationhome.wordpress.com/2022/0000081.jpg. Relic was looking around with a curious look on his face. I'm the type of person who generally goes out on my own, but I'm always a little nervous when I go into a bar like this. I'm very grateful to have had such a good experience. Thank you, thank you. After snapping his hands together, Relix began to worship me. Are you drunk? Oh, no, I'm not drunk at all. You know. While spouting a completely unconvincing line, Relix sipped his whiskey. He seems to be the type of person who gets drunk very quickly. In a sense, he has good fuel efficiency, which makes me a little envious of him. Master-san, this cheese is very delicious. Zurara ordered a cup of hot milk and ate all the cheese on his plate with a crunchy mouth. It's all dairy products, isn't it? Next to him, Milia was squeezing a lemon wedge into the blue cocktail and stirring it around with a straw. What is that? The blue cocktail turned pink in no time at all. As I was surprised, Milia smiled and spoke to me. It's interesting, isn't it? This one. What's the principle behind it? I don't know either. Should we ask Bearded Slime-san about it? Wait a minute. I'll try to get an evaluation. I see. If we apply modern scientific knowledge to this cocktail, it seems that the pigments contained in this cocktail change color according to the properties of the liquid, such as acidity and alkalinity. It is like a litmus test paper from a science experiment. The lemon juice must have made the cocktail acidic and changed its color from blue to pink. I called up the bearded slime to check, and it seemed that I was right. Kusan, that's amazing. It's all thanks to my appraisal, and the knowledge I learned in my homeland. Kusama, may I say one thing? Letitia, sitting across from me, calls out to me while sipping a cup of tea with brandy. Since this is a good opportunity, why don't you tell us about your hometown? Everyone is interested too, right? At Letitia's words, everyone looked at me and nodded their heads. All right, I don't know if I can explain it well, but it's nothing to hide. I coughed and started talking about Japan. A world where there are no monsters and magic does not exist. Humanity has significantly developed through the power of science, and if we wanted to, we could communicate with people worldwide with a single smartphone. I explain this information step by step, making it as simple and easy to understand as possible. Master-san, your hometown is similar to an ancient civilization, isn't it? As one would expect, there are no Orichalcum there. However, they may eventually develop a giant robot that can walk on two legs. The speed of technological development cannot be underestimated. Even the internet has spread at a rapid pace in just a decade or so. Before I knew it, the topic of conversation had shifted from the world I lived into my own life. When I was little, I wanted to be a firefighter. The job was to put out fires and rescue people who were left behind. That sounds like the perfect jobs for you, Kusama. Letitia nodded in agreement as she sipped her third cup of brandy-infused tea. So, were you a firefighter in that world? I'm ashamed to say that I gave it up halfway through. What is it? What happened? Milia asked with a probing expression. If there are any circumstances that make it difficult for you to tell us, please don't force yourself. It's fine. I don't have any deep reason for it. It's not that I've experienced any dramatic setbacks. It's hard to become a firefighter, and somehow it didn't seem like it was for me, so I went on with my job search as if I was being swept along by those around me. I finally found a job at a reasonably well-known IT company that handled bank data. However, because of the company's large scale, there were a lot of flare-ups. The construction of the system was delayed by several months. The person in charge of the project fell ill, or a customer gave a reckless order. There was a department within the company that specialized in putting out fires, and I was assigned to that department. Apparently, I had the aptitude for the job, and after solving a few cases, I was promoted somewhat and became a leader of the team. Wow, that's great. It was Relic, who was finally sober enough to speak up. He was leaning against Zurara, who was on his lap as if he were going to fall down on him. In other words, you have been you since the time you were in that world, haven't you?" "What do you mean by that?" I tilted my head and asked back. But no answer came back. Suh. All I could hear was Relic sleeping. He was asleep using Zurara as a pillow. He looked very comfortable. As for Zurara, he is saying, "Relic-san isn't helpless." I understand what Relic-san is trying to say, Lily said as she sipped her second non-alcoholic strawberry cocktail. "Kusan has helped many people in Arn, too, Seria, and then Fort Port. You've been doing the same thing in that world, too, haven't you?" "Well, in terms of helping people, I guess it's kind of the same thing." When I answered that, "Wait a minute," Iris suddenly shouted as if she had noticed something. "When you were in that world, you didn't have a job where you had to fight with a sword or an axe or any other kind of weapon, did you?" "Yeah, at most, I used a keyboard, a tablet, and a smartphone." "It's all brilliantly electronic devices, isn't it?" "So when was the first time you held a weapon in your hand and fought?" "It was when I rescued a merchant, Chrome-san." "It was against an armored bear." "I think it was a higher-ranked monster." "Yes, it's not something a novice can win against." "Were you scared of it?" "Of course, I was scared," I answered, thinking back to those days. "But I had dexterity, and I had a powerful weapon thanks to creation." "More importantly, I didn't want to do something like abandoning someone." "Truly, everything is out of the ordinary," Iris says with a small chuckle. "The same goes for skills. A person who until yesterday had never held a weapon in their hands, no matter how strong their skills are, would not normally be able to choose to fight on their own. It is only when one has great power that one's true nature is revealed," Letitia said in a calm voice as she put the cup of tea on the table. "Even if you have extraordinary skills, you use them not for yourself but to help others, so I think you are a good person to the fullest. Perhaps Ku's good-naturedness is the reason he was summoned to this world." "I see." I was embarrassed to be called good-natured directly, as you would expect, I answered shortly and drank the remaining cocktail at the bottom of my glass. Seeing me like that, Iris, on my left side, leaned her shoulder toward me and murmured, "Are you embarrassed?" "Well, you know, foo-fa-foo." "What's wrong?" "It's no big deal. I'm just glad it was you who was summoned." "I thought so." Iris looked up at me and relaxed her expression. I drank the water that the bearded slime had just served me, feeling the temperature of our shoulders as we touched. "It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest." Volume 4 Chapter 4, sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 4. We hurried to the royal capital. When my story was over, the place was closed. "Munya, we've found the wild ruins, Kusan." Relic was completely asleep and was pleasantly mumbling in his sleep. "I mean, what are wild ruins?" "Well, dreams are without context or logic, and it would be foolish to seek logic in them." "We'll carry Relic into his room." "Okay, we'll all help you with that, Zurara." "It's safe, helper slime transport." And so, Zurara and the other helper slimes carried Relic on the back and brought him to his room. "I'm a little envious," Lily muttered in a whisper. "By the way, there are a lot of slimes working in Blazner, and as their names suggest, these slimes love helping out." One of the helper slimes that happened to be rolling around nearby heard Lily's words and called the others over. "We're all going to carry Lily and each into her room. Here comes the soft and fluffy helper slime. Let's go." Hoa. Lily was carried up by the helper slimes to her room in no time at all. "I see. I completely understand." Letitia snapped her fingers. The result is needless to say. And somehow, she also took Milia with her. Thus, only Iris and I were left behind. "Shall we go on foot?" "Yes, let's." So we decided to go to our rooms on our own, without relying on a helper slime. But Blazner is a very large ship, and I still don't have complete grasp of its internal structure. I activated auto-mapping, and walked while looking at the map of the ship. "Hey, Ku," Iris whispered in my ear. "Wanna take a little detour?" I needed some air. Iris said so I changed course and headed for the deck. It's cool. It's kind of relaxing, especially after a few drinks. We decided to lean over the edge of the deck and take in the view side by side. The Blazner had gained altitude, and before we knew it, it was higher than the clouds. There was nothing to obstruct our view, and the sky was full of stars above us. "It's a beautiful view, isn't it?" "Yeah, it's beautiful." I nodded as I looked at the profile of Iris on my left. The white skin on her neck was slightly burning, probably due to the alcohol she had consumed. Iris, perhaps noticing my gaze, turns to me with a mischievous expression on her face. "Do you mean about the starry sky, or is it me?" "I don't know," I answered vaguely and looked up at the sky. https://nikestranslation/home.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/00025.jpg. You must be embarrassed. Your face is a little red. I drank a lot, that's why. I don't really know what's going on, but I was sure that I had a sweet and sour feeling as if I was back in my school days. We spent some quiet time together, lightly hovering over each other's shoulders for a while. There were no words, but the silence was not awkward but rather pleasant. After a while, Iris whispered to me, "I wonder why Ku was summoned." "I don't know about all that. If the people who were involved in their transmigrator summoning plan 4,000 years ago have survived to this day, they may know why I was chosen as the target of the summoning. Since this is a fantasy world and ancient civilizations had advanced technology, I wonder if there are any ancient people frozen somewhere." "I'm joking. I think I've had too much to drink today, and my thoughts tend to go in strange directions." I look at Iris with a sideways glance. Perhaps it is because I am drunk that she looks more lustrous than usual. "Let's stay in control. I don't want to ruin our current relationship by acting rashly. We can lean on each other a little." Such a balance, I am sure, is precious. After returning to the ship from the deck, I decided to take Iris back to her room. "Well then, I'll see you tomorrow." "Yeah, good night." We exchanged a few words and parted in front of the room. Iris opened the door and turned to me. "Is there something you need?" We should both go to bed early." Iris was probably right. Tomorrow we will arrive at the royal capital, but considering the journey so far, the possibility of suddenly getting into trouble is by no means zero. We should probably get a good night's sleep and not stay up too late. That's right. Iris nodded her head as she fiddled with the side of her hair with her right hand. I have been having a little trouble sleeping lately. Do you have anything good for me?" "Wait a minute. I'll see what I can find." I remembered that when I created Blazner with creation, my skill had increased to level 26. The number of items I could make also increased. What kind of recipe was it? It was the one that uses materials I missed a lot, but this is it. Punch Rabbit's Flair X1 Punch Rabbit's Pajamas, for men, X1. Punch Rabbit's Flair X1 Punch Rabbit's Pajamas, for women, X1. For a moment, the idea of matching pajamas crossed my mind, but I tossed them straight into the trash bin of my mind. Punch Rabbit is a rabbit monster that inhabits the area around Arn. They are called Punch Rabbit because they are good at one-hit kill punches. Its fur is not only soft but also keeps the body warm, so it would be perfect for a good night's sleep. So, I activate creation inside my item box, and create a pair of Punch Rabbit pajamas. Naturally, they are for women. The granted effects are Touch A+ and Sleep S+, so I can say that this item is exactly what I was hoping for. I took out a pair of pajamas from my item box. They feel fluffy and soft to the touch. This feels good. By the way, there is a hood with rabbit ears on the head. You can use these if you like. I handed Iris the furry pajamas, explaining that they had been granted Sleep S+. "Can I have them?" "Yeah. It's important to get a good night's sleep, you know." Foo-foo. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just thought it was very cool-like." Iris smiled as she hugged the pajamas tightly to her chest. The expression on her face was so cute that it was a shame to part ways with her. "Oops. Calm down, calm down. Sleep time is just as important as sleep quality. I shouldn't drag out the conversation too much when we are about to go to bed." "Well, I'll go then." "Yeah. Good night." My room was a short distance away from Iris's room. I opened the door and went inside and suddenly became calm and thought, "What am I doing?" Giving Iris the pajamas was, metaphorically speaking, like giving away equipment in an MMK. But what about giving clothes to a woman with whom you are not in a relationship, considering the distance between you and her? "Well, I guess it's too late for that now." Iris seemed pleased, and even for her, it might be as simple as I got a useful item. I guess it's because of my age that I've come to be able to separate the two and say that there's no point in worrying about that. If I had been a teenager, I probably would have agonized over it even after lying in bed. Let's switch it up. The room was as usual. It is a suite, and in addition to the bedroom, there is a living room, a kitchen, and a shower room with a bathtub. The quality of life has obviously improved since I came to the other world, hasn't it? I don't know why I was summoned here, but I can thank the people of the ancient civilization for this. I finish my bath and lie down in bed. A lot has happened today. It's nice that the people of Fort Port went out of their way to see me off, and when they send me off so warmly like that, it makes me feel like I should stop by again sometime. After the awards ceremony, I would like to have a lot of fun at the casino in Fort Port. It's been a while since I've had a gamer's blood pumping in my veins. From the recording crystal that Relic brought, we learned that their Transmigrator summoning project was put on hold at one point, but there are still many things that are unclear. Anyway, I am glad that everyone has accepted that I am from another world. I wonder what kind of events await me in the royal capital. Well then, good night. Knock knock, knock knock. A subdued knocking sound awakened me. It is still dark outside the window. The clock on the wall showed 4 o'clock a.m. I don't think it's time for breakfast, so I wonder who it is. I get out of bed and open the door to my room. There was Lily. She looked up at me with anxious eyes. Krusan. I'm sorry for troubling you at this late hour. No problem. What's the matter? Did you have a bad dream? I asked her that, and she nodded her head. I had a foresight. What was it about? Actually, Lily began to talk about the events that would happen today. The place is the royal capital. A huge white dragon will appear there as a new calamity, and everything will be trapped in ice. The people of the royal capital, not knowing what had happened to them, were encased in ice. And in an instant, they stopped breathing. Lily's voice was clearly trembling. Even though it was in a dream, she witnessed the moment when many lives were lost, so it was only natural. And if it is an event that is supposed to happen in the future, it is even more so. Are you okay, Lily? Yes. Lily nodded her head firmly and stoutly and continued to speak further. I think the calamity will appear in the morning, probably at exactly 9 o'clock a.m. How do you know? In my dream, I saw a large clock. It was in the royal capital, in a place like a plaza. I see. It is true that in a large city plaza, it would not be surprising if the clock was placed as one of the monuments. Thank you for telling me. I pat Lily on the head. I think we'd better hurry to the royal capital for now. Hopefully, we can get there first and stop the damage before it happens. But, Lily told me sadly, I've never had a foresight be wrong. So I'm sure this time too. I doubt it. The other day, Letitia said that I am the reincarnation of the Greedy Dragon. And Greedy Dragon is said to have a unique ability called Awakening, that causes out-of-spec evolution in order to fulfill its own desires. If I have the Awakening, then I should be able to change 1 or 2 things in the future if I put my mind to it. I asked Lily to wake everyone else up, and I headed for the ship's command center. I don't have a second to spare right now. I opened their item box in my mind and switched to my battle gear. My entire body was enveloped in a flash of golden light, and armored bear armor, bastard gauntlets, and Fenrir coat were attached. Okay. I took a deep breath and activated the Fenrir coat's granted effect, the Divine Speed Blessing X. At the same time as activating it, my concentration is increased to the limit. 1 second is equal to an infinite amount of time for me right now. Now, let's go. I run through the Blazner ship at full speed and stop in front of the command center. After deactivating Divine Speed Blessing X, I opened the door. Inside the command center, even though it was late at night, there were about 10 helper slimes. Speed, no problem. The course is clear. No abnormalities on board. Oh, Master San. One of the helper slimes noticed my presence and shouted. What's the matter? What can we do for you? I have a favor to ask. I'd like to ask you to hurry up to the capital. I said that and then explained about Lily's foresight. Calamity. A calamity is coming. It's a problem. It's a big problem. Immediately, the command center was in an uproar. The helper slimes all jumped up from their positions and began to operate the machines at their stations. I'm going to turn the magic engine's output to maximum. Hurry up, hurry up. The ship will shake a bit, so be careful. Zing. For a moment, the ship was hit by a strong G-force. The main monitor in the center of the ship displays the scenery outside the ship, but clouds are drifting by on both sides of the ship at a very high speed. It seemed that the ship had sped up considerably. What time do you think we will arrive at the royal capital? I asked the helper slime that was standing nearby. Wait a minute. I think it's about 11 o'clock a.m. Not good. According to Lily's foresight, the calamity will appear at exactly 9 o'clock a.m. At this rate, We won't make it in time. Is there any way we can go faster? There is. But I'm going to have to ask you to do some work, Master-san, if that's alright with you. Of course. Tell me. I nodded, and the helper slime typed away on the keyboard attached to the machine at hand. Then, on a sub-monitor nearby, a floor plan of the ship was displayed. I've just released the limiter of the magic engine. Now, all we need is for Master-san to pour in the magic power, and we should be able to go much faster than we are now. Where is the engine? At the very back of the ship, in the engine room. I know where it is. Leave it to me, I replied and immediately ran out of the command center. The Fenrir Coat's granted effect, Divine Speed Blessing X, was activated. In less than a breath, I ran through a distance of several hundred meters and arrived at the engine room at the tail end of the Blazner. It may seem obvious, but the engine room was quite large. In terms of area, it would be comparable to the grounds of a junior high school or high school. However, it did not feel spacious at all. Huge cylindrical or spherical devices were lined up in rows, each connected to the other by pipes like an industrial complex. Many helper slimes were busily running around among them. Work, 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 work. I'm a working slime. I'll do lots of work. Apparently, they were all working hard to speed up the ship. I called out to one of the slimes nearby, who had already heard I was coming, and led me to the back of the engine room. This way, Master-san. Come on, Commande. I followed the helper slime bouncing on the floor and stepped over several pipes. What greeted me was a place that looked like an altar. In the center of the altar was a pedestal on which a blue crystal ball was set. What is this? It is a device for supplying additional magic power to the magic engine. If you touch the crystal ball and pour magic power into it, you will complete the mission. How much power do I have to pour in? As much as possible. A lot. Lots. The more you pour into the crystal ball, the faster the Blazner will go. I understand. We're in a time-sensitive situation. Let's go all out. I put my right hand on the crystal ball. It felt warm. By the way, my current level is 109. My MP is 65,800. Which is equivalent to 658 regular magicians. I poured all of it into the crystal ball at once. Shing! A dazzling radiance emanates from the crystal ball. Master-san, that's an amazing amount of magic power. At my feet, the helper slime sighed in admiration. I think that should make it quite a bit faster. Not yet. Second time, here we go. For me, my MP recovers 1% per second. After an interval of about 15 seconds, I again poured magic power into the crystal ball. The amount in terms of MP is about 10,000. There is still more to come. This is the third time. Let's do it for the fourth time. Alright, fifth time. The crystal ball is burning up. Master-san, a helper slime shouted impatiently. You put too much in. Too much. Is that so? Maybe so. The amount of magic power poured into it is about 100,000 MP, equivalent to that of 1,000 ordinary magicians. I may have overdone it a bit. While scratching my cheeks, I began to hear a violent driving noise from all over the engine room, and soon, the whole ship was shaking violently. Is everything all right? Please don't tell me that the magic engine will explode due to an oversupply of magic power. As it turned out, the ship was fine. When I returned to the command center, I found Zurara there, telling me about the current situation in Blazner. Master-san. Listen, something amazing is happening. What's going on? The ship is going very, very fast, thanks to the magic power that Master-san has poured into it. Zurara repeated the repetitive horizontal jump with a swoosh on the spot. The current speed of the Blazner is, by the way, equivalent to 3 times its normal speed. That's not all. Look. Zurara looked excited and turned his attention to the main monitor at the front of the command center. It shows the surrounding scenery, but the entire image is faintly red. It was as if a filter had been applied to the screen. When I asked what was going on, I found that the effect of my magic power was not only on the magic engine but also on the barrier surrounding Blazner, which had apparently increased in strength. I learned this in high school, but as the speed of an object increases, its air resistance increases dramatically. Since the current Blazner is running at 3 times the normal speed, the air resistance we have is 9 times, since it is the square of the speed. Normally, the ship would be subjected to violent shaking, and in the worst case, it would lose control and crash. However, thanks to the reinforced barrier, air resistance is greatly reduced. and the Blazner seems to maintain comfortable stability even while flying at high speed. Still, I muttered to myself inwardly, as a result of the infusion of magic power, not only did the ship speed up but the barriers were also strengthened. It was truly an unexpected change, but when I thought about the reason why such a thing happened, I realized that it may be that Kusama's awakening has taken effect. As if anticipating my thoughts, I heard a voice in my ear. I turned around and saw Letitia there. She put her hand over her mouth and smiled, and said to me, "Kusama." The thought just leaked out of my mouth. "What do you mean? You haven't changed in that way, have you?" Foo-fa-foo. "Well, I guess that's enough of playing the big sister," Letitia muttered mischievously and spun around to step back. Her long blonde hair and the hem of her green skirt fluttered. Her movements were so fluid that one could not help but admire them. If this were a ballroom, she would have attracted the attention of everyone around her. Looking at Letitia's figure, for some reason, I felt a nostalgia that scratched deep into my heart. I think I may really be the reincarnation of her brother. Not long after that, Iris, Lily, Relic, and Milia came to the command center. Letitia and Zurara had been here from the beginning, so now everyone was here. I heard from Lily-chan. Iris spoke with a serious expression on her face. "I heard that a calamity is going to appear in the capital." "Yeah, according to foresight, there will be a white dragon." Kusan, Lily asked with an anxious look on her face. "Can we make it in time?" "Probably." I asked Zurara to do the math for me earlier, and it seems that Blazner will arrive in the royal capital at around 8:30 a.m. According to the foresight, the calamity would appear at exactly 9 o'clock a.m., so if everything went according to schedule, we should be able to get there before it. The wall clock in the control room currently showed 5:32 a.m. We have about 3 hours until we arrive at the royal capital. In the meantime, we discussed countermeasures against the calamity. Despite that, we don't have enough information. All we know so far is that the White Dragon is going to put the royal capital on ice. Does anyone know anything about this? I asked. But there was no answer. Well, what are we going to do? Just as I was beginning to think about it, Relic shouted out in surprise. "Iris-san, something's coming out." "It's coming out, eh?" Iris's scream echoed softly. Looking that way, from the pouch on her waist, a spear with a pale blue tip, the Holy Dragon Spear Fimbule, was slowly appearing. Iris did not touch the spear. The spear was moving by itself, trying to get out of the pouch. It looks like something out of a horror movie, but the Fimbule is more than just a spear. It is an item created from two sacred weapons with creation, the unmarked Holy Spear and the Dragon God's Shield, and has 3 powerful effects: Dragon God's Blessing, Extrude Dragon God's Barrier, Absolute Freeze, but also has what should be called its own will. Perhaps it has something to tell us about the calamity. "Iris, can I ask you to hold the Fimbule?" "Okay." Nodding at my words, Iris picked up the spear and took it completely out of the pouch. "Ah, what's wrong?" "I can hear the spear." "Can you give me a minute?" Iris said and lightly closed her eyelids. Perhaps she was concentrating on Fimbule's words. A minute or so later, Iris flutters her eyelids open. "Everyone, can I have your attention, please?" "I think I know what the calamity is." According to Iris, Fimbule had fought a white dragon calamity 4,000 years ago when he was an unmarked spear. The name of the calamity was the White Dragon of Destruction. It was said to be able to manipulate cold air at will and freeze everything in its path. It was said that this dragon was partly responsible for the destruction of an ancient civilization, and at the time, it was able to turn an entire continent into ice. In other words, if we fall behind, we will lose. If we had been waiting to see how the enemy would react, only to find that we had been put on ice, we would have been blindsided. The ideal thing to do would be to immediately crush the White Dragon when it appears. Compared to before, our forces are much more substantial, and it should not be impossible. The strategy meeting itself was over in about 30 minutes, and we headed for the ship's restaurant to finish our breakfast. "Master-san, eat up and be active." Home run. It seems that the slime in the chef's hat had already entered the galley, and the food was soon brought to us. On a large plate, sandwiches of various kinds are lined up. It seems that you can take and eat what you like. I put a pork cutlet sandwich in my mouth as a good luck charm. The crispy shredded cabbage and the thick cutlet wrapped in a crispy batter are a good match. It was supposed to be a heavy breakfast, but I couldn't stop myself from eating 5 or 6 sandwiches by myself. Kusan, you're so energetic. It was amazing. Amazing. I looked at Relic and saw that he had not eaten much. It seemed that his stomach was upset from last night's heavy drinking. Want to try drinking this? Maybe it will help, I said and took out a potion from my item box. Thank you, Kusan. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Relic received the potion and gulped it down. Now, how about the effect? Kusan. Yeah, this is amazing. My chest feels so clear and now I can eat endlessly. Shupei Papa. With what could only be described as gale force movements, Relic brought the sandwiches to his mouth one after the other. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Are you all right, Relic-san? Milia smiled and handed him a glass of water. Thank you very much. I'm still going to eat. As I am now, I might be able to win the world with my gluttony. I wonder if he could use that momentum to eat the white dragon as well. Who knows? It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Chapter 5. Thanks to Hertz Plays and Dre for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 5. I tried to fight the calamity. After finishing the meal, we disbanded for the time being. I took a 30-minute nap on the sofa in my room, took a shower, and returned to the control room. Master-san, the royal capital is in sight. Zurara was in the control room, bouncing on the floor as he came to my feet. Turning my eyes to the main monitor in front of me, I saw a large city beyond the blue sea. Is that the royal capital? It was quite large in scale. It was not as large as Tokyo but about the same size as a large regional city. The south side of the city faced the sea and was a port like Fort Port. Many ships were coming and going. Blazner had been heading north since leaving Fort Port, but here it made a sharp right turn and headed for a place a little to the west of the royal capital. This is where the calamity will appear. The wall clock in the control room showed that it was 8:25 a.m. We arrived earlier than planned. There was still 35 minutes left before the calamity would appear. It's good to have a little time to spare. Haste makes mistakes, after all. Then, let's move as we decided at the strategy meeting. Can you land the Blazner for a while? I said, and all the helper slimes in the control room, including Zurara, replied with yes sir. In unison. Soon after, there was a low whoosh sound, and I felt a sinking sensation under my feet. Master-san, we've landed safely. Zurara told me with a smile. Good. I'm going to go outside for a bit. Yes. Take care, Master-san. I leave the control room and head for the deck. I opened the door to the outside of the ship. The first thing I saw was a clear blue sky. The morning sun was shining brightly on the ground. After descending to the surface via the ladder at the end of the deck, I opened my item box. I thought about taking out the destroyer golem and the grand cabin. A huge magic circle floats on the ground, and a mechanical giant and a supersized carriage appear. It's been a while, Master. Test the destroyer golem, with his left arm on his abdomen and his right arm on his back, bowed like a butler. Is there something I can do for you? Yes. I nodded and explained what I was going to do. The plan is for Dest to take Relic and Milia back to the royal capital. They are both non-combatants. For their safety, I've arranged for them to stay behind. I understand. I'll take care of it. When he finished listening to my explanation, Dest tapped his own chest with a thump, looking very confident. Meanwhile, Relic and Milia arrived. Whoa. Is this the grand cabin? It's big, so big. Kusan, sorry to keep you waiting. I was a little lost on the ship. No problem. I just got here a few minutes ago. Come on board, both of you. I opened the door to the grand cabin and motioned for them to come in. Kusan, can I talk to you for a minute? What's up, Relic? As I told you yesterday, there are a lot of unread ancient documents stored in the academy in the royal capital. The documents might contain something useful for Kusan. So, Relic seemed to be at a loss for words, and he ruffled his hair with his right hand with a troubled expression on his face. Fufu. Relic-san is worried about Kosan, isn't he? Milia smiled softly and wrapped a smile on her face. In times like this, you just have to be honest and tell him to come back safe and sound. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you very much. Relic turned to Milia with a bright look, thanked her, and then turned to me. I've been doing much research and not socializing, and now I'm paying the price. I'm sorry. Please be safe, Kusan. I'm rooting for you. Kusan. Is it okay if I depend on you too? Melia cleared her throat and looked more serious than ever. More than 100,000 people live in the royal capital. If the situation as predicted by Lily's foresight happens, it will be a catastrophe of unprecedented scale. I don't think Relic-san and I will be able to survive. It's a big responsibility, isn't it? Yes, as was the case with the Black Dragon. I am sorry for putting the burden only on Kusan. If you feel that the White Dragon is too much for you to handle, then please prioritize yourself first. I can't make any assurances, can I? I know. Melia nodded with a wry smile. Kusan is that kind of person, after all. I'm sorry for saying something strange. No problem. Thank you for your concern. Well, I'm leaving now. Good luck, Master. Dest saluted me with a resounding clang and then pulled the carriage with Relic and Melia away from Blazner. After seeing them off, I returned to the ship. The wall clock in the hallway showed 8:38 a.m. 22 minutes to go. When I entered the control room, I was greeted by Zurara's cheerful voice. Master-san, welcome back. I'm back. It's time to launch the Blazner. Can I leave the ship's control in Zurara's hands until the battle is over? Yes. I'm being depended on by Master-san. Zurara quivered happily and pulled out a white hat from out of nowhere. On the front of the hat was embroidered with an anchor-like mark. I am now the captain of the Blazner. Ahem. In response to his words, the slimes in the surrounding area reacted. Wow, how nice. Captain-san, we are ready to go. Give me the word. Alright, let's go. Zurara took a deep breath and announced in a louder voice than usual. Blazner, let's go. Aye, sir. The helper slimes took their places and began moving the ship's devices. Soon after, there was a small shake at my feet. The main monitor in the front of the ship was showing the surrounding scenery, but the ground was gradually moving away. It seemed that the ship had taken off safely. Then I'm off to the deck. Good luck, Master-san. Fight. I left the command center, being seen off by Zurara. Wow, for some reason, there were rows and rows of helper slime on either side of the corridor. The scene is like a department store just after opening. We're here to see Master-san off. Be careful. Please don't hurt yourself. We're rooting for you. Thank you, everyone. They were cheering from both sides as I made my way down the corridor. On the way, I saw the wall clock that showed 8:46 a.m. 14 minutes left. The time of the decisive battle was gradually approaching. I went up the back stairs to the deck. Iris, Lily, and Letitia were already there. Everyone was already here? Yes. I felt a little uncomfortable on the ship. Kusan, we are almost there, aren't we? Come to think of it, this is the first time I've had to fight a calamity. Fufu. My arms are itching for action. Letitia smiled wryly and delivered a quick jab into the space. It seemed that she was fully fired up. Hey, Ku. Iris called out to me. In his right hand, she held the Fimbule, the Holy Dragon Spear. Fimbule told us at the strategy meeting, didn't she? She said that she had fought against the White Dragon 4,000 years ago. She told me the details just now. I know Fimbule has consciousness, but is she a woman? Well, that's not the main point right now. Iris told me what happened when Fimbule was an unmarked holy spear. 4,000 years ago, the people of an ancient civilization had the technology to draw out the power of a sacred weapon, albeit imperfectly, and they gave an unmarked holy spear to a female knight who was known as a master of the spear at the time. She then challenged the calamity, the White Dragon of Destruction, but the result was a disastrous defeat. The female knight lost her life, and the unmarked holy spear was shattered into 3 pieces. So, this battle was a revenge match for Fimbule? Yes. She's so excited to avenge her own death. The Fimbule's tips flashed and flickered as if nodding in agreement with Iris' words. That is encouraging. I'll do my best. You can count on me. I'll be counting on you then. After saying this to Iris, I turned my attention to Lily. Lily has an anxious look on her face. I am sure she's recalling the contents of her foresight. Since the White Dragon will appear soon, it is natural for her to be nervous. It would be better to relax at least a little, but Lily is still young and having mental fortitude is not so easy to do. I reached out my right hand and patted Lily's head. Kusan, Lily, don't worry. I'm sure we can win. We will even defend the royal capital. Isn't that what we have been doing up until now? Yes, but I still don't think that their foresight will come true. So, when Lily muttered in a thin voice, that's when it happened. It's coming. Letitia muttered as she looked up at the western sky. At the same time, my item box was activated by itself. A magic circle and triangle magic circle float right in front of me, and the magic sword Gram appears from there. No way. I picked up Gram and pulled it out of the magic circle. The silver blade was vibrating finely and emitting a metallic sound. It was a sign that calamity was about to appear. Wait a minute, Iris said with a puzzled expression on her face. The fimbule she was holding was also emitting a metallic sound and shaking finely. The white dragon is supposed to appear at exactly 9 o'clock a.m., right? Isn't it too early? Indeed. You are right. Letitia nodded as she pulled a pocket watch from her chest. It is 8:52 a.m. right now. It's 8 minutes earlier than Lily Summers. Foresight. What does it mean? Maybe it noticed our presence and jumped out of bed in a panic. I made a light remark and patted Lily on the head once more. There is no need to be in a hurry. We'll stick to the plan. Iris, Letitia, please. Understood. Fimbule, I need your help. Since we are dealing with calamity, we needn't take it easy. I will show it the brilliance of the meteor. They immediately get into a battle stance in answer to my call. Both Iris and Letitia were ready, but they were not panicking. They were going about with their preparations without showing the slightest change in their color. That's encouraging. I let out a small smile. That's when it happened. Safe modes, full assist, was activated, and I heard a calm, inorganic voice. The seal of the Drisselbow is released. It can be used at 20% output. It seemed that in response to the appearance of the white dragon, Drisselbow had also awakened. This was a good start. I immediately took out the Drisselbow from my item box. The bow radiated a divine green glow. Using Kakazuka's magical power, it can summon a calamity sealing arrow. Calamity sealing arrows? That's not a term I've heard before. Just as I think that, golden particles overflow from my body and gather in one place. Eventually, the particles form into an arrow and settle in my hand. Is this the arrow that seals out calamity? I decided to give it a try. According to the information that flowed into my mind, the calamity sealing arrow is effective when released by the God of War's Shrine Maiden, and it greatly weakens the power of the calamity. In short, it would be like a simplified version of the calamity killer arrow. In any case, it was certainly not something that would put Lily's life in danger. I could use this without any worries. I turned to Lily and handed her the Drisselbow and the arrows to seal the calamity. I briefly told her about the arrows and informed her of the change in strategy. I've never heard of a calamity sealing arrow before. You always surprise me, Kusan. I have to admit, I'm always surprised by myself too. I'm not sure I fully grasp my own strength to begin with. Whenever I face a major battle, I feel as if something unexpected pops out from a black box deep inside my body. I'll let you know when it's time to shoot. I will give you instructions on the timing. I understand. Lily nodded with a serious expression. She may be somewhat upset that the development was different from Foresight, but she is probably keeping that in check with her self-control. It's admirable, considering she's still a child. I patted Lily on the head one last time. Then I opened my item box and drank up the flying potion. Soon after, something strange happened. The western sky distorted, and a huge white sphere appeared. The surface of the sphere was smooth and shiny. The sky immediately returned to normal. Meanwhile, the sphere continued to expand little by little, vibrating repeatedly in small increments. Eventually, a crack ran across its surface. Come to think of it, a similar scene unfolded just before the black dragon appeared. Like an egg just before it hatches, the cracks keep growing. 1, 2, 3, and then the sphere burst from the inside. Goo. After 4,000 years, the white dragon of calamity had returned to life. Good morning, and I hope you go back to sleep forever. I shout. Letitia, please. Very well. With a reply, a magic circle appears in the sky. Letitia raised her right hand high in the air, and a chain of light extended from her wrist and was absorbed into the magic circle. The one from the heavens will destroy everything. Falling star. As she chanted, she swung her right hand down. The movement pulled the chain of light, and a huge meteorite appeared from beyond the magic circle. The meteorite's size was equal to or larger than the white dragon. The meteorite's surface was red hot due to friction with the atmosphere, and it fell with a roaring sound. Gar? The white dragon had completely stopped moving. It probably didn't expect to be attacked so soon after its resurrection. It was a fatal gap on the battlefield, but for us, It was a great opportunity. Jigoah. The impact of the meteorite knocked away the white dragon. Did she manage it? I'd like to say that. But there was no way the game could be won at this level. The white dragon roared and spat out a white flash from its mouth. The flash hit the meteorite squarely. In the next instant, the meteorite was quickly turned into ice. That flash was, in essence, a freezing ray. The white dragon screamed loudly, twisted its body, and slammed its long tail into the meteorite. With that blow, the icy meteorite shattered into pieces. It's surprisingly clever, isn't it? Letitia muttered in a whisper. I can use their falling star at least 2 more times. Shall I continue the attack as planned? No, wait. I stared at the white dragon with my eyes and observed its condition. It looked like it took a deep breath. It's coming. Iris, set up the barrier. Understood. I'll take care of it. Iris raised the fimbule high. The tip of the spear shines, and the true dragon god barrier X was activated. The surroundings of the Blazner which was carrying us were wrapped in a silvery white protective wall. Immediately after, a white flash was released from the mouth of the white dragon. It was probably the same freezing ray as before. However, the defensive power of the barrier was so great that it completely blocked the ray of the white dragon. Thank you for the instructions, Iris said as she glanced at me. How did you know the attack was coming? I had a bad feeling about it. But more importantly, the white dragon's movements had slowed down considerably. The damage from the meteorite slamming into it was probably still lingering. Now was the time to strike. Lily, please. Yes. With a short reply, Lily pulled the strings. The arrow was released to seal the calamity. As soon as the arrow slipped through the barrier, it was clothed in a shimmering radiance and turned into a golden meteor. The arrow pierced the white dragon's body and disappeared as it burrowed into the body. Apparently, the damage from the arrow was minimal, or even 0. The white dragon looked down at its own body curiously, not seeming to be in any pain. Eventually, it took another deep breath and tried to release the ray, but all that came out of its mouth was just a breath. The calamity-sealing arrow seems to have rendered its power to manipulate cold air unusably. The white dragon let out an exasperated roar and flapped its wings. Is it going to charge at us? No, it wasn't. It turned in a circle and turned its back on us. It was about to fly away. It seemed to realize that it was outmatched and chose to flee. I won't let that happen. Iris deactivated the true dragon god barrier X and readied her fimbule. The tip of the spear shone brightly and brilliantly. The reason why it felt more dazzling than usual was maybe because it was the perfect opportunity to return the humiliation from 4,000 years ago. With Iris's shout, Fimbule's other granted effect Absolute Freeze X was activated. A blue flash is released and strikes the white dragon. The ice began to spread little by little, starting from the spot where it hit. The white dragon roared in confusion. It was understandable. It was supposed to have the power to manipulate cold air at will, but now, on the contrary, it was being covered in ice. The white dragon, who seemed to have finally understood the situation, wriggled violently and tried to escape from Fimbule's flash. But it was too late. Its limbs, wings, and tail are increasingly covered in ice. Finally, its head was also completely covered in ice. The white dragon, which had turned into a block of ice, began to fall. Iris glanced at me. Our eyes met. With that alone, I understood what she was trying to say. I'll leave it to you to finish it off. Okay. As I nodded, I used the effect of the flying potion to manipulate the wind and soared into the sky. I poured magic power into Gram and activated God of War/S+. As if carrying the sword, I held it in the air and swung it down. A slash of light was released from the blade. https://nikestranslation/home.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/00018.jpg. It sliced the ice-covered white dragon in half, and the raging energy created a huge explosion. A silvery flash burst across the sky, and the white dragon shattered into pieces and vanished. Compared to the previous calamities, the end of the battle was rather anticlimactic. But since our forces were stronger than before, it was a foregone conclusion. Anyway, we won. That's what I thought. Behind you. Iris's shout echoed. I quickly turned my head to look behind me and saw that a space distortion had occurred a short distance away from my position. Gram once again sounded the alarming sound. You mean there's a second one coming? As if to affirm my mutterings, Gram shuddered loudly. Immediately after that, a huge green sphere shot out from the spatial distortion. The speed was ferocious. It was heading not toward Blaznormi but in a straight line toward the royal capital. Wait! I immediately activated Divine Speed Blessing X. At once, I accelerated and went around in front of the sphere. Then, I activated Spatial Restraint. This is an application of the spatial manipulation that I took from the gluttonous dragon, and it can restrain the enemies within its field of vision. It does not matter how fast the opponent is. The sphere stopped moving. However, maintaining spatial restraint required magic power, and the amount consumed increased with the area of effect. Because the sphere was so large, it could be restrained for less than a second. However, the sphere had completely lost its previous speed due to the fact that the entire surrounding space had been brought to a halt. It was safe to say that at least the immediate danger had been averted. I poured my magic power into Gram and activated the God of War/S+ while I pointed my appraisal at the sphere. The green dragon of Rift and Demise, a calamity dragon that appears only once every 4,000 years. It creates a storm, and its scale brings all civilization to dust. It is currently in the state of an egg, but it will hatch soon. Was this sphere the egg of calamity after all? The green dragon seemed to have the power to manipulate the wind. Like the white dragon, if left unchecked, it would cause great damage to the royal capital. It would be better to settle the matter as soon as possible. I concentrate my mind and activate my skill, Limit Break. When I fought the black dragon and the gluttonous dragon in the past, the deciding factor was the explosive increase in magic power. Limit Break can intentionally increase magic power. It is truly a trump card against calamities. When activated, my entire body was enveloped in a golden glow, and my MP began to increase at an unorthodox rate. 1 trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion. In just a few seconds, it reached 1,000 trillion and soon surpassed it. In terms of an average magician, this is the magical power of 100 trillion magicians. That's more than the population of the world. I think I'm really out of the norm. When I looked at the sphere, I saw countless cracks running across its surface. There was not much time left. I must hurry. I turned to my left hand. There was a crimson emblem floating on it that looked like a dragon's face. I concentrated my mind and thought of activating the calamity summoning. Answer my voice and come to me from the underworld. You who were once called the flame dragon, that is, the black dragon of extreme destruction. With the chanting of the incantation, the emblem emitted an intense light. A magic circle floated right behind me, and the black dragon appeared from it. At about the same time, the sphere full of cracks burst open. The green dragon of Rift and Demise resurrected. The roars of the black dragon and the green dragon, two calamities, collided head-on. It would be possible to let the black dragon fight as it is, but it would be a deviation from the plan of a short-term battle. It would be a fierce battle, and the damage to the surrounding area could not be ignored. That is why I will take the safer way. As if in response to my intention, I heard the inorganic voice of Full Assist. Kakauzaka is a transmigrator. Kakauzaka's magic power now exceeds 10 trillion. Kakauzaka has summoned the black dragon of extreme destruction through calamity summoning. Since all of the above conditions have been met, their divine technique is temporarily released. The anti-calamity divine technique, Levitine, can be used. Levitine. It is the divine technique that once destroyed the gluttonous dragon. The power of the black dragon was contained in the magic sword Gram, and it could completely annihilate the enemy. I said the incantation to activate it. Flame of final destruction. Purify the calamity with absolute burning heat. Levitine. As soon as I finished, something shook deep inside me. The body of the black dragon was transformed into red particles, which were sucked into the Gram I was holding. The silver blade emitted a crimson glow. The anti-calamity divine technique, Levitine, lets the countdown begin. 10, 9, 8, 7. Jigaway. The green dragon let out a roar and flapped its wings violently. A gust of wind rolled in, which eventually turned into a storm. Its mouth opened wide. The storm was sucked into it. A complete windless state arrives. The next moment, a storm breath was released from the green dragon's jaws. A direct hit would not leave me unharmed but also the royal capital behind me. But no problem. 3, 2, 1, 0. I put all my strength into it and swung the Gram down. A crimson flash was released, retracing its trajectory. The flash of light caught the oncoming storm's breath head-on and obliterated it instantly. It also engulfed the green dragon and consumed its huge body. Jiawah! A scream echoed through the air. The green dragon's body gradually became smaller as it was painted with a crimson glow. Eventually, it disappeared completely. There was no other sign of calamity. This time, for real, I won. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Chapter 6. Thanks to Dre for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 6. I entered the royal capital. The golden glow that had enveloped my body gradually faded and finally disappeared. And then, an inorganic voice echoed in my head. With this experience gained, you have reached level 136. Your HP and MP will increase, and your physical abilities will improve. I hadn't heard this announcement for a long time. I was originally at level 109, so that's an increase of 27 levels. Considering that I defeated 2 calamities in a row, I can say that this is a satisfactory result. By the way, my MP is now 100,300 with this level up. I finally hit the large amount. Considering that it was 1,000 at level 1, it has grown a lot. Then the inorganic voice announced further. Kakauzaka possesses creation. Kakauzaka is at level 120 or above. Kakauzaka has defeated 4 calamities until now. Since all the conditions are met, Break Smash is unlocked. Oh, it appears that a new skill has been added. Its effect was to add a further granted effect to the weapon created by creation, forcing its performance to be raised. However, the weapon will disappear after a single use, a one-time special effect. Then, the fact that the weapon disappears after activation seems like a big disadvantage, but if it can be mass-produced in any number of ways, it shouldn't be a big problem. Fortunately, my item box was stocked with a large number of weapons made by the Haikino tree. Right after I transferred to this world, I made a lot of them for the verification of creation. Haikino swords, spears, axes, chairs. No, the chair is not a weapon. While I thought that, it seemed that Break Smash can be applied to Haikino's chairs as well. It said that Thief Ice Earthquake Strike X was applied, and by slamming it to the ground, it stuns all the enemies in the surrounding area. That's pretty powerful. If I am ever surrounded by bandits or monsters in the future, I will use it. Yes. The White Dragon and Green Dragon were both added as targets of calamity summoning. Under the circumstances that if Limit Break is activated, 3 of them, including the Black Dragon, can be summoned at the same time. If I include Tidal, the Lazy Dragon, then there would be 4 of them. If I wanted to, I could really destroy the world. Of course, I don't intend to do it. Well, then, the battle is over. Let's go back to the others. Just as I was starting to move with that thought in mind, Blazner came from that direction. I manipulated the wind to get closer to the ship and landed on the deck. I almost fell down due to the aftermath from Limit Break, but I didn't want to worry everyone. I put strength into both legs and maintained my posture. As I did so, Iris and the others came running up to me. Ku, welcome back. Are you hurt? I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, that's all. Thank goodness. I never thought there would be 2 calamities in a row. Yeah, I didn't expect it this time. Kusan. Lily's voice was very somber. Her shoulders slumped, and an apologetic look appeared on her face. I'm sorry. I couldn't foresee the second calamity. No worries, I answered cheerfully and patted Lily on the head. In the first place, the reason we arrived in time for the appearance of the White Dragon was because of Lily's foresight. We were able to protect the royal capital safely, so I have nothing to complain about. Thank you. It's a happy ending without any complaints, isn't it? Letitia nodded in satisfaction. Even so, the way Kusama fought just now was amazing. I was surprised to see you defeat the calamity all by yourself. Very astonishing, I must say. I was surprised too. Iris nodded in agreement. You are much stronger than when you fought the Black Dragon. Well, I have more skills now. Perhaps Ku alone would have been enough for the White Dragon. Huh? That's a delicate point. I began my explanation after I said that. This time I was able to defeat the Green Dragon single-handedly thanks to Limit Break. However, this skill has a short duration and cannot be used continuously. The problem was that after activating it, the feeling of exhaustion would come back to haunt you. Indeed, it was not impossible to defeat the White Dragon by myself if I used limit break. But in that case, I would have been completely out of breath during the battle with the Green Dragon, and I would have been forced to fight an uphill battle. The damage to the city would have been considerable. I'm afraid there are limits to what I can do on my own. I hope you will continue to lend me a hand. Of course. Now that you have crafted such a good weapon for me, you can rely on me more and more, Iris answered while holding up the fimbule. When the conversation came to a close, the door leading into the ship suddenly opened with a bang. What appeared from the opposite side of the door was a horde of helper slimes. Master San, welcome back. You not only killed the white dragon but the green dragon as well. Amazing. That's so cool. So cool. The slimes came rushing toward me like a flood, making a lot of noise and yapping. Good job, Iris Nain. Lillian Ichin. You shot your bow with a bang. Kashika Maritsuwa, Tsui, boom. The last one was probably imitating Letitia. I've never heard such a line before, though. Letitia's reaction, though, was to giggle and give a small smile and pat the slime that was impersonating her in an adorable way. It's kind of a comforting sight, isn't it? We returned to the Blazner ship, accompanied by a large number of helper slimes, and headed straight for the command center. What do we do now, Master San? It was Zurara who asked me. On his head, as before, was the anchor-marked hat that indicated that he was the captain. Let's head for the royal capital. For now, may I ask you to land near the city walls? Yes, sir. Everybody, let's get this ship moving. Yes. The cheerful voices of the helper slimes echoed from all over the command center. Slowly, the ship began to move. It was not far from here to the royal capital. They chose a wide plain to the north of the city and landed. All right, let's go. Finally, we arrived at the capital. It feels like it's been a very long journey, Iris muttered with a sigh of relief. I understood exactly how she felt. We ran into trouble everywhere we went. We had already defeated 2 calamities this time, and I just hope nothing more will happen to us. I took Iris, Lily, Letitia, and Zuraru outside the ship. For now, let's store the Blazner in their item box. In response to my will, a huge magic circle appears on the ground. Blazner was sucked into the magic circle and vanished from sight. Incidentally, all of the helper slimes on board were automatically returned to the underground city of On. The lively surroundings just a few moments ago made me feel a little lonely. Master San, someone's coming. Zurara called out to me, bringing me back to my senses. I looked over and saw about 20 knights in armor riding toward us on horseback from the direction of the royal capital. They had swords at their waists, but they did not look like they were here for a battle. The knights stopped their horses at a short distance and got off. A slender, middle-aged man who looked like the leader bowed when he saw me and began to introduce himself in a loud voice. My name is Moristan, Deputy Commander of the Royal Guard Knights of the Royal Capital. May I assume that you are Kakauzuka Dono and his party? Yes, that's right. I nodded and approached the man. Moristan-san, I am the adventurer Kakauzuka. Pleased to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Moristan-san said and bowed deeply. I have already heard about you from Miss Milia and Relic Dono. Thank you very much for protecting the royal capital from the calamity. Thank you very much. The surrounding knights bow their heads in unison, following Moristan-san's lead. I wonder how I should react in a situation like this. I unknowingly scratched my cheek with my right hand. Kusan, Lily, who was nearby, murmured, Are you embarrassed, by any chance? That's exactly right. I guess I'm a bit of an expressive person. After that, Moristan-san led us to the royal capital. Of course, the other knights were with us. It was an honor to meet you, Kudono, the renowned dragon slayer. When I return to the royal capital, I will be able to boast about it to the others. Moristan-san was talking to me in a very excited manner. He is so excited, isn't he? I wondered if he was like this on a regular basis. But one of the knights nearby told me in a whisper, our deputy commander is a fan of Dragon Slayer San. Ku is popular wherever he goes, isn't he? Iris smiled at me with a chuckle. Maybe they have a fan club like in Fort Port. No way. I shrugged. Not a chance. That's what Kusama said. So, how is it? Letitia asked Moristan-san. I don't think there is any fan club, right? It's only natural that common sense would dictate. So I think I'll create one. Wait. How can that be? We're recruiting members now. Who wants to be a member? Moristan-san called out. Well, it would be good if there were 1 or 2. That's what I thought. Yes, me, too. Deputy Commander, may I join too? That's strange. It seemed like all the knights here were raising their hands. Master San, It's established, right? Yay! Zurara puts his hands out from his plump body and claps them. This was how my fan club was formed, but it's just a group that was born out of a flutter and momentum, and it will probably disappear tomorrow. Probably, after a 15-minute walk, we arrived at the north gate of the royal capital. The grand cabin was parked near the gate, and Dest was in sight. Master, congratulations. Dest, are you all right? Yes, of course I am. I heard that Relic and Milia were already in the royal capital. Thank you again for your help. Have a good rest. No problem. Well then, see you again. Yeah, see you. I nodded my head and thought about putting the items into the item box. A magic circle appeared on the ground, and Dest and the grand cabin disappeared as if sucked into it. The surrounding knights who saw it exclaimed, "Oh, wow!" Kusan. Relic rushed toward us from the city gate. I saw it. It was boom, boom, boom. Wow, that was amazing. Impressive. Relax, Relic. Your vocabulary is crumbling. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just glad you're okay. Thanks for worrying about me. By the way, where's Milia? I think she will be here soon. Oh, she's over there. Hey. Relic turned around behind him and waved his right hand in a big, buzzing motion. He's like a child. I giggled involuntarily. Meanwhile, Milia came over to us. Kusan, thank you for defeating them. It was an epic battle, wasn't it? Yeah. I never thought that there would be two calamities. Even so, you managed to defeat both of them. It's just like you, Kusan. What do you mean? It's just my personal image, but I can't imagine Kusan losing or running away from the fight. You are the undefeated, invincible hero. Boom, boom. Like that. Boom, boom. It's just the feel. Please understand it without worrying about it. I don't know if I can understand it or not. Anyway, does that mean I am being evaluated? Well, that's pretty much how it is. Milia nodded with a smiling expression. Oh, by the way, that battle you just had, it's the same as always, and it counts towards your achievements as an adventurer. You defended the royal capital unscathed, so you can count on a reward. You'll be a very rich man. Though I have more than I could ever spend to begin with. The rewards for defeating the enemies alone had exceeded 1 billion komza to date, and there was also a portion that had not been paid out due to it exceeding the budget limits at the various branches. The Adventurers Guild headquarters in the royal capital was planning to pay for all of this in one lump sum, but with this reward added to the total was likely to be a huge sum. I think the Adventurers Guild may go bankrupt because of the reward for Ku. Iris, who was listening to the conversation beside me, jokingly remarked. No, I don't think that's going to happen, no matter what. Right? Just to be sure, I checked with Milia. Huh? There's no reply. Milia? Kusan. Milia replied to me with an expression more serious than ever. I think your nickname Dragon Slayer might be upgraded to Adventurers Guild Slayer. Is that a rank up? I mean, there was a possibility that they may not be able to pay their rewards, right? What would happen in that case? I'll discuss it later with the top brass at headquarters. But I'm sorry if we have to pay you in annual installments. No problem. It's much better than being called the Adventurers Guild Slayer. While we were talking, the knight Moristan-san came over to us with his men. Kudono, the carriage is ready. We will take you to the guest house, so please get in with your companions. The guest house? Of course, I know what the word means. It is a facility for welcoming foreign dignitaries and other state guests. But why would we need to go to such a place? As I tilted my head, Letitia, who had somehow come nearby, said, "You have forgotten what you have done, Kusama." "What do you mean?" "The royal capital is the place where the king resides. The fact that you have protected it from the calamity is the same as the fact that you have saved the king from a crisis. Considering the past achievements of Kusama, it is not surprising that you were treated as a state guest of honor." "Kusan, that's amazing." Lily sighed in admiration. Zurara, held in her arms, said, "So, Master-san, you are a guest in this country?" he shouted in an innocent tone. Moristan-san looked at each of us and said in a respectful tone, "I consider you and all your friends to be the great benefactors who have protected the royal capital. Now, please come this way. I can assure you of a comfortable carriage ride on the way." The carriage prepared for us was about the size of a light truck in modern Japan. The interior was furnished with red sofas facing each other, so we sat down in groups of 3. Iris, myself, and Letitia were on one side, and Lily, Milia, and Relic on the other. Zurara was sitting on Lily's lap, as usual. Master-san, I wonder what kind of food there is in the royal capital. I'm really looking forward to it. Zurara's a glutton, isn't he? I smiled and called out to Iris, who was sitting next to me on my left. Iris, you've been to the royal capital before, haven't you? Do you have any recommendations? Sure. The pizza at Spinning Disc Restaurant on North Street is delicious. Oh, I know that place. Letitia, on my right, opened her mouth. I had a smoked cheese pizza once, and the saltiness went well with the sparkling wine. I would like to try it again if I have the chance. Well, let's go there at least once while we're in the royal capital. Kusan. Lily raised her hand hesitantly. Have you got a copy of the May Guide? Yes. Wait a minute. I took out a May guidebook from my item box and handed it to Lily. I read it before and found a restaurant I was interested in. Lily flipped through the book as she said this. On the page that opened, there were pictures of donuts, parfaits, puddings, and so on. The name of the store is Gaping Sweetness, and it seems to be an all-you-can-eat sweets store. Relic was the one who shouted out. I've always wanted to go here, but it's so hard to get in because there are only women. I know how you feel, Relic. It's a bit intimidating for a man to go to an all-you-can-eat sweets store alone, isn't it? Anyway, I was in the mood to eat a lot of sweet things after a long time, so I decided to visit Gaping Sweetness sometime in the future. By the way, the May Guide introduced Freshly Boiled Potato Restaurant and Smoky Grilled Chicken Restaurant as other notable restaurants in the royal capital. The same was true of Spinning Disc Restaurant and Gaping Sweetness, which were mentioned earlier, but the rhythm of their names all sound very similar. T/N, the name of the restaurants all started with Pakapaku, Moku Moku, Hikahaku, etc. What on earth is going on here? When I wondered about this, Milia, who is from the royal capital, told me something like this. The reason the names are so similar is because they are all run by the same company. They are all affiliated with the Scarlet Trading Company. Scarlet Trading Company is Chrome-san's company, isn't it? That is correct. He's a very shrewd businessman. He bought up several ailing restaurants in the royal capital and converted them into affiliated restaurants under the direct management of the trading company and made huge profits. Come to think of it, I got a letter of introduction from Chrome-san. I heard that his son is now working in the royal capital as the chairman of the trading company. I'll make time to go and say hello to him sooner or later. The carriage slowly made its way over the cobblestones of the royal capital. The streets were wide, but there were few people. Many of the residents seemed to be holed up in their houses, as a calamity had raged near the city earlier. Normally, it would not be surprising if panic had broken out, but as in other towns, knights, adventurers, and guild officials with calm had all been mobilized to help contain the chaos. Looking out the carriage window, I saw several tall, large buildings. The royal capital is the biggest city in the country, you know. Milia, who was sitting directly across from me, told me this. There is a harbor to the south and many residents, so it is usually a very lively and enjoyable city. Please enjoy it to the fullest. Oh, Kusan. Kusan. Look at that. Relic suddenly got up from his seat and pointed out the window. That is the clock tower of the Royal Academy. My laboratory is nearby. Well, I guess I'll have to pay a visit sometime soon. Yes, by all means. You are more than welcome. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Hey, there seem to be a lot of places you have to go. Are you alright? Iris asked with a wry smile. That may be true if you ask me. I am sure there will be preparations to be made for the awards ceremony, so at least we won't be bored during our stay in the royal capital. The carriage carrying us passed through a large gate and through an opulent garden with a fountain before arriving at the guest house. The official name of the guest house is the Royal Guest House, and as it is a place for welcoming foreign royalty, it has a solemn atmosphere. Is a commoner like me allowed to set foot in? Fufu. I see that Kusama is sometimes disheartened by such things. On my right side, Letitia giggles. There is nothing to worry about. As I said before, you are a hero who defended the city. I think you should act with pride and dignity. If I could do that, I wouldn't have any trouble. I shrugged my shoulders as I got out of the carriage. The distance to the front door of the guest house was approximately 30 meters. With a red carpet underfoot. On the left and right, the knights are lined up in a row, all standing tall and straight. It was like being treated like a VIP. If I were a real royalty or a millionaire, I would probably be able to remain unconcerned when I encounter such a situation, but I am a commoner by birth, and I can't help but feel a sense of dread. I feel sorry to leave the knights standing there for so long, so I tend to walk faster. I won't be beaten by you, Master San. I heard Zurara's voice from behind me. What is he going to do? I turned around to see Zurara jumping down from the carriage and chasing after me at a high pace. I'm faster than you. Wah wah wah. Zurara tried to slow down when he passed me, but he accidentally stumbled and went flying forward. Look out! I activated one of the Fenrir coat's granted effects, their Divine Speed Blessing X. My concentration had increased to the limit, and everything seemed to be in slow motion. I caught up to Zurara in an instant and caught his plump body in midair. I deactivated my skill and called out to him. https://nikestranslation/home.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/000101.jpg. Are you alright? Yeah. Thank you for saving me, Master San. Be careful next time. I pat Zurara on the head and put him down on the ground. I noticed that the eyes of the knights in the surroundings were focused on me. Did you see that? No, it was too fast. I didn't see it. I think Kudono caught Zurara. Dono, maybe. That's amazing. As expected of Kudono, with a twinkle in his eye, the deputy commander, Moristan-san, called out to me. Now, please come inside the building. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Who exactly was everyone he was referring to? While wondering, Moristan-san opened the door for me, and I stepped into the guest house. Oh, wow! There were many people in the entrance hall. The men were dressed in tailcoats and the women in maids' uniforms, and they bowed deeply to us all at once. Kakaza-sama and companions, welcome to the royal guest house of the royal capital. The entire staff would like to extend a hearty welcome to you. Amazing. The tones of the words are exactly the same. Maybe it's because I'm a petty citizen that I wonder if they had a rehearsal in advance. After that, we were guided by the staff of the guest house to our guest room. Apparently, one room was prepared for each person. Huh? What's about Milia and Relic? They were both originally residents of the royal capital, weren't they? A male staff member answered my question. We have also prepared rooms for the two of them under the direction of His Majesty the King. Since this is a great opportunity, I hope you will all enjoy your time together at the guest house. How generous of you. The reason we are safe and sound like this is thanks to the fact that Kusama defeated the calamity. It's nothing compared to what you did for us, although Relic-san and I didn't actually fight. Milia smiled wryly and muttered near me. But since it's so kind of you, I'll accept it. I've never been to the guest house before. Even the Duke's family members don't set foot in this place very often, and it is something to brag about to my family. Thank you, Kusan. Come to think of it, Relic's family is a Duke's family. Maybe he has other family members in the royal capital. I wonder what kind of personality they have. I wonder if they are all as lively and boisterous as Relic. I am Duke Hubert. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you. I am Duchess Hubert. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho ho ho. I'm Duke Hubert's eldest son. My brother always in your care. I can't say it's impossible, but it's a little frightening. After putting our luggage in the guest room, we gathered in the Thor room on the first floor of the guest house. Thor was the name of the first king of this country. There seemed to be several other rooms named after the kings of the past. In the Thor room, a number of long desks were lined up, and not only us but also Moristan-san and other members of the Royal Guardian Knights were gathered there. What we were going to do now was to explain in detail about the battle that just took place. We had defeated the calamity, but the kingdom needed to know exactly what happened. So we were going to have a debriefing session like this. Kudono and all his companions. I apologize for taking time out of your tiredness after just finishing the battle. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for taking the time to help us. Moristan-san stood up from his seat and bowed deeply. Thanks to all of you, the royal capital was spared from a major crisis this time. The kingdom should properly reward you for your achievements. We will consider the awarding of rewards and medals based on the contents of the debriefing. So please do not be overly modest and do not hesitate to tell us what you have done. They are talking about you. Iris, sitting next to me on my left, poked me in the side with the tip of her elbow. Why me? Because, you always keep telling people that they're overestimating you. I like Kusan's modesty, though. Milia nodded. But I didn't think it had been transmitted to the royal capital to that extent. Oh, I'm probably the cause of it. The person to speak up was Relic. As I mentioned before, I have been in personal communication with His Majesty the King. And I wrote a lot of things about you, too. So that might be the reason. Yes, that's right. Moristan-san nodded. I have heard from His Majesty the King that Kudono does not like to talk much about your achievements. He also said that it might be quicker to find out from your friends. That's a good idea, Letitia said with a giggle. However, since Kusama is the best speaker among us, I think it would be better if Kusama explained the general outline first, and then we can supplement it as needed. So, I was the first one to explain about the battle against the calamity. At times like this, my experience as a working adult in Japan came in handy. After all, I had been dealing with a lot of flaming incidents. I was used to giving presentations on the process from the occurrence of a problem to its resolution. I talked about the flow of events from Lily's foresight, when she learned of the appearance of the calamity, to defeat it in order. One of the knights was writing down the contents in a notebook at a breakneck pace but with very legible and careful handwriting. This knight had the shorthand skill, which seemed to come in handy in situations where dictation was required. When I finished, Moristan-san raised his hand and said, "Thank you very much for your explanation, Kudono. However, I am ashamed to say that I am a little confused because of all the unorthodox or out-of-standard content. Just to be sure, let me check a few things." "Of course. Ask me anything you like." "First of all, is it correct that the flying ship owned by Kudono Blazner, with its original speed, could not reach the capital in time for the appearance of the calamity?" "Yes. It was originally supposed to arrive at noon. If I had not poured my magic power to accelerate Blazner, the royal capital would have been covered in ice by now, and Moristan-san, and the king of this country, would have all frozen to death. I am so grateful to you for rushing in at full speed to protect those of us who live in the royal capital, Kudono." "Thank you very much." "No, it's not that big of a deal," I reply, scratching my right cheek. "I just did what I could do, to the best of my ability." "In Ku's case, that range of what you can do is much wider than most people's, and that's why people are surprised." Iris smiled and said, "I understand your embarrassment, but I think it's okay to be a little bit proud of yourself. Surely, you are as humble as the rumors say you are." Moristan-san nodded with a satisfied look on his face and continued his words. "The next thing is, the appearance of the second calamity. The Green Dragon of Rift and Demise was not in Lily Dono's foresight, and was completely unexpected. Is this correct?" "Yes," Lily answered shortly and nodded her head. "The only thing that appeared in my foresight was the White Dragon." "Thank you very much." "The last question is it correct that Kudono was the only one who killed the Green Dragon?" "Yes, there is no doubt about it. The appearance of the Green Dragon was so sudden that it was heading toward the capital at a breakneck speed. The only one who could respond was me with divine speed blessings, and as a result, I was the only one who could take it down." When I explained this again, Moristan-san sighed in admiration. "You really are strong, aren't you, Kudono, to defeat such a huge dragon all by yourself?" "As expected, that is probably too much of a lift." "The fact that I was able to defeat the Green Dragon was due to the explosive increase in my magic power caused by Limit Break, and it was only momentary. Normally I would have to have the cooperation of Iris and the others, as I did when I fought the White Dragon." When I explained this to Moristan-san, he said to me, "Kudono is so modest to the end, isn't he? I would like to learn from your integrity." I thought I was just stating the obvious. After that, the debriefing session ended with a few questions and answers. "Thank you for your cooperation, everyone." Moristan-san came up to us and bowed deeply. "We are going to present the report to His Majesty the King immediately. We may have to talk to Kudono again later. Is that all right with you?" "Of course, it is fine." It was quite common for new questions to come up later on. So I nodded my head. "Thank you, Kudono. Now, if you'll excuse me." Moristan-san bowed and left the guest house with his subordinate knights. Well then, with this, the aftermath of the incident was probably over for now. Phew. A yawn escaped from my mouth, perhaps because I've been distracted. "Kusan, you are tired, aren't you?" Milia, who was nearby, smiled at me. "If you like, I can rub your shoulders. I'm pretty good at it, you know." "Well, maybe someday. For now, I'm more in the mood for a good night's sleep." "Come to think of it, I've been up since in the morning. Or even before dawn." "For now, let's just take a nap until noon." It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest, Volume 4 Chapter 7. Thanks to Cypher for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 7. I tried to add more equipment. This is bad news. I can't sleep. After the debriefing, I left the Thor room and went back to my room with an intention to sleep until lunch. I changed into something comfortable and went to bed, but by then, my sleepiness had already passed. Instead, my eyes were wide open. In my experience, time would just fly by even if I just lay there, so I decided it was better to do something else. I think I'll go for a walk. Fortunately, the guest house had a large and beautiful garden. It was a nice day outside, so I decided to go for a walk. If there was a bench on the way, it might be a good place to take a nap. No, wait. It's morning, so does that mean it's a morning nap? Well, that's okay. I selected a shirt and slacks from my item box, changed, got up from bed, and left the room. I walked through the garden surrounded by colorful flowers, bathing in the gentle sunlight. I could hear the fountain in the distance, and every now and then, a soft breeze would caress my cheeks. Not bad. I've been spending a lot of time with other people lately, so it's refreshing to spend some time by myself. After a while, I found a bench with a bit of cover, and what would be called an arbor in Japan. It faced a small pond, and the view looked quite nice. I sat on the bench and gazed idly at the surface of the pond as it swayed in the breeze and suddenly remembered that I still had some work to do. Creation. I haven't done that yet. Have I? In the battle I had just fought, I defeated the white dragon and the green dragon, and their corpses had been stored in my item box by automatic collection, and a new recipe was floating around in my mind. White Dragon Carcass X1 Ice Emperor Dragon Ring, the 10th one. Green Dragon Carcass X1 Wind Emperor Dragon Ring, the 10th one. I had wondered about this when I created the Flame Emperor Dragon Ring from the Black Dragon's carcass, but why is the name of the item after creation, not White Dragon Ring or Green Dragon Ring? I wonder if research into ancient civilizations will someday clarify this mystery. Anyway, let's try creation. I concentrated in my mind. Ice Emperor Dragon Ring, a ring that possesses the power of the Ice Emperor Dragon. Equipped with this ring, the wearer is granted the highest level of aptitude in ice magic. It can only be equipped by Kakazuka. Granted effects: successor to the Ice Emperor Xinde exclusive equipment A+. Next, I also used creation for the Wind Emperor Dragon Ring. This one had the successor to the Wind Emperor Xinde exclusive equipment A+ effects, and equipping it seemed to give the highest aptitude for wind magic. I opened my item box, and took out the two rings at once. The Ice Emperor Dragon Ring had a large blue jewel attached to it, and the Wind Emperor Dragon Ring had a large green jewel attached to it. Let's equip them for now. I put the Ice Emperor's ring on my left index finger and the Wind Emperor Dragon Ring on my right middle finger. Soon after, Full Assist automatically activated, and the magic was learned. Apparently, Ice Arrow and Wind Arrow can now be used. By the way, if I equip the Flame Emperor Dragon Ring, I can use the Fire Arrow. All I see are arrows. Isn't there any more variation? To be honest, with magic, just the Fire Arrow is enough. It's not so bad to use. Just as I was thinking like that, a recipe popped into my mind. Flame Emperor Dragon Ring, the 10th one, plus Ice Emperor Dragon Ring, the 10th one, plus Wind Emperor Dragon Ring, the 10th one. 3 Emperor Dragons Bracelet X1. Ho ho ho. The 3 dragons are the Fire, Ice, and Wind dragons, and I wonder if they are called 3 dragons because they have the power of all 3 elements. Perhaps new magic will become available, so let's make one. Creation. 3 Emperor Dragon's Bracelet, a bracelet that contains the power of the Flame Dragon, Ice Dragon, and Wind Dragon. The wearer is granted the highest aptitude in fire, ice, and wind magic. If the wearer possesses creation, they can activate Magic Creation X. Granted effects: successor to the 3 Emperors X exclusive equipment A+ Magic Creation X. As expected, the power of the 3 rings is contained in a single item, but what is more noteworthy is the Magic Creation X. By consuming magic power, new magic can be created. The attributes are limited to fire, ice, and wind, but it is also possible to combine more than one attribute. And in my case, since I have full assist, all I have to do is vaguely imagine this is the kind of magic I want to use, and it seems that the magic creation is fully automatic. This sounds interesting. I'd like to go outside of the royal capital later and experiment with it. Oh, yes. This time, I performed creation 3 times in a row, and that raised my skill level from 25 to 27. An inorganic announcement echoed in my mind. A new skill, item duplication, has been unlocked. What in the world is this skill? I activate appraisal. Fume. The effect is just as the name says. When an item in their item box is specified, a duplicate of the item can be created. The duplicated item has exactly the same performance and effects as the original. This skill may be very useful depending on how it is used, but of course, it has many limitations. One of them is that item duplication requires magic power to activate, and the amount of magic power consumed depends on the performance of the targeted item. Perhaps the more powerful the item is, the more magic power it consumes. So, for example, it is impossible to duplicate the magic sword Gram and use them as a twin sword. Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Do you want to use item duplication on the Dragon Slayer's magic sword Gram? The magic power consumption is 100,000 MP equivalent. By the way, my MP is currently 100,300. I can duplicate it. Shall I do it? Is it okay if I do it? The magic sword Gram is a sacred weapon. A one-of-a-kind event item if you want to compare it to an RPG. If you try to throw it away, the system message will say, "It's outrageous to throw it away." The fact that it can be duplicated is nothing short of a cheat. I'm getting nervous. A sacred artifact, which should be unique in the world, would be duplicated. Would it be okay to do such an immoral or blasphemous thing? But when the choice is presented before my eyes, I cannot suppress the interest that wells up. What should I do? Just when I was wondering what to do, I heard a voice behind me. Kusan. Yuah. Oops. I was so surprised that I activated my skill. I fearfully check my item box. Dragon Slayer's magic sword Gram X2. I did it. If I think about it calmly, I didn't do anything wrong. Did I? It's okay to have one more Gram. You never know what will happen in this world. After all, it's important to have a reserve. If I could, I'd like to make another copy for propagation purposes. But, item duplication has a cooldown time, and the next time it can be activated is 24 hours later. Anyway, let's calm down a bit. Suyuha, are you alright, Kusan? Yeah, I'm fine. I was just a little surprised. I answered and turned around to look behind me. Lily was standing there. She was looking at me with a concerned look. I'm sorry, I'm calling out to you so suddenly. No problem. Is there something you need? No, I just happened to see you. Can I sit next to you? Sure. I move over to the left side of the bench to make room for Lily. Here. Thank you. Lily bowed and sat right next to me. It's a nice view here, isn't it? It's good for a change of pace. After exchanging words like that, a moment of silence passed. The sound of a fountain could be heard in the distance. Lily spoke up. What's wrong? The future has changed, hasn't it? Lily is probably talking about their foresight. Originally, the royal capital would have been frozen in ice by the White Dragon, and every single inhabitant would have lost their life. However, we arrived at the royal capital much earlier than originally planned and were able to finish the battle without any loss of life or damage. I actually had my suspicions all the way until we reached the royal capital. No matter how much the Blazner accelerated, there will be trouble, and we won't make it in time for the White Dragon to appear. I thought it would be just as I had predicted. That's what I was thinking. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. You have never had a clear-cut foresight that didn't come true before, have you? Yes. I was really surprised this time. Lily muttered sincerely. Perhaps that dream has already come to be, after all. It is their foresight I had when I was a child. That one. When the seal of Yggdrasil's bow was broken, she would sacrifice her own life to summon the arrow to kill the calamity. Lily apparently had such a foresight when she was little. However, when I summoned the arrow to kill the calamity in the battle against the gluttonous dragon, I only needed to consume magic power, and not her life. Did her faith change, or will there be another occasion where she would offer her life? No clear conclusion had been reached yet, but Lily had previously claimed the latter possibility. What about now? I asked, and the answer came quickly. Even if it is the latter, I can change my destiny together with Kusan. I believe so now. I understand. Then I'll have to live up to your expectations then. Please take care of me. I want to live a long life. too. That's good to hear. The first time we met, Lily had a tendency to underestimate the value of her own life, but it seemed that she had changed her mind somewhat. It is thanks to Kusan that I have come to believe that. What did I do? We traveled around together and had a lot of experiences. We went to hot springs, saw the ocean, and ate delicious food. I still want to enjoy this world. That's a strange coincidence, I reply with a giggle. I haven't had a chance to enjoy this world yet either. So let's all go somewhere together. Yes. Lily nodded with a bright smile, befitting a girl of her age. Now, the atmosphere was getting good, but I had one thing to tell Lily. She is there, God of War's Shrine Maiden, and her mission is to manage the weapons of the God of War. I'd better be honest with her. Reporting, contacting, and consulting are the basics of being a member of society, and it's not a compliment as an adult to hide something from a child. Lily, listen to me. I have something important to tell you. What is it? You know, I have gram right here. I open my item box, and take out the first gram. The sun shone on the silver blade of the sword, and it glistened. Is there possibly something wrong with the sacred weapon? No, it's not like that. Look. I also took out the second gram from my item box. The sun was reflected on the blade of the sword, too, and it shone brightly. I've got an extra gram. Lily completely froze in front of the 2 grams. She blinked from time to time and didn't utter a word. For the time being, I told her about the effects of item duplication, and explained that I had accidentally activated it for gram. I'm sorry I did something strange to the sacred weapon. Lily opened her mouth with a puzzled look on her face. Can I check the grams a little? Both of them? Yeah, take a look at them as you like. There was a table near the bench, so I put the 2 grams on it. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Lily stood up from the bench and first held her right hand over the original gram. After that, she held up the copy of the gram. Can you tell which one is the duplicate? Yes, I am a God of War's Shrine Maiden, after all. Lily pointed to the copy and said confidently, this is the original gram. How is it? It's very difficult to say, but it's not. Lily tilted her head. Her gesture was very cute. Kusan, what's the matter? Let me try again. I'll definitely win the next time, in the name of the God of War's Shrine Maiden. Lily's expression was filled with unprecedented spirit as she said this. I understand. Then, I'll put it back in there, item box, once. Please do. I put both grams into the item box. After that, I put the original on the left side of the table and the copy on the right. The right one? It's on the left. One more, please. Okay, how about this one? Left. Oh, you got it right this time. That's good for you. Maybe it was blind luck. Can I try one more time just to be sure? Let's make this a 10-round game. Shall we? I'll try my best. https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/0000021.jpg. In the end, the game was extended again from 10 to 20 rounds, but Lily's correct answer was 11. In short, you can't tell the difference between an original and a copy. It's frustrating. Lily nodded her head as her shoulders slumped in disappointment. She has a surprising competitive nature. I felt a little better for having discovered a new side of Lily. By the way, what were we originally talking about? I had asked Kusan to let me check the grams. What were the results? Both the original and the copy are imbued with almost identical divine energy. They looked so much alike that even I, a God of War's Shrine Maiden, could not distinguish between them. Lily seemed to be still a little depressed and muttered in a downcast manner. But she quickly regained her composure and looked up at me and said, is it possible to duplicate Idrisil's bow as well? Wait a minute. I'll check. I lightly close my eyes and focus my attention. I activate the item duplication. The cooldown time had not yet ended, so it could not be activated, but if I specify the item, I will know if it can be duplicated or not and the amount of magic power required. So, how about the Idrisil bow? I see. First of all, if you ask if it is possible or impossible to duplicate, it is possible. However, the amount of magic power required is 2.5 million. If I want to increase the number of bows, I would need to activate Limit Break. When I mentioned this, Lily sighed in admiration. Truly, Kusan is out of the norm in every way. At any rate, Can I have the second gram as well? Yes. And you can keep it as a backup in case you need it. Or maybe I can use it as a dual sword. Speaking for myself, it's pretty cool, isn't it? I hold the gram in each of my left and right hands and strike a pose while activating the dexterity. Swoosh. What's the matter? Lily raised her voice in wonder. Apparently, she didn't understand the man's romance. No, it's nothing, I answered while putting the 2 grams together and storing them in my item box. If Letitia had been here, I wonder if she would have agreed with me about the coolness of the 2 swords. Then we left the bench and decided to return to the guest house together. On the way, Lily said, I may have been mistaken. Oh, sometimes, I feel a kind of divine energy. What do you mean? I asked, and Lily answered after a bit of hesitation. I think there may be something close to the god of war nearby, something that should be called a familiar. What does that mean? That's a little worrisome, assuming there is such a thing as a familiar nearby. Yes. Wouldn't they be so mad when they find out I've added grams? You didn't do anything wrong, and I think you'll be fine. Maybe, you say? I'm a little scared. When I returned to the guest house with Lily, I felt something strange. The staff was all nervous, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. If I were to apply my experience from when I was in Japan, it was as if some bigwig from the company had suddenly arrived for an inspection tour. This is a little strange. Lily seemed to sense something and looked around curiously. I decided to ask a male staff member who was nearby. What's going on? No. There is nothing in particular. Yes, I see. He probably wanted to say nothing but inadvertently said yes, and in his haste, he probably tried to deceive me in a panic. Lunch is ready. Please go to the dining room. And now, if you'll excuse me. The male staff member bowed in a panic and quickly ran away from the scene. The wording he used was strange, and there must have been a serious situation going on. Lily and I both tilted our heads and headed for the dining room. On the way there, Lily stopped with a gasp. Kusan, I can feel the divine energy. It's faint, but it's there. Does that mean the familiar is nearby? Yes, probably in the dining room. Now, what should I do? I honestly wanted to turn around and say, bring the food to my room, but I couldn't show my shame in front of a child. I guess this was the point where I had to make up my mind. I headed for the dining room. 2 female staff members were standing at the entrance, and when they saw us, they bowed and opened the door. Beyond them stood a man as large as a bear. He was quite well dressed and wore a red cloak over a luxurious gold-rimmed garment. My first impression was that he looked like a king. When the man saw me, he smiled a friendly smile with a thickly bearded mouth. Oh, I've been waiting for you. Kakazuka Dono. He seemed to know who I was and approached me in a friendly manner. Then, while extending his right hand, he said in a rather informal tone, I am Octodi Nordic, the 8th king of this country. Pleased to meet you, Kudono. The man Octo called himself the king. In other words, he is a very important person. The staff of the guest house might have been in a panic because such a person suddenly arrived. How should I behave in such a situation? I hesitated for a few seconds, then decided to respond to the handshake. My name is Kakazuka. Pleased to meet you. You have a good hand, Kudono. King Octo muttered as he gripped my right hand. It is the hand of a hero who can save many lives. I am grateful, I replied and observed King Octo again. He seemed to be very friendly with me. Or at least, he seemed to have a strong liking for me. Kudono, you have done a great job defending the royal capital. As the king of this country and as one of the residents of the royal capital, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. After shaking hands, King Octo said this and bowed deeply. King Octo seemed to come to the guest house to thank me and the others in secret. Normally, I should invite you all to the palace for an audience, but it seems impolite for the one who has been protected to summon a benefactor to his place. I will arrange another formal occasion in due course, but this time I have come to you myself. That's what I thought. By the way, I had been so preoccupied with King Octo that I had not noticed that Iris, Letitia, and Zurara were already in the dining room. There was a large circular table in the dining room, and Iris and the others were sitting on the chairs. Me, Lily, and King Octo sat down in the empty seats. Where did Milia go? She went to the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. Iris, who was sitting next to me on my left, answered. She said she was going to calculate the rewards for you, Ku. She'll be back this evening. The timing of my visit was not good. I know it's an unexpected visit, but it's unfortunate. The one who groaned was King Octo, who was sitting right next to me. "I've heard that Miss Amelia was in charge of the procedures when Kudono registered with the Adventurers Guild. I thought it would be interesting to hear about your early days in the guild." "I'd be interested to hear about that." Letitia, sitting diagonally across from me, said with a chuckle. "By the way, where is Relic-sama?" "He was sleeping in his room," Zurara answered cheerfully. "I tried shaking him, but he didn't wake up at all." "I wonder if I should try again." According to the details of the story, Zurara had entered Relic's room through a crack in the door. That's the kind of behavior only a slime with an irregular shape could pull off. He shook Relic, who was asleep, but he did not seem to react at all. "Don't mind it, don't mind it," King Octo said while laughing with a generous attitude. "He must be tired from the long journey. Let him take his time." "You are very generous, aren't you?" "When I said so," King Octo replied, "I have known Relic for a long time, after all." "By the way, Kudono, you should not hesitate in front of me. You may speak with ease, as an adventurer would." "No, that is indeed impossible. I am here on a private visit, not an official one." "You don't have to worry about it. I have to have a friendly talk with you." King Octo muttered something like that as he quickly tightened his expression. "Currently, we are seated in the order of me, Iris, Letitia, Zurara, Lily, and King Octo, clockwise around the circular table. And as for Lily, she had been silent since a while ago, staring at King Octo. "What on earth is going on?" "Wait a minute. Come to think of it, Lily said earlier. She said that there might be a familiar of the God of War nearby. I will ask him a little." "Your Majesty, may I ask you a question?" "Kudono, as I said before, you can speak more comfortably." King Octo smiled at me. "You have saved not only the capital but also many other cities from the crisis. You are truly the savior of our country. I cannot decline such a great hero. I hope you can treat me as you treat your friends. Above all, if you are awed in a strange way, it is in my nature as king to read what is behind the words." "I understand." "No, I got it." I decided to accept King Octo's proposal to address the king, in other words the head of the country, without any honorifics, but because I felt something sincere in the expression of King Octo when he muttered that, I could not help but read the back of his words. It is only my personal imagination, but I guess that there is a complicated and intricate game of gut feeling in the world of politics, and King Octo may be tired of it. Anyway, let's get back to the main story since I have digressed. I have to make sure if he is the God of War's familiar or not. I have a question to ask the king. "Can I ask you a question?" I observe the expression of King Octo as I say so. I tried to talk to him in a rough tone following the king's request, but I wondered what his reaction was. "There is no need to hesitate. If it is your question, I will answer as much as you want." He seems a little happy. I asked him, thinking about that. "I'm sorry if I'm mistaken, but do you have any relation to the God of War?" Who? King Octo raised his voice as if he was impressed. "You guessed right. Or have you used appraisal on me?" "No, not yet," I answered honestly. "If the other party is a hostile existence, or there is a high possibility of being hostile, it is not a problem. But it is impolite to look into another person's profile without permission, especially because King Octo is the king of a country. As for me, I think it is a place where I should be careful." When I told this, King Octo smiled, showing his white teeth. "It is a wonderful thoughtfulness. You are not only strong but also honorable. I like you more and more," he said, patting me on the shoulder. After that, he dismissed the surrounding servants and said, "Now, let me answer your question." It is not generally known, but Thordy Nordic, the first king of this country, is a demigod and a half-human being, being the son of the God of War, Warden. I am descended from him. I am, so to speak, a descendant of the God of War. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Chapter 8. Thanks to Cypher for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 8. I tried to meet the God of War. Kudono, you may use appraisal on me. You will see that what I just said is not a lie. King Octo urged me to see his status. The three skills he possessed were Majestic, Wind Magic, and Descendant of the God of War. When activated, Majestic is said to produce a kind of aura that can make the surrounding people follow you. However, since it is treated as a kind of state abnormality, it can be blocked with my transmigrator. I'll skip the explanation of Wind Magic, since it is literal. But the important thing is, descendant of the god of war. This is a skill given to those who have the blood of the god of war, and it is said to enable the repair of divine weapons. However, my power may not be of much use to you. I heard that the magic sword Gram and the unmarked spear were broken in a battle 4,000 years ago, but you repaired them with the power of creation, didn't you? Yes, that is correct. It is well known that Kudono has the skill of creation. I have heard that you rebuilt the Zard Bridge and the port of Fort Port all by yourself. If any of the sacred weapons break in the future and cannot be repaired even with creation, you can bring them to me. I understand. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, I would like to talk to you about the sacred weapons. Is it okay for me to take it out? I will allow it. I am also interested in seeing what the sacred weapons are like. King Octo nodded with his eyes shining. I stood up from the chair and took a short distance from the round table. After confirming that no servants were around, I opened my item box. I took out the magic sword Gram, the original one. King Octo sighed in admiration. That's definitely one of the sacred weapons, the Dragon Slayer's magic sword Gram, isn't it? Yeah. And there's another one just like it. I took out a copy of Gram from my item box. Iris was the one who shouted in surprise. There are more Grams? What does it mean, Master-san? I didn't expect this turn of events. Both Zurara and Letitia seemed quite shocked. Kudono, where did you get the second Gram? I duplicated it with my skill. I explained about item duplication. I also told them that Yggdrasil's bow could also be copied as long as I had the magic power to do so. Iris, Zurara, and Letitia were all shocked and froze with their mouths open. And as for King Octo's reaction, that's exactly what it means to be out of the ordinary, Kudono. He laughed loudly in amusement and came to my side. This is good. If you are not that unprecedented, you won't be able to survive in this day and age. I am really glad that you are a transmigrator. So you know that I am a transmigrator? I am there, descendant of the god of war. I can tell who is from outside of this world by their presence. Does this mean that he can detect calamities? According to Letitia's story, they must be beings called in from outside the world. When I asked him if he knew her background, King Octo nodded confidently. Of course, I know who she is. She is the former second princess from the kingdom of Northia. It seems that he does not seem to understand this. I looked at Letitia, and our eyes met. She gave a small nod. So I guessed that she was okay with revealing her true identity. Believe it or not, Letitia is the reincarnation of a calamity. What did you say? King Octo froze with wide open eyes, apparently because he did not expect this. On the other hand, Letitia began to speak in a relaxed manner. I'm a lady, too, so I try to keep my presence low when I'm in public. Let's loosen up a bit, shall we? She then took a deep breath. The next moment, her deep blue eyes narrowed. The next moment, Zaying, the 2 Grams that had been held in each of my hands, left out, emitted a metallic sound. It was an alarming sound, signaling the emergence of calamity. That's about it. Letitia shrugged her shoulders. Soon after, the metallic sound of the Grams also ceased. Let's put it back in their item box, for now. Letitia Nain. That was quite an atmosphere you had just now. That was so cool. Fufu. Thank you very much. Zurara-sama is a strong child, aren't you? Letitia smiled gently and reached out her right hand to gently stroke Zurara's round body. Then she told King Octo, who remained silent. As you may now understand, I am Letitia, the former second princess of the kingdom of Northia, and at the same time, I am the reincarnation of one of the calamities, the brilliant and arrogant dragon. However, please rest assured that I have no intention of destroying the world or getting involved in such troublesome matters. Please just recognize me as one of Kusama's companions. I see. King Octo finally came to his senses and answered Letitia's words shortly. Come to think of it, I heard that Letitia Dono also participated in the battle the other day. Yes, I struck the white dragon with one of the stars in the sky. That was a bold thing to do. King Octo smiled and turned to me this time. It would be unthinkable for a calamity to be reincarnated as a human being and then follow a transmigrator as a companion. Indeed, Kudono is really going beyond the bounds of common sense. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. If you have any other hidden surprises, let me know. I wouldn't normally be so surprised, you know. Actually, We need to talk about the unmarked spear. One of the sacred weapons. I see you have two of them now. I used it, along with the dragon god's shield, as materials for creation. Huh? The unmarked spear no longer exists. King Octo. There was no reply. He seems frozen again. Let's wait until he comes back. Apparently, I still underestimated Kudono. King Octo sat back in his seat and muttered with a sincere look on his face. I had intended to surprise you by revealing that I am a descendant of the god of war, but it seems that I'm being beaten by my own game. Splendid. Did you think of that? You have a surprisingly mischievous side, don't you? Well, I heard that he and Relic were good friends, so maybe it's only natural that he should be that playful. I lost this time, but it won't be like this next time. Could it be that this king hates to lose? Lily was the same way, and perhaps everyone related to the god of war has a similar characteristic. Well, that's enough of the fun. I'm sure everyone is hungry. Let's have our meal. Since the southern side of the capital faces the sea, many of the dishes on the menu were made from seafood. For example, one of the appetizers was scallops and karasumi carpaccio. The plump scallops were well matched with the richness and saltiness of the karasumi. The crab quiche that followed was not only delicious but also interesting as the rich egg flavor spread out, and the aroma of crab came in a flash. The meal was a course, and the next dish was soup. It was grey in color with croutons floating in it. I wondered what kind of soup it was. This is my favorite soup, King Octo muttered with a smile on his face. It's a burdock potage. The aroma is irresistible. Is the burdock in this other world, too? To be honest, I was surprised. When I put it in my mouth, I could certainly taste and smell the burdock, and perhaps because it was full of dietary fiber, I felt delighted when I finished it. I think I may be full. Lily muttered worriedly. I understood how she felt. We had just finished the appetizers, and the main course was still to come. Don't worry, Lily-Onigen, Zurara said in a strong tone. If you can't finish it, I'll eat it. That's no good. That was a quick answer. Lily is a bit of a glutton herself, isn't she? Seeing this, Iris and Letitia both giggled. Soon after, the fish dishes were served. The name of the menu was poached Nordic prawns, and the bright red prawns were served in their shells. The orange American sauce spread over the entire plate was even more appetizing. The Nordic prawns was named after the royal family of this country and was said to be the tastiest variety of prawns caught in the surrounding seas. In my world, Nordic prawns would be equivalent to ice shrimp or lobster. In fact, it is chewy and tasty enough to be eaten as it is. However, when it was mixed with the sauce, the flavor was doubled, tripled, or even multiplied dozens of times. It's good. I have no complaints. The feeling of fullness I had when I finished the burdock soup was gone, and before I knew it, the Nordic prawn was cleanly gone from my plate. It's in my stomach now, and I'm still hungry. Iris seemed to feel the same way and muttered something like this. I feel like I was full just now, but suddenly I'm hungry again. Maybe your stomach has been nourished by the food you've eaten so far, and your digestion has improved. I see. When you think you are full, you can still eat. This may be how the phenomenon of the so-called other stomach is happening. While I was satisfied with Letitia's explanation, a pear sorbet was brought to me to refresh my palate. The refreshing taste cleansed my palate. Now, the climax of the course was about to begin. The meat dishes arrived. On the menu was beef tail stewed in red wine. Apparently, this is a kind of beef called six-toe beef, which is a brand that is considered to be equal to that of to beef. The tail, or tail section, was a tough part of the cow, but it became tender when it was stewed slowly. The texture of the tender meat and the flavor of the fat in the broth were irresistible. Finally, the dessert was a cake roll with fruit. It was made lavishly with fresh cream, and I felt quite satisfied when I finished it. Thank you very much for the meal. Kudono, if you don't mind, can you tell me what happened from Arn to the royal capital? I have received reports, but I think I understand best when I hear from the people concerned. After lunch, King Octo asked me to explain our trip to the capital. As usual, I explained the main points, and everyone else supplemented. Since King Octo had the staff in the dining room leave the room, we were able to talk about the trip in detail. In the conversation, King Octo was most interested in the Idrisil bow. Even in royal law, it is said that in order to use the Idrisil bow, you need the life of the god of war's shrine maiden. But in reality, the Calamity Slayer arrow could be summoned only by the consumption of magical power. Yeah. If you know the reason, Please let me know. Fume. King Octo stroked his beard with his right hand and groaned. I'm sorry, but I don't know either. There are so many mysteries about the Idrisil Bow. As for the Mazzaro and the Calamity Sealing Arrow, which Kudono summoned on his own, I have never heard of them. If you want to know the truth, you will have to ask the God of War. The creator of the bow. The God of War, huh? I am inclined to talk to him at least once, as he seems to know a lot about the calamities, but I wonder if he is real in the first place. Many things have happened since I came to this world, but as someone who lived in modern Japan, I can't shake the feeling that God is religious fiction. As I pondered this, King Octo, standing right next to me, called out to me. By the way, Kudono, do you have any plans for the rest of the day? No, I'm fine. What about everyone else? Iris and the others shook their heads in unison at my question. At any rate, I was going to relax at the guest house today. I was thinking of taking a break as well. I thought I'd take some time to paint after a long absence. As for me, I'm going to play with the insects in the garden. Zurara's answer was very cute. But anyway, none of them seemed to have any definite plans. Then it's just fine. King Octo smirked. The God of War, my ancestor, lies in eternal rest in the basement of the royal palace. With the help of the transmigrator, Kudono, he may reawaken. I would like you to come the once. The God of War was slumbering in the basement of the royal palace. We were all surprised by King Octo's sudden announcement. Wait, please. The one who shouted in surprise was Lily. There, God of War's shrine maiden. The God of War is in the royal palace? It is no wonder you are unaware of it. King Octo told her as he nodded. The location of the God of War is a top-secret matter known only to the supreme priest of the God of War religion and those of the royal family who are descendants of the God of War. I see. Huh? I wonder if it's okay to reveal it so easily even though it's a top-secret matter. When I asked him about it, King Octo replied, normally, it would not be allowed. But we are in a state of emergency. Calamities are appearing one after another, and other regions are also experiencing a series of abnormalities, such as the outbreak of a large number of monsters. In order to survive this era, it is no longer the time to follow past precedents and customs. As king, I have made that decision. And so, we set out for the place where the God of War rests. There are many underground passages in this royal capital that are known only to the royal family. Let's go through the. King Octo led us out of the guest house. We walked through the garden, passed by the fountain, and arrived at the edge of a small pond. There was a covered bench nearby. This is where Lily and I had talked before lunch. I had no idea that there was an entrance to the basement here. Please wait for a moment. King Octo said so and touched the 4 pillars supporting the roof one by one. When he took his hand off the 4th pillar, a magic circle appeared at our feet. The pattern was a combination of swords, spears, and bows. In other words, the emblem of the God of War. Whoa! With a floating sensation, our vision turned completely white. The next moment, we were warped into a dimly lit underground passageway. Is everyone all right? I'm fine. What about you, Lily-chan? I was so surprised. Master-san, did you feel that? It was fluffy. Is it teleportation magic? That is an interesting technique. It seems that all of us were able to warp exactly. Of course, King Octo was with us. I am sorry to have surprised you. Well, this way. Follow me. The underground is a place where there is no sunlight, and thus it has an image of being dreary and dusty. Strangely enough, however, the air in this underground corridor was clear and fresh, as if we were walking through a forest in the early morning. Perhaps it was the effect of the God of War sleeping nearby. By the way, King Octo called out to me along the way. Do you know what the calamity is, Kudono? That's a difficult question to answer. I preface my answer by reflecting on the knowledge I have. The calamity, according to Letitia, is a being called in from another world. Am I correct? Yes, that is correct. Letitia nodded at my words. I would like to explain the part of the story that I have failed to mention to you, Kusama, that with the exception of a few siblings, all of us calamities have been living in different worlds from each other. For example, the White Dragon and the Green Dragon, although they are in the same category of calamities, they had never met each other before in the battle we just had. This is the first time I have heard of this. So, the calamities were an all-star team of powerful beings that inhabited each of their own worlds. Although our memories of the previous world are vague, we were sent to this world by someone and given the name of the calamity and the role of destroying this world. But in my case, For some reason, I was reborn as a human being, and I have no intention of fulfilling my role, so please be aware that there are many exceptions to this rule. Given a name as a calamity, huh? When I heard Letitia's story, a flash of insight came down to me. From the carcass of the Black Dragon, the Flame Emperor Dragon Ring could be created with creation. The actual name of the Black Dragon of Extreme Destruction was originally Flame Emperor Dragon. What about the White Dragon and the Green Dragon? The White Dragon of Despair and the Green Dragon of Rift and Demise were names given by someone to the calamities, and they may have been called the Ice Emperor Dragon or the Wind Emperor Dragon in the worlds where they lived. I quickly explained my thoughts to everyone. That sounds plausible. Iris nodded in agreement. The Fire Emperor Dragon, the Ice Emperor Dragon, and the Wind Emperor Dragon. At this rate, it would not be surprising if there were an Earth Dragon as well. Master-san, you could easily take it down, I'm sure. Zurara jumped up and down and hopped over to me. I replied as I held up that round body. It's a little difficult right now. The cooldown time for Limit Break hasn't ended yet. The last time it was activated was around 9 AM today, and it's just afternoon, so there are still more than 18 hours left. If a new calamity appears, I will need everyone's cooperation to defeat it. Suddenly, King Octo growled. We are in trouble. What's wrong? You have told me everything I was going to tell you, have you not? When I asked him about the details, King Octo said that he was going to tell me that the calamity is an existence that originally inhabited another world and someone gave it a name as a calamity and sent it into this world with a mission to destroy and kill. But as a result of my conversation with Letitia, everything he was going to tell me was preempted, and he seemed to be disappointed. I am indebted to you for protecting the royal capital, but I cannot bring you much useful information. I can only tell you where the God of War is, but I'm sure Kudono could have found that out on his own. Zurara, who was still being held by me, shouted. If it's Master Sans, auto-mapping. Mew. I hurriedly covered Zurara's mouth. I wonder if I managed to disguise it. I guess that if you used auto-mapping, you could find out where the God of War was. It was no good. As expected of the king, he was very perceptive. The searchability of auto-mapping might indeed have been able to find him, but I had no idea that the God of War was real and was in the royal capital in the first place. It is impossible to search for something that I am not looking for, so King Octo's existence is of great significance. I tried my best to explain such things to him. This may be the first time since I came to another world that I have worked so hard to appease someone, but it was worth it, and King Octo was regaining his composure. I can stay here, can't I? Of course. I clapped my hands. Iris and Letitia also clapped their hands in response. Yay! King Sama, congratulations. Congratulations. Zurara congratulated him in a cheerful voice. What is this atmosphere? As I tilted my head inwardly, Lily muttered. I feel a very strong divine energy. Maybe we're almost there. Beyond the long passageway was a vast void. It gave the impression that it could contain a small village in its entirety. At the end of it, a large throne was set up, and a stone statue of a giant in armor was sitting on it. The statue must have been over 20 meters tall. The eyes were sharp and the face stern, like the Japanese knight or Ashura. Is that stone statue? King Octo answered my question. My ancestor, the God of War. There is no doubt about it. Lily nodded her head. A giant in armor sitting on the throne. He looks just as he did in the lore of the God of War. The God of War was gravely wounded in a battle against a calamity 4,000 years ago. My ancestors tried all kinds of medicines and magic, but they had no effect at all. Kudono, can't you awaken it with your power? That's not what I'm told. I don't have any skills that would be useful in waking up the God of War. What about items? If it could be interpreted that the God of War was in a slumber because of his injuries, then that might work. Heal potion, a top-quality heal potion refined by a skilled apothecary. It has a fine taste that harmonizes the maximum recovery of a heal potion with a good sense of refreshment. Granted effects: increase recovery amount S plus increase recovery speed S plus. It has an outstanding recovery effect, as it was able to instantly restore Iris, who had previously been mortally wounded, to her full health. Let's give it a try for now. First, as a preparation, I take out a flying potion from their item box. Drinking it all in one gulp, Wind Blessing S Plus was activated, and my body floated in the air. Manipulating the wind, I approached the stone statue. The surface of the statue had numerous cracks and looked quite pitiful. Okay, let's do this. I took out a heal potion. I opened the seal of the water bag and sprinkled it on the statue from above. The heal potion soaked into the statue and was absorbed by the statue. It may be my imagination, but the cracks on the surface of the statue seemed to have decreased. Let's try some more. I took out another heal potion and sprinkled it on the cracks. Oh, wow! The cracks were closing up in no time at all. It seemed that my judgment was correct. Let's keep going. After I had used up 5 bags of heal potion, all the cracks disappeared. Phew! I returned to King Octo with a sense of accomplishment after finishing my work. How did it go, Kudono? It went well, I think. I cannot say for sure. However, there was a good response. Soon after, a change occurred in the stone statue. My name is Warden, the god of war. A silvery light appeared in his eyes, and a solemn, low voice echoed around the area. Good morning. Thou hast awakened me well. Hey, hey. The dignity of the man was blown away in an instant. The tone of voice or the words are strange. If I were to use an analogy, it would be as if he was reading out a sentence that was automatically translated by a search engine. Are my words getting through to you? Yes, I can understand what you mean. The human language is very difficult to understand. It will take time to adjust. Anyway, the god of war continued. You have healed my wounds, and for that, I am deeply grateful. You, there, transmigrator, shall be praised. The phrasing is strange, but it seems that he is thanking me. Also, he seems to understand that I'm a transmigrator. I noticed that everyone except me was kneeling on the spot. What in the world was going on? Don't you feel it, Kusan? Lily muttered in a trembling voice. It's the most divine feeling I've ever felt. I can't even stand up. I don't feel anything at all. Maybe it's blocked by their transmigrator's state abnormality nullification. Even though you are bathed in my divine energy, you are unperturbed. I recognize that you have a strong determination, the god of war said in a somewhat amused tone. Oh, transmigrator. Are you a hero, a sage, or a demon king? I want you to tell me. I am none of the above. It's a complicated story. After I said this, I began to explain the events that took place just before I was transferred to this world. It started on the train on my way home from work. I was dozing off and was suddenly transported into a pitch-black space. I was offered the choice of being a hero, a sage, or a demon king, and when I refused all of the choices, I was given a number of cheat skills, including creation. The next thing I knew, I was summoned to this world. In addition, the skills I possessed included powers that were supposed to be given to the hero, the sage, and the demon king, respectively. I think I'm being a bit greedy, or perhaps I'm being too generous with my skill set since I have all 3 powers plus several extras. Newer. After listening to me, the god of war growled in confusion. You are very different from their transmigrator. I know. I am very confused. Is that so? The hero, the sage, or the demon king? All of them have power that is great for the human race. With the help of the transmigrator, I managed to host one. Perhaps due to the progress of language adjustment, the god of war's tone was gradually becoming smoother and smoother. It is exceptional to possess all 3, and even more exceptional to have the creation that was supposed to be lost. The god of war finally stopped to think. His movements were so human that I almost burst out laughing. Oops. This is a serious situation. Let's be careful. Besides, there was something about the god of war's story that bothered me. What do you mean by the supposed creation that was lost? Certainly, it should be told. The god of war nodded deeply. But first, I will suppress my divine spirit. Aside from you, your companions and my descendants seem to be having a hard time. HMPH. I felt a slight lightning sensation around my shoulders. Although I had not been aware of it before, it seems that I was also affected by the divine energy to some extent. That was a lot of pressure. Iris stood up with a sigh of relief. Ku, how did you manage to stay standing? As expected of Kudono, even I, a descendant of the god of war, was overwhelmed. Oops. King Octo seemed to be unsteady on his feet, and although it was good that he got up, he was wobbly and out of position. Master-san, I will help him. It was Zurara who said so, unmoved. His round body bulged out in front of King Octo, who was about to fall down. Plung. I've caught him. I'm great. Oh, Zurara Dono, You saved me." Zurara had successfully caught King Octo's body. "Nice catch, Zurara." "Fufafu." Master San praised me. "Rarara." Zurara hummed happily and shook his body. When I looked at Letitia, I saw that she was helping Lily to stand up. "Thank you, Letitia-san." "No need to thank me. I did what I had to do." I think that Letitia was rather concerned about Lily. Letitia must have often worked together with Lily and fought Port. I'm sure it's partly because Lily was younger than Letitia, but it's kind of heartwarming to see how she naturally cared for her. I don't know if I am reincarnation of Letitia's brother or not, but my life might have been different if I had had such a cheerful older sister when I was in Japan. Anyway, I am glad to hear that everyone is safe. Now then, let's listen to what the God of War has to say. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Chapter 9. Thanks to Cypher for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 9. I tried to get the information about the mastermind. It seemed that the language adjustment was mostly complete, and the God of War's tone of voice was becoming quite natural. But before that, the problem was God of War was not very good at explaining things. It was 360,000 years ago. No, 14,000 years ago. It seems like only yesterday. Half of Yggdrasil disappeared. This is the root of the calamity, and I will give you the important explanation now. 800,000 years ago, I engaged it in battle. It appeared 1,28 million years ago. The timeline was a jumbled mess, and the story repeatedly digressed from one point to another. I guess he was talking in whatever order came to his mind, without thinking about the overall structure of the story. Thanks to this, everyone was in a state of confusion. Iris and Lily were turning their eyes around, unable to keep up with the conversation, and Letitia was taking notes in her sketchbook until halfway through but eventually stopped and looked up at the God of War with a resigned expression. When it came to King Octo, he was dozing off while leaning against Zurara. "Is that okay?" "He's there, descendant of the God of War, right? As for me, I was listening to the whole thing from the beginning to the end." When I was working as a company employee in Japan, there were quite a few clients who went on and on about things without coherence. I would extract the important points from the flood of words and reconstruct them into a form that anyone could understand. I am used to that kind of work. Now, looking back on what the God of War had said, it was quite spectacular. It would have taken me a long time to understand it. But fortunately, the knowledge I had acquired from video games and anime when I was in Japan came in handy. The story of the God of War had many similarities to Norse mythology. In the beginning, words like Gram and Fenrir and other Norse mythology-like words appeared here and there, so in a sense, it was as I expected. First of all, the basic premise is that there is a huge divine tree called Yggdrasil outside of this world, and that hundreds or thousands of worlds exist on each of its branches and leaves. However, the world in which I used to live is not on the Yggdrasil but exists in a completely different dimension, at a unique point. What is unique about it is that there is no magic or similar power. To me, a world with magic seems unique, but from the perspective of the gods, the existence of magic is of course natural, and a world without magic would be the exception of the exception, an environment so harsh that humans would not be able to survive. Frankly, I am surprised. If a person lives in such a harsh world, they must be very strong. That's why people in ancient civilizations were working on the Summoning Transmigrator project. This is where the basic premise ends. The two things which should be kept in mind are that there is a huge divine tree called Yggdrasil spreading outside the world and that there are multiple magical worlds on the Yggdrasil. It all sounds rather grandiose, but it is all in the past. This brings up the main point. Yggdrasil currently no longer exists. All the other worlds on the branches have been destroyed, except for this one where we live. As for what happened, the memories described by the God of War were a bit vague, so I couldn't rely on them, but it seemed that about 1,280,000 years ago, a monster called Zorgral appeared from another dimension. The Zorgral had the property of absorbing and assimilating all things and tried to take in Yggdrasil and the worlds above the branches and leaves. Of course, the gods who governed each world and the people who lived there desperately resisted. However, Zorgral's momentum could not be stopped, and when even the creator god, the creator of Yggdrasil, was swallowed up, the game was decided. As a result of the creator god's power, Zorgral was able to create a new underling called Calamity from what it had absorbed. Countless worlds were destroyed by calamities and absorbed by the Zorgral. It seemed that the last one left was this world we are in. The reason why the god of war called creation a lost power was because the source of it, the creator god Edar, has been taken over by the Zorgral. The other important point in the God of War's story is why this world is still intact. Apparently, several gods covered this world with a strong barrier in exchange for their own lives. However, when the barrier was deployed, some calamities had already entered the world, such as the Black Dragon and the White Dragon. It seems that these calamities were resurrected at regular intervals to bring death and destruction to this world. Each time, the God of War would wake up and fight the calamities. I, too, am nearing my limit. 4,000 years ago, I was defeated in battle and slumbered underground. Thanks to you, my wounds have healed, but I am no longer strong enough to resist the calamity. Therefore, the God of War continued. I will entrust the God of War's Shrine Maiden with my remaining strength. It was deemed the best solution. Lily seemed puzzled by the sudden turn of the topic. Me. You are the God of War's Shrine Maiden. After all, there is no one else. Therefore, the power will be transferred to you. The God of War slowly moved his right hand and extended it toward Lily. Pieces of armor fell from his body. It must be true that he is nearing his limit. The tone of voice was gradually returning to an unnatural one. Perhaps as a symptom of this, by inheriting my power, you will have complete mastery over the Yggdrasil bow. I recommend your consent, as it will dramatically improve your chances of triumphing over calamity. Lily looked at me with a lost expression. She was having a hard time deciding on her own. I patted Lily's head and called out to her, if you are worried, you don't have to do anything. Oh, transmigrator. That is not the best solution and is not recommended. Even if you force her to receive the power, she may not be able to use it. If it's that bad, I'll take over for her. Am I not the successor to the God of War in the first place? I ask thee to give me a reason, for it is too abrupt. Here it is. I take out the sacred Gchlehon from my item box. Lily once said that I might be the successor of the God of War when she saw this. I wonder how it actually is. The God of War's reaction was a gasp. Gchlehon had been absorbed by Zorgral, and my valiant army has been lost. So why is it here? I created it with creation. And by the way, I can summon the army as well. In order to defeat the pirates in Fort Port, I summoned the Knights of the Dawn, who were active 4,000 years ago, to strike a separate unit on land. When I mentioned this, the God of War let out a sigh of amazement. Transmigrator, thy existence is out of the realm of reason. In other words, it's so great. Very excellent, he said. I understand that he's praising me, but the tension I've been feeling up to this point has suddenly been blown away. I say to the God of War with a slight feeling of weakness. Anyway, can we agree that I will inherit the power of the God of War? I accept your suggestion. The God of War was about to nod his head. Please wait. Lily shouted in an unusually loud voice. I will take over the power. Please let me inherit it from. You don't have to push yourself too hard. It's okay. I can do it. I don't want to burden you all the time, Kusan. I'm an adult, and Lily is a child. So you don't have to mind that. Adult or child, we are friends. Lily looked at me with a determined gaze and said, when we stopped the volcano on Maharas Island, Kusan, your eyes were bleeding. Even after you defeated the Green Dragon, you hid the fact that you were really dizzy. I got caught, huh? I thought I was being careful not to show my weakness to everyone, but they knew. Even now, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? I wonder. To be honest, I don't know about this myself. Immediately after the debriefing, I was quite sleepy due to fatigue, but when I went to bed, my nerves were strangely aroused, and I could not sleep, and I have been awake ever since. This was something I heard when I was working as an office worker in Japan. When people are too tired, their nerves become dull, and they do not recognize that they are tired. It could be called a kind of runner's high. Maybe I was in that state. Hey, Ku. Iris called out to me. I also agree with Lily's opinion this time. It would be hard for Ku to be the only one who has to work so hard. Lilian-chan wants to help Master-san, doesn't she? Zurara said, nodding his head. Master-san, I hope you will listen to Lilian-chan's request this time. I understand what you three are saying. Let me confirm one thing. I nodded and asked the God of War. Is there any danger to Lily because of her inherited power? There, God of War's Shrine Maiden serves as a vessel to receive the power of the gods. Her safety is extremely strongly guaranteed. In short, she'll be fine. Got it. I kneeled down on the spot, looked at Lily, and talked. I'll leave it to Lily here. But, don't overdo it. When Kusan says it, it is not very convincing. Lily huffed and relaxed her mouth, smiling slightly. You always push yourself too hard, don't you? Well, that's true. I couldn't talk back because I knew what I was doing. Ho ho ho. King Octo, who had woken up from his doze at some point in time, raised his voice in an interested manner. The Dragon Slayer hero, Kudono, also has an opponent who he cannot defeat. It is often said that a crying child can never be defeated. I'm not crying. Ha ha ha, it is just a figure of speech. King Octo laughed pleasantly. Even though we just met today, this person blends in like an old friend. Or perhaps that is his virtue as a king. So, as a result of the discussion, it was decided that Lily would be the one to inherit the power of the God of War. He was also going to adjust Yggdrasil's bow at the same time, so we will leave it with the God of War for the time being. It will take time for the inheritance and adjustment. It takes about 2 years. Isn't that too long? I will make a correction. It will take about 2 hours. That would make sense, but that is a very bold error. The God of War had lived for tens of thousands of years, so to such a being, 2 years and 2 hours may seem the same. Well, 2 hours is not long, so let's wait here until it's over. I'd be worried if something happened to Lily. That's what I was thinking. I'll stay with Lily-chan, don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll watch over Lily and Ichan too. Master-san, you should go to your room and take a rest. Kusan, I'll be fine. Please take care of yourself. The three of them, Iris, Zurara, and Lily, were all against it, so I decided to go back to my room quietly, without being stubborn. King Octo and Letitia were with me. Kudono is considered important by his friends, isn't he? Well, I have been shown a good thing. It is wonderful. Aside from King Octo nodding his head in satisfaction, there was something wrong with Letitia. She seemed to be somewhat listless. She had obviously been talking less since the God of War story, and I'm a little worried about her. The return to the surface was instantaneous. The God of War used some kind of transfer magic to send us back to the bench. Because I had been in the dim underground until a while ago, the blue sky and the sun seemed to be dazzling. King Octo had left to return to the castle. The rest was just me and Letitia, who had a somewhat gloomy look on her face. Kusama, please return to the guest house first. What about Letitia? I have something I want to think about alone. I would appreciate it if you would leave me alone. Letitia turned her back on me and walked away. As I thought it was strange. She was like a different person from her usual cheerful self. Wouldn't it be bad if I left her alone? I had a bad feeling about this, so I decided to follow. Letitia, wait. I won't wait. Please leave me alone. Is something bothering you? It's just your imagination or an optical illusion. No, my eyes have nothing to do with it, I replied and extended my right hand. My fingertips touched Letitia's left arm at that moment. Please leave me alone. Letitia's legs were covered with the radiance of blue meteors, and she took a giant leap and disappeared. Hey, I can't believe she even unleashed her physical abilities as a calamity to escape. But if she went this far, the feelings of rivalry would rise, or at least I want to chase after her. Don't you think? Search and track Letitia's location. A translucent window appeared in front of me, displaying a map of the surrounding area. On the map, blue dots of light were shining brightly. The location was surprisingly close. On the roof of the guest house. Let's go there anyway. Fortunately, the edge of the rooftop was visible from this location. This meant that I could use short-distance warp to get there. This was an application of the spatial manipulation that was taken away from the gluttonous dragon, and as long as the location was within view, I could move there in an instant. The problem was the amount of magic power consumed, but it seemed to be just barely enough, thanks to a level up from before. Alright, I concentrate my consciousness and activate short-distance warp. I felt my body floating, and then my vision was distorted. I was standing on the edge of the rooftop. When I landed on the inside, I saw Letitia very close by. Isn't it too quick to catch up to me? As expected, this development was probably unexpected for her. She rolled her eyes and had a look of dismay on her face. I smiled inwardly and said, "From the way you talk, you must have expected me to come after you." I ran away reflexively just now, but if I think about it calmly, it is impossible for me to outrun Kusama. Isn't that right? Well, I guess if Letitia had fled at full speed, I would have continued the pursuit while confirming her position with auto-mapping. It was quite possible to get ahead of her by using the Fenrir Coat's granted effect of Divine Speed Blessing X, and the bastard Gauntlet's Black Spider Threads X as a means to stop her in her tracks. There were various other skills and items, and by making full use of them, I would have caught Letitia in the end. Good grief, I am really no match for Kusama. Letitia chuckled and shrugged her shoulders as if in contemplation. A gentle breeze on the rooftop lifted her long blonde hair. I was a little rude to you earlier. I apologize. It's the same for everyone when they're not in the mood. So it's nothing to worry about. I stood alongside Letitia as I said this to her. Is it the Zorgral story that's troubling you? You've got it all figured out, because you obviously changed your attitude after the story, the God of War said. As a result of Zorgral's acquisition of the Creator God's power, he is now able to use what he has absorbed as material to create his minions of calamity. In other words, what I was before. I guess you were defeated by Zorgral and taken in. And she was recreated as one of the calamities, the brilliant and arrogant dragon. Her memory was vague, perhaps due to the effects of that time. When I heard about Zorgral, I remembered, Letitia muttered, looking up at the sky with a faraway look in her eyes. My brother and I were a pair of sibling dragons, guardians of a certain world. On that day, the sky suddenly split open in the shape of a crescent moon, and a huge purple bubble crept out of the sky like a noose. Is that bubble the Zorgral? Yes, probably. Letitia nodded. Her profile was somewhat pale. It was not surprising. After all, she remembered the time when she was killed. The purple bubble took in everything around it, people, monsters, towns, nature, everything, without distinction. My brother and I tried our best to resist, but it didn't work. Yes, my brother and I were swallowed up by the bubbles. The sensation of my body being slowly melted away is not something I want to remember. Letitia shook her head as she cast her eyes down. Her shoulders trembled a little. Perhaps it was the recollection of those days that brought back the fear. I don't know why I was reborn as a human when I was supposed to have been remade as a brilliant and arrogant dragon, nor do I know why I am free from my original role of destroying this world. Although I do understand how terrifying the Zorgral are, Letitia muttered with a clear look of fright in her eyes. It's not just a monster. It's a menace beyond the reach of even the vilest of creatures. It's literally a being of a different dimension. It has no thoughts or feelings, and it is a kind of phenomenon that takes in everything. Perhaps we should think of it as the very concept of destruction. For now, let's summarize the information we have so far. Apparently, this world is under such a threat that the calamity seems like a trivial thing in comparison. The name of this threat is Zorgral. The proper nouns I hear in this world, such as Yggdrasil, are typical, but many of them have something to do with Norse mythology. What about Zorgral then? I have never heard of such a name. Well, it is possible that I just don't know it, but it doesn't sound like Norse mythology from the sense of the word. They say that a name is an expression of one's body, and this name that doesn't sound like something out of Norse mythology may be the proof that Zorgral is a being from another dimension. According to Letitia, Zorgral is a giant purple bubble that absorbs everything without regard. This world is currently protected against Zorgral's invasion by a strong barrier. For my part, I would like nothing to happen to me in my lifetime, but the world tends to take a turn for the worse, and I should think about what to do in the event of the Zorgral invasion. But what should I do? In anime and manga, the standard strategy for an enemy with absorptive capacity is to make it destroy itself by absorbing more energy than its limit, but I wonder if that is effective against Zorgral. The opponent has already taken in thousands of worlds, and it is hard to believe that there is a limit to the amount of energy it can absorb. How can I defeat such a monster? In Letitia's case, she had already fought Zorgral once and lost, so her sense of hopelessness must be even greater. It is only natural for her to be skeptical. However, it may be too early to give up hope. For example, Zorgral's power has been broken in some areas. Take Letitia, for example. She was supposed to be a calamity that would destroy the world, but she is not fulfilling her role at all. It is also unnatural for me to have creation. As the God of War said, the power of the Creator God should have belonged to Zorgral. It is said that a transmigrator can only have the power of one of the three: the hero, the sage, or the demon king. However, I have all three powers and possess various cheat skills, such as creation and dexterity. It may sound strange to say it myself, but I am an extremely irregular existence. Therefore, is it too unbelievable to say that I might be accounted to the monster that deviates from the ordinance? Zor growled. My power is still growing. I haven't reached my maximum level yet, and I recently acquired a new skill called Break Smash. If I continue to improve my skills steadily, I will eventually be strong enough to stand up to Zor growled, right? Although it was vague, I had such a hunch. It's certainly possible, isn't it? Hearing my guess, Letitia nodded deeply. In the first place, it can be said that we have no other choice but to bet on the growth of Kusama. It is quite uncertain, though. But it is much better than having no hope. Letitia smiled softly. Compared to earlier, her expression was also brighter. If it makes her feel a little better, then it's worth my while to talk to her. If only. If Kusama's presence could be accounted as Zor growled. Letitia put her right hand over her mouth and muttered thoughtfully. There is one thing that worries me. What is it? The possibility that the opponent will make a preemptive move. To eliminate future threats, we should consider the possibility that they will try to crush Kusama while they still can. That could happen. If I were Zor growled, I would certainly do that. For example, they might try to attack us with multiple calamities at once. They very well might strike us with more than one calamity at once. Letitia and I were voicing almost the same concern at almost the same time. It was right after that. The blue sky suddenly turned a murky dark red. The color was so ominous that it seemed like the world was bleeding. It was an obvious anomaly, but in a case like this, only one cause came to mind. A calamity. I'll look into it. Please wait a moment. Letitia closed her eyes and folded her hands in front of her chest. It was as if she was praying. Her whole body is enveloped in a faint bluish-white light. The glow was as clear and beautiful as the stars in the night sky. It's a tough situation, isn't it? Letitia furrowed her well-shaped brow and muttered. Excluding the west, one in the east, one in the south, and one in the north. That makes a total of 3. Calamity. Yes. No. Only one is considered a calamity. Just one calamity. That's a strange description. So you're saying the other 2 aren't mere calamities? Letitia answered my question in a grave tone. The other 2 are the Rage Dragon and the Lust Dragon. They are calamities, but they are classified as great calamities. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Chapter 10. Thanks to Cypher for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 10. In addition, I tried to fight the calamity. The great calamities are also called calamities beyond calamities, and each of them has its own unique ability, a power that is beyond the norm. For example, the emptiness gluttonous dragon that I fought in Syria had the unique ability of spatial manipulation, and its power that transcends the laws of physics had caused me a great deal of pain. It could suddenly warp to another location, become translucent to avoid attacks, or even constrict space itself to impede our movements. Incidentally, Letitia is a reincarnation of the brilliant and arrogant dragon, which is also a great calamity. But that aside, the enemy is one calamity and 2 great calamities. The situation is quite critical. It is too hard to have 2 great calamities appear at the same time, not to mention another calamity as well. As Letitia had guessed, Zor growled may have gathered all the pieces it could move in order to eliminate the future threat that is me. I didn't have time to think long and hard about what I'm going to do. I opened my item box, and equipped my battle gear, armored bear armor, Fenrir coat, and bastard gauntlets. I wrapped my body with the equipment that had been with me through all the fierce battles up to this day, equipment that should be called my partner. And this time, in addition, I took out an item that I had created with creation. Before noon. It was the 3 Emperor Dragons bracelet. When I put it on my right wrist, the successor of the 3 Emperors X was activated. At this moment, I am a magic user who can control the 3 attributes of fire, ice, and wind at will. Kusama. Letitia suddenly called out to me. Look at that. She pointed to a spot some distance away from us. A small magic circle was floating on the floor of the rooftop. Iris was transferred to the rooftop. We have a problem. Or rather, by the looks of it, you know the enemy is approaching. Yeah, because the sky is like this. Letitia has been looking into it. From what she said just now, Iris seems aware of the situation. According to her, the god of war also sensed the presence of a calamity or great calamity and sent Iris to the surface to deal with the situation. The power succession to Lily is going well, but it still seems to take some time. I understand. For now, The three of us will have to deal with it. As I said that, I took out some flying potion from my item box. I gave Iris and Letitia some as well to drink. There are a lot of enemies this time. We need to be flexible, so please take a drink of it. Thank you. I'll take it. Foo-fa-foo. I haven't flown since my previous life. The three of us opened the package at about the same time and raised the water bag in a toasting gesture. We didn't have any prior agreement, but it seems we were all thinking the same thing. We chuckled at each other and drank the flying potion. The wind swirled around my feet. My body floated softly. Iris was able to stabilize her posture immediately, probably because she had drunk the flying potion before. How about Letitia? I've got the hang of it. It's like this. As expected of a dragon in her previous life, she was able to get the hang of it without too much difficulty. This seems to be alright. First, we need to gain altitude and get a clear view. Follow me, I told them, and we flew up at once. The sky was still tinged with an ominous dark red. When I reached an altitude at which I could see the entire city, I stopped moving. I looked around in a clockwise direction. To the north and west are mountains and forests, to the east are plains, and to the south is the sea. To the north and south, respectively, floated translucent soap bubble-like spheres. They looked like that at first when the gluttonous dragon appeared before, didn't they? Are those two the Great Calamity? Yes, probably. Letitia caught up with me a few seconds later and lined up on my right. Iris came on the other side, to my left. Is the one to the east a Norman Calamity? I suppose so. I turned my gaze to the plain to the east. There was a large yellowish sphere floating in the sky above it. What should we do? First, let's reduce the number of enemies. I took out 2 grams from my item box, and held them in my left and right hands. The left hand was the original, and the right hand was the copy created with the item duplication. In order to distinguish between the two, I will refer to them as Gram Origin and Gram Imitate. While pouring magic power into each sword, I continued speaking. Letitia and I will strike the one in the east. Iris, you can cover me from here with an Absolute Freeze X. If a major calamity comes after the royal capital, I should protect it with the barrier, right? Yes, please. Leave it to me. Iris nodded and raised her right arm in a small gesture. I raised my right arm in the same way, and we lightly bumped into each other. Our feelings were connected. I was sure of that. No more words were needed. Iris would do well. Letitia, let's go. Foo-fa-foo. Even at a time like this, you still show it. What are you talking about? Don't mind me. I'm like a wall or a floor. As usual, I don't understand the meaning of her words, but it doesn't matter. Let's focus on what's in front of us now. I maneuvered the wind to accelerate and then turned to the east. Just then, I heard a pounding. Bar-dump, bar-dump. The yellow ochre sphere floating on the plain began to tremble. It seemed to be close to its resurrection. Of course, I am not going to wait too long for it to emerge from its egg. Letitia, can you shoot it with Falling Star? I finished preparing it during our conversation earlier. I'm ready whenever needed. Letitia raised her right hand high in the air as she answered. A chain of light shot out from her wrist and was sucked into the magic circle that appeared in the sky. Okay, please do it. Very well. Come from the heavens, Falling Star. Letitia's right arm swung down. The chain of light is pulled, and a meteorite falls from beyond the magic circle. The frictional heat with the atmosphere caused the surface to burn red. The meteorite, maintaining its furious speed, slammed into the yellow ochre-colored sphere. A roar burst out, and the gusty wind blew. The impact shattered both the meteorite and the sphere, and a haze of dust and smoke filled the air in the vicinity. Of course, I don't think this was enough to defeat it. Activating auto-mapping. A map of the surrounding area was drawn in a pale blue window, and a red light spot indicating the presence of the calamity was visible. Relying on the window display to adjust my direction instead of my vision, which was blocked by the dust, I swung my 2 swords in a crosswise motion. I simultaneously activated Thugad of War/S+ from both sides. A torrent of light was released in the form of an X, blowing away the dust nearby. Beyond it, the figure of a dragon with yellow ochre scales appeared and was instantly engulfed by the torrent of light. Goo! A cry of anguish echoed from beyond the blinding brilliance. After the light passed, I saw a dragon crashing down with both wings missing. I poured magic power into the swords in both hands and once again activated Appraisal, while preparing for Thugad of War/S+. Yellow Dragon of Earthquake. a dragon of calamity that appears only once every 4,000 years. Swimming through the ground, it drags all life and civilization into the ground. The three calamities that have appeared so far, the black dragon, the white dragon, and the green dragon, are the equivalent of the attributes of fire, ice, and wind in RPGs. The yellow dragon, the fourth calamity, has powers related to the earth, as one would expect. However, the fact that it swims on the ground is troublesome. I don't know if this is possible with its wings missing, but I want to finish it off as soon as possible, especially since Lily is in the process of inheriting the power of the god of war in the basement of King's Landing. I cannot let it interfere with the process. Letitia, give it a follow-up attack. I've already started. Please rest assured. There was no falsehood in her words. A second giant meteorite began falling from the magic circle that had spread across the sky. The destination was, of course, the yellow dragon. Although we would have liked to push through at once, the enemy was not that naive. Suddenly, a large number of black shadows were coming in from the south. It was a group of small dragons about 1 meter long. One after another, the dragons attached themselves to the meteorite, and their entire bodies emitted light. Each explosion was not large, but the number of explosions was extraordinary. 100, 200, 300 no, it's over several thousand. The self-destructive tactics of the smaller dragons shattered the meteorite in less than 3 seconds. In unexpected situations, information is the most important thing. I immediately activated appraisal on the small dragons. The inexhaustible lust dragon, a great calamity dragon that flew in from the outside of this world. It is the natural enemy of all life. Its only active means of attack is to self-destruct by letting its magical power run wild. It is a group that shares a single consciousness, and although its intelligence is low, as long as even a single dragon remains, its numbers will increase indefinitely through division. Infinitely multiplying. If the description is correct, it is a very nasty enemy. And in fact, the remaining lust dragons that had not taken the self-destructive tactic were beginning to split up, their bodies trembling. What's going on? Letitia came up next to me and asked me a question. I briefly told her the contents of the appraisal. The red spot of light on the south side of the royal capital has vanished. That must have been the lust dragon. I think we should split up here. Letitia immediately suggested. I'll go and stop the lust dragon. May I borrow your bastard gauntlet, Kusama? Do you know how to use it? I have the domination skill. I see. One of Letitia's unique abilities, domination, by infusing the arrogant dragon's factor, can manipulate any living or inanimate object as desired. Depending on how it is used, it can also be used as an alternative to dexterity. The bastard gauntlet was made from black spider and white scorpion, and in addition to shooting out spider silk, it could also release lightning bolts to attack a wide area. Since the flying lust dragon was like a swarming group, the best way would be to deal with it using the bastard gauntlet. I handed the bastard gauntlet to Letitia and headed toward the yellow dragon, lowering my altitude. The yellow dragon had already hit the ground and was lying limp from the damage. It did not move even a twitch. Was it dead? No, it was not. If it had been defeated, the corpse would have been stored in my item box by automatic collection. So it's just pretending to be dead? That's a very clever thing to do. I swung down the gram imitate in my right hand and activated God of War/S+. A silver light was emitted from the great sword and was about to engulf the yellow dragon. At that moment, the yellow dragon opened its eyes. Immediately after, the ground around it seemed to ripple like water, and the huge body sank into it. As written in the description of the appraisal, it must have activated the power to swim in the ground. The yellow dragon gave up on fighting me and headed in the direction of the royal capital, digging its way through the ground. Sorry, but that's something I predicted. I activated Divine Speed Blessing X. In an instant, I overtook the yellow dragon and moved ahead in the direction of its movement. I returned the gram imitate in my right hand to the item box, and took out Hikino's chair instead. Break Smash. It is a skill that adds further granted effects to a weapon created by creation, and forcibly raises its performance. The added effect to Hikino's chair is called Fierce Earthquake Strike X. By slamming it into the ground, it causes a violent vibration, causing surrounding enemies to fall into a stupor. This would be very effective against yellow dragons in the ground. Syria. I threw the gram origin in my left hand high into the air, grabbed Hikino's chair with both hands, and slammed it to the ground with all my might. The chair shatters at the cost of the break smash, and disappears as particles of light. However, the force of the impact was considerable. The earth shook violently, and the surrounding ground shattered and caved in around the spot where it was struck. The yellow dragon was greatly knocked away by the impact and was thrown into the air. Gwah! A scream echoed through the air. As expected of such a calamity, the dragon did not seem to have fainted, but it seemed to have sustained considerable damage. Just at that moment, a flash of blue light was released from the direction of the royal capital. The light hit the yellow dragon directly, quickly turning its entire body into ice. It was probably Fimbul's Absolute Freeze X. Iris, who remained in the royal capital, was apparently providing covering fire from the rear. Nice timing. I caught the Gram Origin that had just fallen in front of me and re-gripped it with both hands. I'm going to finish you off. I swung down my sword. A silver slash was released, slicing the yellow dragon in half. One down. The carcass was immediately stored in my item box by automatic collection. I would have liked to take a breather here, but alas, it was impossible. The translucent sphere floating above the steep mountains to the north of the royal capital burst open, and the second great calamity appeared. Gwah! It was a huge bipedal dragon. Its entire body was red-hot and ablaze. Flames leaked out incessantly from between its scales. It looked as if a flaming hell had been forced into the shape of a dragon. It had no wings on its back but instead had protruding organs extending from both shoulders. In terms of size, it was the largest of all the opponents I had fought so far. It was not only 100 meters tall but probably reached 200 meters in length. I guessed from its appearance that it was the Rage Dragon. I activated Appraisal. Radiant Rage Dragon, a great calamity dragon that flew in from outside of this world. It is the natural enemy of all life. Zorgral created it in the form of a dragon using the concept of hell in a certain world as material. Using the concept as material. To be honest, I don't understand a bit what it means. However, the figure surrounded by the flames of the Rage Dragon left an impression that it would make sense if it were called hell in the shape of a dragon. The Rage Dragon let out a majestic cry and began its march toward the royal capital. Every time it stepped, thump, a loud earth tremor rang out, and a cloud of dust billowed up. And that's not all. The protrusions on both shoulders bent and pointed their tips toward the royal capital. I gasped. An unpleasant sensation ran up and down my spine. This was no time to be in a daze. I quickly manipulated the wind and headed toward the Rage Dragon. Of course, I didn't forget to pour magic power into the Gram Origin. Immediately after, the protrusions on both shoulders of the Rage Dragon glowed red, and flaming projectiles were shot out from the tip of the protrusions at a furious rate. The size of the flaming projectiles probably exceeded 10 meters in diameter. It could no longer be described as a small meteorite. Like machine guns, they shot at the royal capital one after another at an alarming rate. The city would normally have been a sea of fire, and many people would have been burned to death. However, just before the flaming bullets reached the city, a wall of silver light covered the city. Iris must have activated the True Dragon God Barrier X. Thanks to the barrier, the flaming bullets were completely blocked, and the damage to the royal capital was reduced to 0. I am so glad that I left her in the rear. I want to praise myself for making this decision just before the battle began. In the meantime, Thegard of War/S+ was fully charged. Let's go. I readied the Gram Origin with both hands and swung it down with all my might. The torrent of light emitted from the silver blade swallowed the entire left arm of the Rage Dragon and obliterated it. The body of the dragon, which had lost one arm, tilted. That's unexpected. It may be because I myself have grown up, but the enemy is a great calamity. I never thought that a single blow could do so much damage. Gwah! The Rage Dragon roared. It was not a scream of pain. It sounded like a scream to rouse itself. At the same time, something unexpected happened. Flames erupted from the severed surface taking the form of its left arm, and then the surface was enveloped in scales, regenerating itself in a matter of seconds. Not only that, the left arm, from the elbow to the tip, was transformed into a sword-like shape. Is it imitating Gram? I was thinking about it and was about to start the next charge of Thegard of War/S+. Just then, the Rage Dragon's gaze turned toward me. Gwah! The sword extending from its left arm takes on a silvery sheen, No way. My hunch was correct. The Rage Dragon swung its left arm down. A slash of light was released with brilliance like a supernova explosion. I quickly activated Divine Speed Blessing Eggs and avoided the slash of the Rage Dragon. Just barely. At worst, if I had been even a few tenths of a second late in my judgment, I might have been obliterated by that light. Soon after, the inorganic voice of "Full Assist" echoed in my mind. Analysis has been completed on the unique ability of the Rage Dragon. It is speculated to be Full Retaliation. What in the world is that kind of ability? Information flows in to answer my question. The current Full Assist is still in safe mode, but it seems that the necessary functions are still alive and well. As for the effect of Full Retaliation, it seems that the Rage Dragon can learn the attacks it receives and reproduce them in an amplified form. In an amplified form? In my case, God of War /S+ took time to fully charge. It was impossible to attack at full power continuously. But it seems that the Rage Dragon, which has the power to amplify and reproduce, has overcome this disadvantage. Oh no! The Rage Dragon had already moved on to its next attack. It was about to swing down the blade of its left arm, but the movement stopped midway. What happened? Immediately after, Letitia's voice was heard from overhead. Kusama, a little help here, please. She comes toward me, being chased by a horde of lust dragons. I see. The reason the Rage Dragon stopped its attack was probably because the lust dragon came into its line of fire. To be honest, it was a big help. I am grateful to Letitia. The Rage Dragon seemed to have given up its attack on me and resumed concentrated fire on the royal capital with flaming bullets. There was Iris' True Dragon God Barrier X over there. It should hold out for a while yet. I trust you, Iris. I really want to fly to the royal capital right away. But now is not the time to let my emotions get the better of me. I maneuvered the wind to gain altitude and lined up right next to Letitia, who was fleeing from a swarm of lust dragons. Letitia, are you okay? Yes, don't worry. It seems that Kusama has defeated the Yellow Dragon. As expected of you. Thanks to you for attracting the lust dragons. Thank you. It was for my sweet little brother's sake. It's not a big deal. Letitia holds her tongue as if in a panic. I don't actually know yet if I'm the reincarnation of the greedy dragon. It is possible that only the power was possessed, just like their creation. Letitia seems to understand this, and she usually treats me as an equal fellow without showing any sisterly attitude. The reason why the word brother is mentioned now is probably because we are in the middle of a battle, and it is an emergency situation where we are being chased by the lust dragons. Whenever people lose their composure, unexpected words are likely to come out. Let's reduce the number of enemies, shall we? Letitia coughed as if to hide her embarrassment, then glanced back and pointed her right hand at the crowd of lust dragons. In her arm is the bastard gauntlet that I lent her. Here we go. At the same time as she spoke, one of the granted effects, Black Spider's Thread X, was activated. Countless threads are released from the gauntlet on her right arm. The threads spread out in the air like a spider's web, entangling the lust dragons that were chasing after us from behind. Immediately, an explosion erupts. Of course, Black Spider Thread X's no such effect. The dragons trapped by the threads all self-destructed at once. This was probably so that they would not interfere with the following group. It was a personnel tactic without any means, made possible by the fact that they are beings that can multiply infinitely. That's too nasty. But I have found a way to defeat it. Letitia said this and held up her left arm. In her hand, she holds an object that is wrapped around by spider silk. This is the lust dragon, isn't it? When I asked her what was going on, Letitia told me that she had set out to capture the enemy as soon as she started working separately from me, stopping them. With Bastard Gauntlet's Black Spider Thread X, she immediately activated Domination. The first one seems to have self-destructed before the Domination was finished, but it seems to have succeeded in capturing the second one. Now, using this individual as a foothold, I am interfering with the collective consciousness of the lust dragons themselves. The lust dragons were a group that shared a single consciousness, and if I were to use a game analogy, I would say that they are an army controlled by a single player. But it would take a long time to use Domination on a Calamity. and even more so if I were to do so while running around. That's why. You mean you need my help? Yes, I'll be counting on you. I nodded at Letitia's words. Of course. What do you want me to do? The Lust Dragons are a swarm that share a single consciousness. That is why they are able to use desperate personnel tactics, but on the other hand, since a single consciousness is responsible for controlling the herd, it is difficult for them to form separate units or perform multiple actions at the same time. Therefore, I would like you to do your utmost to reduce the number of these dragons. If you do so, the enemy will give priority to proliferation and will neglect the opposition to my domination. What if resistance to domination takes precedence? At that time, Kusama will defeat them in the usual way. In other words, Letitia said with a wry smile, when the two of us are together, it's as if victory has been decided. I swung down Gram Origin with my left hand. The silver slash swallowed hundreds of Lust Dragons and obliterated them. However, that was only about 10% of the total number of the herd, and the loss was quickly made up by multiplication. There's no end in sight, but the resistance to domination is weakening. We've made about 50% progress, and we need to do more. Letitia told me as we flew around side by side. Kusama, please continue to apply pressure. Yes, I'll take care of it. I looked at the group of Lust Dragons that were chasing us from behind. They were numerous, but the durability of each one was not that high. If this is the case, then rather than God of War/S+, which takes a long time to charge, it is better to use a less powerful but more versatile means of attack. For example, magic. I held up my right hand toward the crowd of Lust Dragons. On my wrist was the 3 Emperor Dragons bracelet. One of the granted effects is Magic Creation X, combining the 3 attributes of fire, ice, and wind. It is possible to create a completely new magic. Okay. The image was ready. Immediately, there, Full Assist was activated, and the image was converted into reality through magic. It took about 2 seconds to complete. All that remained was to give the magic a name. The simpler, the better in this case. I shouted, Twin Storm. With these words, twin storms erupt. One is covered in flames, the other in ice and snow. The 2 storms spin around in a spiral, slicing, burning, and freezing the Lust Dragons. https://nikestranslation/home.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/00019.jpg. That's just what I'd expect from you, Letitia shouted in admiration. The resistance to domination has weakened dramatically. I think they are confused by the difference in temperature between fire and ice. That's a happy miscalculation. The entire troop of Lust Dragons shared a single consciousness, but because of this, it is probably unable to handle the current situation where each individual was in a disjointed state of being burned or frozen. Oops. Apparently, there was one more miscalculation. In a good way, of course. My magic power is over 100,000 MP, and the natural recovery rate is 1% per second. On the other hand, the MP required to maintain Twin Storm is 950 per second. The amount of natural recovery is higher, albeit by a smaller margin. Considering that the average magician's MP is 100, this is extravagant, but I wondered if I could make good use of the extra magical power. When I mentioned this to Letitia, she responded with this suggestion. Please lend me your excess magic power. I'll increase the output of domination, and win the battle in one fell swoop. I understand. Use it well. Letitia extended her right hand to me. I put the Gram Origin in my left hand into my item box, and took her hand. I tried to pour magic power to Letitia in the same way that I charged the God of War/S+. It was at that time. Throb. With a creaking sensation in the back of my brain, my vision blacked out. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Chapter 11. Thanks to Cypher for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 11. I heard the voice of the greedy dragon. Where am I? I found myself floating in the darkness. I was supposed to have been fighting along with Letitia against a herd of Lust Dragons a while ago, but what had happened? I've seen something similar before. It was just before I was transferred to another world and then after I defeated the Black Dragon. Just like that time, a translucent window appeared in front of me. There, a golden dragon with a majestic mane was projected. It looked like Letitia's hair color, but I knew intuitively that it was different from her. Instead, a certain name flashed through my mind. Letitia's brother, the gleaming greedy dragon. Huh? The dragon nodded behind the window at my words. Then, in a voice that sounded just like mine, he said, "Now I am speaking to you from within. Listen carefully, Zorgral, the thing that ate us will be here soon. You must protect what you want to protect. If you can afford it, please take care of my sister. The preparations are complete. Let's go." Letitia's voice brought me back to reality. It seemed to have lasted less than a second. But what was that hallucination? The greedy dragon said that it was the one that ate us. It made sense if I considered that my previous life was the greedy dragon and my memories of my previous life spoke to me. A situation like that was common in anime and manga, or maybe I just didn't remember that I was once captured by Zorgral in the past. No, I'll think about it later. Let's focus on what's in front of me first. It went well. With a sigh of relief, Letitia turned to me. "It is only temporary, but I have completely taken over the consciousness of the Lust Dragon. Please take a look." Saying this, Letitia looked back behind her. I looked there, too. The twin storm seemed to have disappeared when my vision blacked out, but it didn't matter much. The Lust Dragons that had been chasing us just a moment ago had stopped moving and started to fall. "Let's settle this before they regain control," Letitia declared after tossing one of the Lust Dragons, which were bound by the spider silk threads from her left hand. "I order you in my name. Let all of you, Lust Dragons, explode." Her order was immediately carried out. The Lust Dragons all seemed to glow at once and then burst into a huge explosion. "We won by sheer compatibility," Letitia muttered as she brushed back her long golden hair. The only thing left was the Rage Dragon. Looking toward the royal capital, Iris's barrier still remained, and the city was still protected without being damaged. "Gwaewa!" The Rage Dragon released an exasperated roar, turned its body around, and glared at us. "Kusama, it's coming!" Letitia shouted. The protrusions on both shoulders of the Rage Dragon glowed red, and countless flaming bullets were released. The trajectories of the fireballs were all different. Some flew in a straight line, others in parabolic lines, some curved sharply to the left or right, and some rose vertically before changing direction. The total number of shots exceeded 100 and were continuously fired in rapid succession. It was like a barrage of guided missiles. Since the danger of friendly fire had been eliminated with the death of the Lust Dragon, it must have decided to concentrate its attacks on us. Of course, I have no intention of remaining silent. I focused my attention on the 3 Emperor Dragons bracelets and activated Magic Creation X. If the opponent is a barrage of flames, I will counter with a wall of ice and wind. Blizzard Storm Wall. At the same time as the activation, multiple overlapping storms of ice and snow are created. They intersected to form a pseudo-wall. The flying fireballs were frozen and crushed by the blades of vacuum. As expected of you, Kusama, to be able to block that many attacks. Next to me, Letitia sighed in admiration. I appreciated the praise, but we couldn't win just by being defensive. However, if I attack carelessly, a double, or perhaps even more than double, counterattack would await me due to full retaliation. The ideal situation would be to use Limit Break to win the match at once, but unfortunately, the skill's cooldown time still had a long time. The only means left was to use Yggdrasil's bow to nullify the full retaliation. However, since it was now with the God of War along with Lily, all I could do was wait for her to finish inheriting the power. Oh, I see. I guess we'll just have to wait. What's wrong? I told Letitia, who was asking me my thoughts briefly. There was no need to go out of the way to attack the Rage Dragon that had full retaliation, and had it readied. The best strategy would be to buy some time by first focusing on the defense. I understand. Shall I prepare for a long battle? Yeah, please. I noticed that the barrage of flaming bullets had stopped. The Rage Dragon roared and raised its left arm. From the elbow to the tip, it was shaped like a sword with a silvery sheen. It was the result of full retaliation, learning from my first attack with God of War /S+. The Rage Dragon swung its left arm down. A dazzling slash of light shot out from the blade. Letitia, dodge. Understood. We both dodged to the right. A huge slash of light rushed past just to our left. But we could not let our guard down yet. The Rage Dragon raised its left arm again and was about to release another slash of light. That was when it happened. Just as the barrier protecting the city disappeared, The barrier was now deployed in a hemispherical shape, encircling the rage dragon. A flash of silvery light was released from the blade of its left arm. It was a flood of light with intense momentum, but it could not overcome the barrier dam. The attack was repeated 3 or 4 times, but the rage dragon could not break through the barrier. It was trapped inside. That barrier seemed to be the true dragon god's barrier X, so it must have been Iris who did it. I'll need to match up the information, so let's meet up for the time being. I exchanged eye contact with Letitia and headed in the direction of the royal capital, manipulating the wind. Iris, and Letitia met up at a point about 100 meters west of the royal capital. Thank you for the barrier. You can thank Fimbule for that. It was her idea to trap the rage dragon inside. Iris raised the spear in her right hand, and the tip glowed a shiny blue-white light. I couldn't hear her words, but I could somehow sense that she was proudly smiling. Fimbule is doing a great job maintaining the barrier, but it seems she's running out of magic power. So, Ku, please share it with her. Of course. Fortunately, my magic power has already been restored to its maximum. I touch the tip of Fimbule and pour magic power into it. The main point was the same as when using the God of War/S+. Soon after, Fimbule begins to glow intensely. Is this okay? I asked, and Iris answered, probably, then lightly closed her eyes. Perhaps she was listening to Fimbule's voice. She opened her eyelids and said, she says she's in better shape than usual, that she can maintain the barrier for hours. I wonder why? It could be due to Kusama's awakening, Letitia muttered as she turned her gaze in my direction. I also received a share of magic power from Kusama earlier, but as soon as I did so, the output of domination skyrocketed. Is that so? At that time, my vision was blacked out, and I did not have a proper grasp of the situation. However, when I thought about it, it was very fast from the time I transferred the magic power until Letitia completed their domination. Anyway, if my magic power had the effect of strengthening my friends, I might as well transfer it lightly before a battle in the future. While thinking about this, I share the information with Iris. I tell her that we defeated the Yellow Dragon and the Lust Dragon and that the Rage Dragon has a unique ability called Full Retaliation. It seemed that Iris had already guessed the existence of Full Retaliation. After Ku attacked with God of War/S+, the left arm of the Rage Dragon turned into the shape of a sword, didn't it? And since it was emitting a silver light, I thought it might have the ability to mimic the opponent's attack. So, that's why you've been using the true dragon god's barrier X to defend against it all this time. Yes. Then Fimbule told me, I've come up with a way to stall the rage dragon without attacking it. Iris turned her gaze toward the barrier as she said that. Inside it, the rage dragon was still rampaging, but it was completely trapped. All that remained was to wait for Lily to finish inheriting the power of the God of War. Not yet. You must not let your guard down. Suddenly, words echoed in my head. It wasn't full assists. Inorganic announcement. It was more human, more like my own voice. It's coming. It's coming. Letitia muttered with a grim expression and looked around. What is coming? This presence is a great evil. But from where? Fimbule says the same thing. Iris, too, said in a stiff voice. There is a presence, but I don't know where it's coming from. So where the hell is it hiding? I activated auto-mapping, and tried to search for it. At that moment, the rage dragon let out a roar. At the same time, the ground beneath its feet distorted, and small gray spheres sprang up one after another. As if sprouting, the spheres seemed to stick to the surface of the rage dragon, and then eerily wriggled and changed shape. I immediately activated appraisal. Devoted envious dragon, a great calamity dragon that flew in from outside of this world. It is the natural enemy of all life. It has been given the power of the creator god by Zorgral and uses itself and other great calamities as materials to create even higher beings. A great calamity that combined itself with other great calamities to create even higher beings. The phenomenon as described by appraisal was happening right now. The figure of the rage dragon was transforming. The protrusions on both shoulders grew larger and took on a shape reminiscent of a dragon's head. On its back were huge wings, and the sword on its left arm grew even larger. What appeared was a huge three-headed dragon that radiated an ominous presence. The ultimate demon god dragon, the envious dragon takes on itself, and the rage dragon buzz. I activated appraisal on the giant dragon. but the explanation sounded strange in the middle of it. What does that mean? Analyzing. The demon god dragon possesses causality counterattack as its unique ability. It is presumed that it learned appraisal and acquired appraisal interference. With the announcement, information flowed into my mind. It seems that causality counterattack is a unique ability that strengthens full retaliation, and not only mimics the attack on itself in an amplified form but also learns the opponent's behavior and responds to it. It was originally a troublesome enemy, but now it has been refined. Is that it? The three jaws roared in unison. Just like that, the barrier surrounding the demon god dragon was shattered into pieces. No way! Iris screamed in surprise as she readied her fimbule. She probably intended to deploy the barrier again, but before she could do so, Letitia shouted, "Run!" quickly, not to avoid, but to escape. Perhaps she used strong words because she instinctively sensed the danger. The demon god dragon pointed the blade of its left arm at us. Then, without any pause, it released a silver flash. Almost at the same time, Iris had activated True Dragon God Barrier X. A wall of light appeared in front of us. But the silver flash broke through the wall as easily as a piece of shoji paper, scorching the atmosphere as it approached us. I immediately activated Divine Speed Blessing X. Then, I held Iris with my left arm and Letitia with my right arm, and we left the scene at very high speed. The direction is west. I should keep as much distance from the royal capital as possible. I want to minimize the possibility of damage to the city. After escaping, I let go of the two of them. The time that has elapsed up to this point was about 1 second. After cancelling their Divine Speed Blessing X, the world began to move at its original speed. Iris makes a bewildered voice. It is natural for her to be confused. For her, it's like she was supposed to stay there and set up a barrier, but suddenly she was warped to a different place. It seems you saved me. Thank you very much. Letitia seemed to have grasped the situation right away, and she thanked me. I tried briefly telling the two of them about the demon god dragon. However, the enemy did not give me the time to do so. With a triple roar, the demon god dragon flapped its wings in a loud flutter. With just that, a storm blew, and a sandstorm erupted. The head in the center lets out an even louder roar. A flash of dark color flashed at its mouth, and then an extreme purple heat ray of electricity was spat out. Spread out, everyone. Yes, understood. I move up, Iris to the left and Letitia to the right. The heat rays rushed through the area where we were. It was a close call. I breathed a sigh of relief. Inwardly no, not yet. The head on the right side opened its jaws wide and released a purple heat ray. Iris was standing in its line of fire. There was no way she could evade it in time. Iris. I activated Divine Speed Blessing X again. The MP consumption was intense, but I couldn't overlook the danger to my precious companion Iris. In this slow-motion world, only I can move as fast as I normally do or even faster than I normally do. It was supposed to be. The left side of the demon god dragon's head roared. At the same time, their Divine Speed Blessing X was deactivated, and I was thrown out of the slow-motion world. The demon god dragon has activated causality counterattack. It is presumed that it learned a Divine Speed Blessing X and acquired Divine Speed Obstruction. Then, I immediately activated my second trump card, Short Distance Warp. My vision distorted, and I shifted to Iris's side. It seemed that this time I was not interfered with. However, there was no time to rest. The purple heat rays of electricity released by the demon god dragon were now approaching. I grabbed Iris's arm and reactivated the Short Distance Warp. But nothing happened. A new message was being conveyed in my mind by Full Assist. Apparently, the demon god dragon had acquired the ability to interfere with spatial manipulation. This made it impossible to use not only Short Distance Warp, but also invisibility and spatial restraint. I made a quick decision and pushed Iris backward. I'm okay, get away from here. I turned my attention to the 3 Emperor Dragons bracelet and activated Magic Creation X while shouting that what I need this time is a shield to protect Iris. As if in response to my thoughts, new magic was created. Trinity Wall. With the activation, a huge wall of magic power appeared. It comprises 3 layers and is clad in the power of fire, ice, and wind. The purple heat rays hit the protective wall. A violent spark was produced, turning the field of vision white. Hold on. But my wish was in vain, and the first wall with flames in it was breached. The second one with ice and the third one with the wind also shattered. I was engulfed by the purple heat rays. Fortunately, I was able to avoid a direct hit to my body thanks to the fact that I quickly took off my Fenrir coat and held it in front of my body as a shield. However, there was no way I could kill the momentum of the heat rays, and I was swept away by the torrent of lightning. I was struck to the ground with no time to control the wind. Although I activated dexterity and took a passive stance, I was unable to reduce the impact of the collision to zero. Still, I felt only a little pain, probably thanks to their transmigrator disabling of status abnormalities. As I raised myself up, I checked to see what state I was in. I can see, I can hear, and I have arms and legs. However, my equipment is in tatters. More than half of my Fenrir coat, which had been hit squarely by the heat rays, had been burned away, leaving it in a state like a rag. The armored bear armor, bastard gauntlets, and 3 emperor dragon's bracelets, which were worn underneath, were also riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse. It was also impossible to activate the effects that had been granted to them. Then, as if in follow-up, there, full assist, announced. The demon god dragon has activated causality counterattack. It is presumed that it has learned dexterity, and acquired dexterity interference. I lost the power to handle any weapon at my disposal at this moment. That alone was a serious crisis. But an even more desperate situation was about to unfold. The demon god dragon has issued causality counterattack. It is presumed that the demon god dragon has learned full assist, and has obtained their full buzz. Poof! The announcement in my mind disappeared, leaving behind a disturbing sound at the end. I didn't think that even their full assist had been interfered with. Sweat beads down my cheeks. I was feeling the presence of death closer than ever before. Gaewa! The demon god dragon roared with all 3 of its heads at the same time, then turned its gaze toward me all at once and opened its jaws wide. A flash of purple electricity surged from the back of its throat. It was obvious that it was aimed at me. This is not good. I was blocked from using my full assist, so I couldn't even manipulate the wind to fly. I tried to stand up to get as much distance as possible, but I fell down. I didn't notice it because of the lack of pain, but my right leg was bent in a strange direction. No, perhaps it was because of the fracture that their transmigrator was blocking my sense of pain. I opened their item box, and selected a heal potion. However, the magic circle that floats in the void immediately disappears with a flash of sparks. Causality counterattack. Huh? Just after I understood this, the demon god dragon roared. 3 extremely large heat rays were released simultaneously. It was a concentrated fire aimed at me alone. All my useful skills were blocked, and my equipment was not functioning properly. With nothing left to do, I stared at the demon god dragon, trying not to look away. At that moment, 2 shadows descended as if to protect me. One was Iris, the other was Letitia. I will definitely protect you. I promised you that before. It's only natural for a sister to help her brother. https://nikestranslation/home.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/0001111.jpg. Iris raises her fimble and deployed True Dragon God Barrier X. Letitia also put her hand on the hilt of the spear and let the magic flow into it. The barrier was quite solid and thick due to the fact that the spear had gained more magic power than usual. Even though it creaked, it caught the concentrated fire of the heat rays. Soon, however, the barrier cracked here and there and shattered. There was nothing to protect me anymore. Facing the threat to my life, my thoughts accelerate. It was an innate ability of human beings. Concentration was pushed to the limit, and the moment was stretched to infinity. In a few seconds or so, Iris, Letitia, and I would all be burned to a crisp. I don't want that. No matter what happens to me, I want to save them, at least. Is there anything I can do? Is there anything left to do? Yes, there is one trump card that has not yet been sealed by the demon god dragon. Creation. What on earth would I use as a material? What comes to mind is the hallucination I had earlier. In the darkness, the golden dragon, the greedy dragon, was projected on the translucent window. He said, "I am speaking to you from inside you." The greedy dragon is inside me. If I can handle awakening at will, I may even be able to defeat causality counterattack. Then there is only one thing to do. Using creation, with me and the greedy dragon inside of me as materials. I don't know if such an absurd thing is possible. But since Zorgral, who has the power of a creator god, used the concept of hell as material to create the rage dragon, and the envious dragon created the demon god dragon based on itself and the rage dragon, there must be more possibilities hidden in creation than I could ever imagine. I can't even come up with a recipe because full assist is blocked, but I don't care. This was a rule of thumb I learned when I was in Japan handling a case that had gone up in flames. The key point, in the end, was to trust your instincts and bet everything on them without hesitation. When you have played all your cards right and pushed yourself to the limit, the gamble transcends into the inevitability of success. I turned my consciousness to my inner self and thought to activate creation. With a thump, as if in response to my intention, something large trembled deep inside my body. Can you hear it? It's me, the greedy dragon. Let me tell you something first. When the fusion proceeds, there will be no turning back because you and I will be completely integrated. That means we will turn into something else, not human, not Kakazuka, but something else. But, well, I'm sure you're thinking like this, aren't you? What does it matter? If I can protect everyone, it's a small price to pay. We're just like each other. I know that. The greedy dragon's voice echoed in my mind. The time limit is 5 minutes. In that amount of time, even if we become one through creation, we can separate later. Remember that. Well then, let's go. Yes, let's go. I nodded and activated creation. A golden flash burst forth. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Chapter 12. Thanks to Cypher for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 12. Awakening. I raised my right hand. Awakening was activated, and 2 skills were instantly born. One is Nullify Interference ability, which can nullify any interference ability. The other is Spatial Blocking, which blocks space itself to prevent any attacks. I first used Nullify Interference ability to nullify the interference with skills and effects. Oops. Full assist can remain sealed. That skill is like a cage to keep me contained. The greedy dragon's voice echoed in my head. Full assist probably had the role of controlling the power of the greedy dragon. As a result of that being blocked, I obtained awakening. For the demon god dragon, it meant that causality counterattack had backfired, right? Yes, that's absolutely right. I nodded to greedy dragon's words and activated spatial blockade. No matter what kind of attack it is, if the space is not connected, it is meaningless. The heat rays of the demon god dragon are sucked into the distortion of space at a position about 5 meters in front of us. Iris looked back at me with an astonished expression on her face in front of that scene. Did you save me? Yeah. It's all right now. Thank you for covering for me. I took out a heal potion from their item box, and sprinkled it on my right leg. The wounds healed quickly. I put strength into both legs and stood up. Golden particles were swirling around my body. Kusama. No way. That presence is. Letitia looked at me with a surprised expression on her face. Perhaps she sensed the presence of the greedy dragon. Yeah, it's me. The part of me that is not me replied. The current me is a fusion of Kakazuka and the gleaming greedy dragon through creation. Awakening is already in a state of complete release, and my whole body is filled with power. After blocking the heat rays of the dragon, I released my spatial blocking. Now, let's counterattack. I held out my left hand and spoke the words that popped into my head. Disappear in the brilliance of the stars. Gleaming dragon's breath. It was a skill that had just been created by awakening. A crest combining circles and triangles appears, and a golden heat ray is emitted. It engulfed the demon god dragon's right head and right wing, vaporizing them in an instant. The 2 remaining heads screamed. The huge body tilted and began to fall. With my right hand, I pull out the Gram Origin from my item box. I told Iris and Letitia while levitating by manipulating the wind. You 2 come up behind me. I need you to follow me in case of an emergency. I understand. Don't push yourself too hard. But, if necessary, Kusama is always willing to sacrifice himself. I know that too well. Letitia puffed out her chest. Good grief. I'm no match for my sister. I smiled and realized that my thoughts were gradually becoming mixed with those of the greedy dragon. About 30 seconds had passed since we fused with creation. I have to settle this quickly. I quickly raised my altitude. When I looked at the demon god dragon, I saw that it had just crashed into the ground at the end of its fall. As for me, of course, I had no intention of slowing down my attack. With a cracking spirit, I poured magic power into the sword. A silvery light was released and became a huge blade. I swooped down toward the demon god dragon, slamming down with a slash. Of course, the dragon was not completely without resistance, and after giving top priority to regenerating its right wing, it immediately moved off from the ground. The sword on its left arm was covered with flashes of light, and it charged at me. Two huge blades of light collided head-on. A dazzling brilliance bursts forth, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The dragon and I slash at each other fiercely. The head in the center roared and opened its mouth wide. What surged up from the back of its throat was not a flash of purple electricity but a golden glow. It seemed that it had learned their gleaming dragon's breath, thanks to their causality counterattack. A heat ray was released. I raised my left hand and activated my gleaming dragon's breath. A larger magic circle than before appeared, and a golden flash was shot out. The heat rays collide head-on at close range. The demon god dragon mimicked the attack it received by amplifying it through causality counterattack. If this was the case, then the demon god dragon should be the one to win this clash. But I have awakening. If the demon god dragon was going to counterattack as higher level compatibility, then I could just become my own higher level compatibility. The heat rays emitted from the magic circle gained momentum. It pushed back the heat rays of the demon god dragon and even pierced through the head at the center, annihilating it. The remaining left and right heads that had just finished regenerating screamed simultaneously. The movement of the demon god dragon slowed down. I didn't miss the opportunity and poured more magical power into Gram Origin. With a single slash, I slashed down the demon god dragon's left arm along with the light blade extending from its elbow. Using the return swing, I further cut off the left head. Finally, in an attempt to cut off its right head. My vision went completely white. My whole body was in intense pain. I coughed, and fresh blood spilled from the corner of my mouth. This is not good. The greedy dragon's voice echoed in my mind. The restraints of the awakening were no longer working. I guess my compatibility with the awakening was too good, but my physical body had not caught up with it. At this rate, I will destroy myself before the time limit of 5 minutes. While regenerating its body, the demon god dragon opened its right jaw and tried to spit out a heat ray. I guess I should intercept it with my gleaming dragon's breath as well. However, the intense pain was disrupting my consciousness, and I couldn't even activate my ability. Perhaps sensing my inability to act, Iris moved forward. Holding up her fimbule, she activated Absolute Freeze X. A blue flash of light gushes from the tip of the spear and strikes the right head of the demon god dragon, which was just about to release a heat ray. For a moment, the right side of the head was frozen in ice, and the next moment, the energy of the heat ray exploded in its mouth. With this, the demon god dragon lost all its heads, but the battle was not over yet, because even now, its body was continuing to regenerate at a furious pace. I, on the other hand, was in great danger. Awakening was now out of control, and my body is beginning to collapse from the inside due to the repercussions. My wind control was disrupted, and my posture collapsed. Just in time, someone supported me from behind. At the edge of my blurred vision, I see long golden hair. Good gracious, you have always been reckless, haven't you? Letitia sighed in exasperation. At the same time, I felt something warm flowing into my body. I'll use domination to calm awakening. Please accept it without rejection. Normally, Transmigrator would have been triggered here, and domination would have been repelled. The reason was that the arrogant dragon's factor was foreign to Kukazuka. But now I am mixed with the greedy dragon through creation. I had no resistance to accepting my sister's power. Take a deep breath in and out, with me. You're good. Now breathe in and out again. I repeated the breath as I was told. Each time I did this, the pain in my body eased, and there, awakening, regained its composure. It seems to have stabilized. I'm sorry. Thank you. Don't worry about it. It's for the sake of my precious brother. Letitia smiled at me. It was a soft expression that seemed to encompass others to no end. I opened my item box, feeling a warm sensation in my chest. I took out a heal potion and drank it all at once. My body, which had been battered and bruised by repeated awakening, immediately returned to its original state. It's a heal potion that even healed the wounds on the god of war. My body could be healed in an instant. When I turned my gaze back to the demon god dragon, I saw that there had been a major change in its appearance. Its 3 heads had been reduced to 1. However, its size was more than 3 times larger than before. It was as if the power that had been dispersed among the 3 heads had been combined into a single head. Perhaps its strategy was to push through with its offensive power rather than with the number of moves it could make. The dragon opened its mouth so large that it could have swallowed a small village whole and released a grotesque heat ray that was a mixture of gold, silver, and black and also covered with cold air. It must have concentrated the power it had learned in there. Causality counterattack. It was a very reckless thing to do. Iris and Letitia looked at me. I gave a small nod and did nothing. I knew there was no need to do anything. A silver light flew from the direction of the royal capital, from behind us. It struck the heat ray of the demon god dragon head-on, and after a violent spark, it was completely cancelled out. Kusan, Iris-san, Letitia-san, thank you for waiting. A voice was heard a little later. It was accompanied by a pleasantly lovely sound, like the tinkling of a bell. Wings of light fluttered from above our heads, then disappeared in particles. Before long, what landed in front of us was not an angel, but Lily, with pure white wings on her back. Her entire body was enveloped in a faint silver glow, giving her a somewhat divine air. Lily-chan, that figure is. Lily nodded at Iris's words. Yes, I have inherited the power of the god of war. Lily was carrying Idrisel's bow in her right hand and the Calamity Killer arrow in her left. According to the foresight, it was originally necessary to offer Lily's life in order to summon the Calamity Killer arrow. However, by inheriting the power of the god of war, that had probably been eliminated. Just as the time with the white dragon, the future had changed. I was honestly happy about that. At last, the 4 of us are all here. Letitia seemed to feel the same way, and her voice was full of excitement. This is where the real work begins. Yeah, let's decide at once. We looked at each other and nodded to each other. The time limit that the greedy dragon had given me had less than 100 seconds, but it was enough for me to decide the outcome. Gah! The demon god dragon roared again, spitting out a torrent of heat rays. Let's go, Lily declared in a voice more dignified than ever and raised the Calamity Killer arrow in her left hand. She then set it on Idrisel's bow and fired it. The arrow was clothed in a shimmering brilliance and became a silver meteor. The meteor dispersed the heat rays approaching and headed straight for the dragon, piercing its wide-open jaws. A moment of silence. A light like a supernova explosion exploded at the back of the dragon's throat. Gyuuuuuuua! A scream echoed through the air. If I were to put it in their full assist style, I would be saying something like this. There, causality counterattack of the demon god dragon has been nullified by the Calamity Killer arrow. Oops. It looks like its regenerative ability was also stopped. The demon god dragon writhed in pain and flapped its left and right wings furiously. It rushed toward us at a furious pace. It was like a suicide attack. It's no use. Iris raised her Fimbule and activated their true dragon god Barrier X. The barriers deployed were not simply for defense. It surrounded the dragon from all sides and restrained it so that it could not move. Ku, take care of the rest. Leave it to me. I pull out Gram Imitate from my item box, with my left hand. Nei-san, can you pour some magic power into my sword? Letitia rolled her eyes for a moment, perhaps not expecting me to call her Nei-san. But she quickly regained her composure and put her hands on Gram Imitate's blade. If it's my brother's request, I have no choice but to give it my all. I will go all out. Immediately, the sword is enveloped in a comet-like blue glow. On the other hand, I was pouring my magic power into Gram Origin in my right hand. Alright, the preparation for the divine technique was ready. The principle was the same as Levitine using the power of the Black Dragon. A special blow using the power of my sister and me. The name is How about Ragnarok? It's going to kill a demon god dragon, so it's perfect. right? Accepted. I nodded to the greedy dragon's voice, manipulating the wind to raise my altitude at once. I activate Awakening for a few seconds and create a new skill as a derivative of Spatial Manipulation. Forced Transition. This is the power to shift an enemy within view to any location. If I attack with all my might, I might engulf the royal capital. I concentrate on my consciousness. The space distorted around the demon god dragon and the entire barrier that restrained its body was warped far into the sky. Now, I raise my left and right swords, crossing them. Light of the end. Eat the god and bring about a new dawn. Ragnarok. https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/0000031.jpg. As I uttered the incantation that floated in my chest, Gram Origin emitted a golden flash, and Gram imitated a blue flash. Controlling the two raging forces, I swung my sword down with all my might. The two lights, gold and blue, spiraled and merged into one, becoming polar light and engulfing the demon god dragon. Each barrier restraining it burned through its huge body. Jia! A desperate scream rang out. The roar echoed with an explosion so loud that one would have thought the sky would crack. The demon god dragon disappeared without a trace and would never return. Phew! I won. No, that's not it. We won. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 4 Epilogue. Well, Volume 4 is finished now, and it seems that Volume 5 has not been released yet, and it seems like it has been a few years since Volume 4 was released, although the possibility is not so great. Let's still hope that Volume 5 will be released soon. And maybe I'll bring some new novels in the near future. Thank you for all your support, it means a lot to me. Thank you very much, and see you soon. Thanks to Cypher for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Epilogue. I looked up at the night sky. 4 minutes and 50 seconds, just in time. Cancel creation. Yes. I nodded inwardly and created a new skill with Awakening. Cancel creation. It is a skill that returns what was united by creation back to its original material. I immediately activate it, separating me and the greedy dragon. The explosive power that filled my entire body gradually weakened and eventually disappeared completely. Q. My vision wavered. Ragnarok's activation seemed to have exhausted my energy, and I no longer have the concentration left to manipulate the wind. I was pulled by gravity and fell to the ground. Well, this is goodbye for now. Soon, full assist will restart. When safe mode is over, ask it about you and me. It will tell you everything you want to know. See you later. Phew. I felt something pull away from the back of my chest. I could no longer hear the voice of the greedy dragon. I was still falling and would eventually hit the ground. But I was in no rush. Their presence was already close by. Kusan, Kusama, Iris, Lily, Letitia. The three of them were surrounding me to catch me. I'm living in luxury, aren't I? Thank you, everyone. That was a great help. I'm glad we made it in time. I was wondering what was going to happen when you suddenly started to fall. Iris sighed as if to let out the anxiety that had been building up in her chest. I, too, felt like I was losing my mind. Good grief, you are still the same as you were in the past. Always reckless and worrying everyone around you. Letitia looked at me with a sigh and touched my cheek with her right hand. The reason why the warmth of the touch makes me feel nostalgic is because I still remember the feeling I had when I was fused with the greedy dragon. Kusan, are you alright? Lily asked me in a concerned tone. Please take a good rest today. If any other calamity appears, I will fight it. No, that's just as I expected. MMGH. I was about to tell Lily about my feelings, but before I could, Letitia extended her right index finger to cover my mouth. You should be more dependent on those around you once in a while. If you keep carrying the load alone, you're going to crumble someday. I've got my Fimbule, too, and you can count on me a little more. I know. In fact, my body was in a state of extreme fatigue. Originally, I would have died from the backlash of the awakening. The destination of evolution beyond the limits was self-destruction, and that was why the full assist was controlling it. Looking up at the sky, the bloody dark red color had disappeared and returned to a clear blue. I guess that settles it. There was no damage to the royal capital, so it should be an unquestionably happy ending. Perhaps from relief, I fell asleep as Iris and the others carried me. The next time I woke up, to my surprise, It was the following night. About 30 hours had passed since the battle had ended. I must have slept for a long time. You must have been very tired. Do you want to eat the apple I peeled? Yes, thank you. I received a small plate with an apple on it from Iris as I raised my upper body from the bed. The place is on the 3rd floor of the guest house, in the bedroom of the room where I am staying. Iris had been by my bed all night. I am sorry. You must have been bored. Not at all. It's been a while since I've read a good book and… What's wrong? Ku's sleeping face was kind of cute. Is that so? I involuntarily averted my eyes from Iris. The apples on the small plate are cut into bunny shapes. I picked up one of them and bit into it. Munch, munch. It had a nice texture, sweet and juicy. Hey, Ku. What? You're embarrassed, aren't you? I can't deny it. Foo-foo. Iris gave me a happy smile and told me about what had happened while I was asleep. Apparently, Lily and Letitia took care of the aftermath, and the report about this battle had already reached King Octo. I received a message from His Majesty the King Taku. Once again, you have saved our lives. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will thank you in person at some point, but for now, just rest your body. Well, I'll take his word for it and just take it easy. Yes, I think that would be best. Incidentally, the people of the royal capital did not suffer any damage, so they did not panic too much. But there was a bit of a commotion this afternoon. According to Iris, people were talking about how I had protected the capital while being battered and bruised, and as a result, a huge number of people came to the guest house. Everyone was so grateful to Ku. Some people even brought gifts to thank you. The royal palace is taking care of the gifts for the time being. I will pick it up tomorrow. Just as I was thinking about that, there was a knock at my door. Let me take a look at it. Iris got up from her chair and left the bedroom. In the meantime, I finished the last of my apple and put the empty plate on the small desk nearby. Iris returned shortly after. Behind her were Lily and Letitia. It seemed that they had come to visit me. Kusan, it looks like you've woken up. Your complexion has improved a lot. I am relieved. Thanks to you, I feel better. Thanks for coming all the way out here. We are friends, aren't we? It is only natural. Yes. I'm so glad you're okay, Kusan. Lily and Letitia's cheeks relaxed as if they were truly relieved. In the meantime, since it's no good to stand around talking, why don't you both sit down? I'll get you a chair. It was Iris who said so. Iris was going to get a chair that was a little further away. No, that's not necessary. While restraining Iris's movement with her hand, Letitia told her, we have no intention of interfering with your meeting. That's right. We will visit you tomorrow morning, and we will bring Zurara-chan with us too. What does she mean by meeting? Anyway, Lily and Letitia don't seem to plan to stay long. I heard that they cleaned up after the battle instead of me, so they might be tired. It would be inappropriate to keep them for too long. However, there was something I wanted to tell the two of them or other, the three of them, including Iris. Thanks to everyone's help, we managed to win again this time. Thank you so much. That goes for all of us, Iris answered with a smile. If it weren't for Ku, we would have been annihilated. Is that so? Lily nodded her head repeatedly. I don't think I would have made it even if I had inherited the power of the god of war. In any case, it's good as long as you're alive. Now, I think it's time for the intruder to leave. I will see you tomorrow. Letitia spread the hem of her skirt, bowed, and left with graceful steps. I, too, will take my leave. Kusan, Iris-san, good night. Lily also bowed her head and left the room as if following Letitia. They both disappeared in a blink of an eye. Iris muttered with a wry smile. They could have gone a little slower. They really just came to see your face. I'm sorry I made you guys worry. Iris shrugged her shoulders as she came to my bedside. The moonlight faintly illuminated her figure in the large bay window behind her. It's beautiful. I honestly thought so. As Letitia said, I'm glad Ku is safe, Iris said, turning her affectionate gaze toward me. I was really worried that you might not wake up again. Me? Yes. After the battle, Ku was sleeping like you were dead. I was afraid you would stop breathing when I took my eyes off you. Is that why you were with me the whole time? Yes. But that's not all. Iris mumbled and leaned toward me. Her expression was somewhat sad, and she looked as if she was on the verge of spilling something she was holding. Her cheeks are slightly flushed. After her gaze wandered slightly, she slowly opened her mouth. I wanted to be with you. I understood that these words were not made out of a sense of friendship or camaraderie. Before I could respond, Iris continued. I feel very comfortable with the distance we have now, and it would be wonderful if it were to last forever. But we both know that anything can happen to us at any time. I am the same, and so is Ku. You're so out of the ordinary all the time that it's difficult to remember that Ku is not a god but a human being. If you push yourself too hard, you will collapse, or worse, you will die. So, listen to me. Ahem. Iris cleared her throat and looked at me again. Her red eyes were moist and shining like jewels. And when she was about to tell me something, it was an irresistible, unpleasant sound, like fingernails scratching on glass. It sent a tingle down my spine and gave me goosebumps. I covered my ears, but the sound still shook my eardrums and sent fear to my brain. What is that? Iris seemed to hear it as well. Holding her ears with both hands, the sound gradually became quieter and then completely inaudible. What was that? I took a breath and got up from the bed. I opened the window and looked outside. Below me, a garden illuminated by magic lights spreads out. Outside the grounds, the urban area of the royal capital was stretching out, but I couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Ku, look! Iris shouted right behind me. She was pointing to the sky with her right hand. I looked up and gasped. What is that? A corner of the starry sky was concave toward us and covered with countless cracks. The view would be just like that of an eggshell that has been smashed into a corner, viewed from the inside. The cracks in the starry sky gradually grew larger and larger, connecting with each other and eventually forming the shape of a crescent moon. Beyond it, abyssal darkness spread out, creeping out like a purple bubble blotting out the sky. Could that be? Iris's voice was trembling. They say it created the calamity and the great calamity. Yeah, I nodded. I was unknowingly gnashing my back teeth. I heard a dull grinding sound in my mouth. I felt a great power swirling in the back of my body. The greedy dragon must have smelled its presence and reacted accordingly. Zorgral. It is a threat beyond the reach of even the worst of calamities, a phenomenon that has no thoughts or feelings but only engulfs the entire world, or perhaps the very concept of destruction itself. The bubble that signals the end has appeared in front of us. https://nikestranslationhome.files.wordpress.com/2022/00027.jpg https://nikestranslationhome.files.wordpress.com/2022/08/00071.jpg